Chapter 1 Being a regenerationist in a world captive to food. Another ecological destruction, probably those dangerous creatures again. In a forest, a tall man was walking in the forest. This forest was called the Low Whispering Forest. The reason for this name is that due to the terrain of this forest, the wind will make a special sound when it blows through. This sound does not sound loud, but it is intermittent and illusory, so it is called the Low Whispering Forest. The man's name is Su Yang. He was not originally from this world. Su Yang was just a failed author. As he often stayed up late to code, he died suddenly. When Su Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange world and turned into a child. And before Su Yang could react, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. This message was about the golden finger. Su Yang traveled through time and space, traveled to the world of food captives, and opened a system called the partner system. The function of this system is also very simple, that is, to find a suitable partner, and then the system will give rewards. As a failed author, although he has never written any good books, Su Yang has read many books. He has also seen similar systems of this type in other authors' books. At that time, the system fell into silence after throwing him a novice gift pack, and Su Yang needed to find a suitable partner to activate it. In the novice gift pack, Su Yang opened the most important thing in the world of food captives, that is, food cells, and the food cells given by the system are still perfect. After fusing food cells, although food cells will not be awakened directly, there will be no danger in awakening. You know, it is also a very dangerous thing for people with food cells to awaken food cells. Sunny told Komatsu in the first ecological zone in the original book. Later, Komatsu also confirmed this when cooking air. At that time, although Komatsu already had food cells, he had not fully awakened. However, because air's cooking was about to fail, the food demon in Komatsu's body awakened forcibly, allowing air to complete the cooking in the moment before landing. The result of this was that Komatsu had a problem with his heart, which was the sequelae of forced awakening. After typing found this, he crushed Komatsu's problematic heart and regenerated another one. Although there was a gamble at the time, typing had no choice. If he didn't do this, Komatsu would definitely die. The awakening of gourmet cells is very dangerous. If you don't pay attention, you will die. The gourmet cells given by the system do not have such restrictions, which also made Su Yang relieved at the time. And Su Yang's gourmet cells can also choose to copy known gourmet demons, and this gourmet demon will be controlled by Su Yang, just like a puppet, so there is no need to worry about an intelligent life appearing in his body. Su Yang was also very satisfied when he learned this. Although gourmet demons have no gender and belong to a completely different species from humans, they are still intelligent life. To be honest, it is really difficult for Su Yang to accept that there is a life in his body that can speak, think about problems by itself, and can see the outside world through himself at any time. However, the system helped him solve this problem. Later, Su Yang chose to copy the leader slime. In fact, among the many gourmet demons, the strongest should be the white ghost. Later, in Su Yang's opinion, it should be the leader slime. The reason why it is not Neo is that the battle between the two sides is actually unequal. In the final battle in the original work, the leader slime did lose to Neo, but the problem is that the leader slime was resurrected using Asardi's body, and he faced Neo with Acacia as the carrier. These two are completely different concepts. Acacia, although she did not eat all 8 ingredients and Neo was not fully resurrected, Acacia's own strength is terrifyingly strong. In contrast, although Asardi is the most suitable cell for the leader slime among the blue Greer, Asardi's strength is too weak. If the carrier is replaced by Yulong, no one can tell how the final victory will be. In addition, the leader slime did have a record of defeating Neo. After the era of gourmet demons ended, many gourmet demons wanted to be resurrected and must be hosted in the body of a person with gourmet cells. Only the leader slime, he also died, but he was able to move in the outside world, and was still planning to resurrect himself, and even created a civilization like Blue Greer. Combining the various things in the original work, Su Yang felt that the leader slime should be superior to Neo, so he chose to copy the leader slime instead of Neo. As for the strongest white ghost, Su Yang also gave up, because he could not bear the power of the white ghost at all. When the white ghost first awakened, Toriko had already awakened the red ghost and the blue ghost in her body, and her strength was already enough to make a living in the food industry. At this time, the appearance of the white ghost still made the red ghost and the blue ghost very afraid, because the white ghost at this time could only stay still, otherwise with the power of the white ghost, Toriko's body would not be able to bear it if he moved casually. Even if Toriko completely merged with the red ghost and the cell level reached tens of thousands, at this time, he could only barely support the white ghost to poke out a finger. Baigui is indeed very strong, but choosing Baigui as your gourmet devil without any basics is a tianking. Su Yang dare not bet whether his body will collapse because of Baigui's awakening. The perfect gourmet cell only helps Su Yang solve the risks of acquisition and awakening, but if Su Yang himself commits suicide by copying Baigui and causes his body to collapse, this is Su Yang's own problem. So Su Yang can only take a step back and choose the leader slime. After receiving the things in the novice gift package, Su Yang's luck is actually not bad, because the place where he crossed over is just near the healing country. In the end, he was picked up by a passing regeneration master, and then he became the apprentice of the regeneration master. 3 years ago, the regeneration master who picked up Su Yang died because of his old age, but before his death, the regeneration master also helped Su Yang and introduced Su Yang to Yusaku. Because Su Yang has a good talent in regeneration, and the potential of gourmet cells is also amazing, he was accepted as an apprentice by Yusaku, and he also became Taiping's junior brother. It can be said that Su Yang has also ascended to heaven in one step. Although Yuzo is not one of the national treasures of gourmets, Yuzo's attainments as a regeneration master are not inferior to Mo Yangzi Xiu, the national treasure of gourmets, and may even be stronger. Chapter 2 – System that will not activate. The gourmet human national treasure is a representative figure in a certain field of the human world in the gourmet era, and should be the strongest in this field. There are 4 such gourmet human national treasures in the human world, namely, Grandma Jinai, who represents the chef, Mo Yangzi Xiu, who represents the regeneration teacher, Zhen Zhen Zhen, who represents the food righteousness, and Mei Lissiman, who represents the gourmet literature. In the field of regeneration teacher, although Mo Yangzi Xiu is a gourmet human national treasure, compared with the performance in the original work, there is no doubt that Yuzo is more outstanding. After all, Yuzo regenerated the flower field, one of the 8 ingredients, otherwise the 8 ingredients would be missing one. It's just that Yuzo's behavior is a bit too rough, and the gourmet human national treasure is facing hundreds of billions of humans in the entire human world. So Yuzo's personality is not quite in line with it, and finally this gourmet human national treasure is Mo Yangzi Xiu. After Su Yang became his apprentice, Yuzo had no reservations about him, and taught him everything he should teach, which also made Su Yang go further and further on the road of regeneration teacher. This time Su Yang came to the Whispering Forest to receive a mission. A large number of regeneration masters gathered inside the mother tree of the healing country. In addition to treating humans, regeneration masters also attach great importance to the natural environment. Once they find that the natural ecology of a place is damaged, the regeneration masters will go to check and solve the problem. Therefore, there are often many commissions inside the mother tree, and regeneration masters will choose commissions to complete according to their own situation. On the one hand, they can earn a certain amount of rewards, and on the other hand, they can hone their own regeneration skills. After all, if you want to become a powerful regeneration master, sufficient experience is indispensable. The commission that Su Yang received this time was not first-hand. A regeneration master had taken it before him, but the regeneration master who received the commission disappeared in the end. The degree of danger of this commission was naturally raised by a level, so it was thrown to him by Yusaku. Now Su Yong's cell level is level 30, which looks low, but it is actually high enough. In the world of food captives, although there are gourmet cells and the gourmet cells are awakened, as long as you eat high-level food, you can quickly increase your level. However, when a big power or a powerful person trains a newcomer, they will not choose to use this method to quickly improve the strength of the younger generation. Otherwise, with the ability of Yusaku, he can easily take out a large amount of food ingredients, and Su Yong and typing strength will naturally improve as fast as a rocket. But when the plot begins in the original work, Toriko's level is only 10 or 20 levels. This is not to say that these big forces are reluctant, but because the rapid improvement of strength in the early stage will only help the growth. The regeneration teacher who adopted Su Yong and Yusaku both told Su Yong that they do not need to improve their cell level too quickly now, but to learn various skills. After mastering these skills and then improving the cell level, the surge of power will be quickly mastered and perfectly used. Su Yong expressed his understanding of this point. After all, as a novelist, he has read a lot of novels and knows that for big forces, understanding and root bones are the key. As for cultivation, as long as there are enough resources, cultivation can be quickly improved. The same is true now. They need to lay a foundation first and then improve the cell level. So even though he has traveled through time for quite a while and his gourmet cells have awakened, Su Yong's cell level has only reached level 30 now. However, because of the solid foundation, although Su Yong's cell level is not high, with various means, Su Yong is still not weak when facing creatures of level 40 or 50. This is also the reason why Yusaku asked him to take over this commission. In the human world, Su Yong is not weak. As long as he does not go to some high-risk areas and is careful, even if he cannot win, he can still save his life. The ecological balance of the low-humming forest was completely broken in this commission, and the environmental damage was very serious. Most of the reasons for this situation are dangerous creatures. Dangerous creatures are also a very special existence in the human world. They destroy the environment and ecology, and have extremely strong combat power and extremely high threat. Such creatures are called dangerous creatures. These dangerous creatures are generally captured by some countries that are constantly at war as biological weapons to deal with hostile forces. Therefore, the situation in the low-humming forest, Su Yong is basically sure that it is a dangerous creature, and it is not an ordinary dangerous creature, otherwise the previous regeneration master would not have disappeared here. Dangerous creatures are also different from other creatures. Many dangerous creatures are wandering types and have no fixed residence. Therefore, once these dangerous creatures wander to some low-level areas, they often bring devastating blows to the ecological environment here. This time, in addition to dealing with the destruction of the ecological environment of the low whispering forest, Su Yong also had to investigate the situation of the regeneration division who came here before. However, since the other party has lost contact, Su Yong feels that the other party is basically gone, and even the probability of finding the corpse is not high. After all, the appetite of dangerous creatures is generally very large, and it is extremely rare that they do not eat prey. In recent years, Su Yong has also been thinking about activating his system. The activation condition of the system requires him to find a qualified partner before it will be activated. Partners are also very important in the world of food captives. Once they become partners, if they are a man and a woman, they will basically get together in the end. If they are 2 men and 2 women, then they are the best brothers and sisters. But the system has not responded at all in recent years, which also makes Su Yong very helpless. You know, he has found a lot of people. Su Yong had seen many of the chefs on the chef rankings, including Bubu, the apprentice of Granny Sito, but the system didn't respond at all. In desperation, Su Yong even went to a gourmet hotel and met the chef Komatsu there. But even Komatsu didn't make the system respond. In addition to Komatsu, Su Yong had also seen the 4 kings of gourmet food, but the system also didn't respond, which made Su Yong give up completely. He didn't know what kind of person this system wanted to be a qualified partner. However, even if there were no subsequent rewards, the rewards given by the novice gift package were enough for Soo-young to survive in this world. As for the subsequent wars, it's okay not to participate. It's still quite safe to stay in the human world. After all, Granny Sito will also open the pressure dome in the human world in the final battle. Of course, if possible, Soo-young still doesn't want to rely entirely on others for his life safety. After all, Toriko's rise is too accidental. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 3: The Person Who Shouldn't Be There. Lady ERINA, you must hold on. What on earth is this place? On the outskirts of the Whispering Forest, a pink-haired girl was carrying a golden-haired girl on her back, walking in the forest like a headless fly. The golden-haired girl was named ERINA NAKIRI, and the pink-haired girl was named Hisagi Arato. Half an hour ago, they only felt a dizziness in front of their eyes, and then they appeared in this strange forest. Although they didn't know what happened, their first reaction was to walk out of the forest. However, on the way, ERINA NAKIRI's arm accidentally rubbed against the thorns of an unknown plant. Although only a little bit of skin was cut, she soon felt that her body was gradually losing control, and the symptoms became more and more serious. Until now, except for being conscious, she couldn't even speak, and her body was completely paralyzed. It was a good thing that Hisagi Arato didn't abandon her, but kept carrying her, otherwise she would have to wait for death on the spot. At this time, Naoto Hisako was also very upset. After all, the two of them appeared in this place inexplicably. Her eldest daughter seemed to be poisoned, and she didn't know when she could get out. There are still people here. Wait, this set of clothes. Isn't this the school uniform of Tatsuki in the Shokuchiki world? These two people seem to be Naoto Hisako and Nakiri ERINA. Due to the gourmet cells and some means of the regeneration master, Soo-young's 5 senses were also strengthened to a very exaggerated degree. He found the two people after hearing the movement here, but after seeing the two people, Soo-young was also a little confused. When he first saw the two people, he felt that they looked familiar. With the continuous excavation of his memory, Soo-young soon found the answer. But what he didn't understand was why people from the Shokuchiki world appeared in the world of food captives. You know, he has traveled to the world of food captives for several years, and he naturally has enough understanding of this world. He can be sure that this is a pure world of food captives, without any other mixture. Of course, it is limited to the human world, and he can't touch the things in the food world yet. Just when Soo-young was about to go over and ask, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly responded. However, the information given by the system only detected people who met the partner criteria, and then there was no response. If you want to get the reward, you need to turn these two people or one of them into your partner. First, the people from the Shokuchiki world appeared in this world, and then the system that had been silent for such a long time resurrected. Soo-young was also a little speechless, but no matter what, it was a good thing that the system had moved. After Soo-young approached, he was naturally discovered by Naoto Hisako and Nakiri ERINA. Seeing someone, Naoto Hisako's face immediately showed an excited expression. Although she should be more vigilant when encountering strangers in the wild, she can't care about this now. After all, her own eldest lady is like this. Hello. Hello, we are lost in the forest, and my companion is poisoned. Can you help us? Please. Without waiting for Soo-young to speak, Naoto Hisako quickly approached Soo-young with Nakiri ERINA on his back and asked for help. Soo-young could even clearly feel the helplessness, anxiety and uneasiness in Zinhu Faishizi's words. After all, she couldn't guarantee whether Soo-young would help them. I understand. Put your companion down first. She is lucky. She was just poisoned by the purple thorn. The toxin is not much and will not endanger her life in a short time. Soo-young said, and took out a tube of medicine from his pocket and dripped it on his little fingernail. The next second, Su Yong's nails were dyed green, and the nails suddenly deformed, and the top turned into a sharp thorn about 5 centimeters long. Naoto Hisako and Nakiri ERINA were still very surprised why Su Yong's nails changed color and deformed, but the next second Su Yong's nails pierced into Nakiri ERINA's arm. The green also sank into Nakiri ERINA's body from the tip of the nail in an instant. Okay, I'll inject her with the antidote, it should take only a few seconds to take effect. Su Yong's trick is called nail injection, which he learned from typing. It must be said that this trick is indeed very convenient to use. In fact, Su Yong has other injection methods, but they are a bit too cumbersome compared to nail injection. So Su Yong naturally chose the simplest and most convenient method. My body has recovered. A few seconds later, ERINA Nakiri found that she could regain control of her body. Amazing, it really took only a few seconds to recover. Thank you so much. Hisagaki Irato was also shocked. Su Yong's use of his fingernails as a syringe just now made her a little stunned. As a result, she just came to her senses and found that her young lady was fine. After all, the poison of the purple thorn is not very tricky, and the amount of poisoning is very small, and the poisoning time is also short, so it is not difficult to deal with it. Speaking of which, I still have to ask you, what are your names? Why are you here? Su Yong asked his own question. He really wanted to find out what happened and why the people in the Food Wars world appeared here. My name is ERINA Nakiri, her name is Hisagaki Irato. We were originally at home, but suddenly we appeared in this forest. The two were also very confused at this time, and told Su Yong about their experiences directly. After listening to the whole process, Su Yong couldn't help but frown. He was not wrong. These two people were indeed from the Shokuchiki world, but the way they appeared was very strange. Although I don't know why you are here, remember not to talk about this matter everywhere. I will take you away from the low-whirling forest first. It is still too dangerous for you. Su Yong said. Although he didn't know the specific reason, these two people met his partner's standards, so Su Yong would naturally not leave them alone. Thank you so much. The two bowed to Su Yong with gratitude, and then Su Yong took the two people to the outside of the low-whirling forest. Although the problem of the low-whirling forest has not been solved, it is nothing compared to his partner and reward. Fortunately, the low-whirling forest is not particularly large, and this is still the periphery. The two are also people who exercise regularly. It is not a big problem to walk out of this forest, but it takes some time. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4, The Tiger with Fried Noodles Hair. Mr. Su Yong, can you tell us about the purple thorn you just mentioned? After the three chatted for a while, the two also knew Su Yong's name, and at this time they began to be interested in Su Yong's words and actions. Purple thorn, a plant with no edible value, looks like thorns, has purple flowers, hence the name purple thorn. In fact, you are quite lucky, because in addition to being poisonous, purple thorns will actively hunt. The purple thorn you encountered should have just captured prey and is still digesting it, so it is not interested in you, otherwise the purple thorn will wrap you up, make you into a hornet's nest, and inject a lot of toxins to make you lose your ability to resist, and then absorb you little by little. Su Yong briefly introduced the purple thorn. The capture level of the purple thorn is only level 1. There are such magical and dangerous plants in this world. The two were shocked after hearing this. They had never heard of such plants before, and they were also somewhat fortunate at this time. Fortunately, they encountered the purple flower thorn that had completed the hunt, otherwise they would become prey. You seem to have not fully understood your current situation. When I was communicating with you just now, I found that I had never heard of the things you said. In other words, you may not be in the original world. Su-young felt that it was necessary to make it clear to the two, otherwise the situation of the two was exposed. God knows who would be targeted. Once they were targeted by the two organizations Bishokukai and Neo, it would be bad. Not in the original world. After hearing Su-young's words, the two were also a little confused. Yes, not in your original world. Su-young told the two about some of the general situation of the world of food captives. After listening, the two brains were completely in a state of shutdown. That's probably the situation. So I've never heard of the place name you mentioned before, and I don't know what happened to bring you here. But for your safety, you'd better keep what you just said in your stomach. Su-young warned again. While speaking, Su-young took out a very strange-shaped thing from his pocket again, and the appearance of this thing also attracted the attention of the two. Under the gaze of the two, Su-young pointed the thing in his hand in a direction in the forest, and then heard a very light sound, and saw a flash of light, and a sound like a heavy object hitting the ground came from the direction Su-young pointed. What is this? The two looked at Su-young with some doubts. Acupuncture gun for sniping, or a pocket version, easy to carry. The only disadvantage is that the magazine capacity is a little small. Su-young said and put away the acupuncture gun. As a regeneration teacher, acupuncture is a compulsory course. Su-young has Yuzo as a master and typing as a senior brother. During this period, he also received guidance from Master Jiro. His acupuncture attainments are naturally not weak. In fact, for Su-young, acupuncture can be completed without using an acupuncture gun. In close range, his hands are the best acupuncture guns. As for long distance, he can also use the kitchen utensils formed by calories to perform acupuncture at a long distance. People who have awakened gourmet cells often gather some of their favorite calorie kitchen utensils. Just like Toriko's knife and fork, Yulong's chopsticks, Jensen's spoon and so on. Su-young naturally also gathered his own kitchen utensils. The kitchen utensils he condensed are chopsticks and spoons, one for attack and one for defense, which is the most suitable for him. However, he would not use calorie kitchen utensils casually unless necessary. For creatures much weaker than himself, acupuncture guns are enough. Su-young brought the two to the place where they had just attacked with acupuncture guns, which was hundreds of meters away from their previous position. Tiger? Wait, no, why does this tiger look like this? And it's too big. The three people saw a huge tiger that was 5 meters long and nearly 3 meters high. Even though it had been pressed to the ground, the oppression it brought to ordinary people was still very terrifying. Chow mein tiger, captured at level 3, the hair on its body is very good quality stir-fried noodles, you only need to cut it off and you can eat it directly. In comparison, tiger meat has no edible value at all. Su-young stretched out a finger, and golden calories spread out from his finger. This was a single chopstick, but it was flattened enough by Su-young at this time, so it was like a sharp razor. The calorie chopsticks quickly passed through the body of the fried noodles tiger. Su-young then used the huge leaves next to him as a plate and cut a few pairs of chopsticks with branches. Such a simple fried noodles was completed. The fried noodles of the fried noodles tiger tastes pretty good. Let's try it. While talking, Su-young himself has started to eat. As for ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato, their worldviews have been severely impacted at this time. Whether it is the other world or Su-young's methods just now and the fried noodles that can be eaten directly after shaving, they are constantly impacting their worldviews. Talk while eating. I will introduce you to the ingredients of our world. Su-young explained the ingredients of this world while eating. As for the two girls, seeing Su-young eating so deliciously, they also listened while eating. But when the first bite of fried noodles entered their mouths, their eyes began to light up. The reason is very simple, because the taste of the food is too delicious. You know, although Shokyuchi World is a food show, it is the chefs rather than the ingredients that are special. So even the best ingredients in Shokuchiki world are estimated to not reach level 1 in the world of food captives. The level 3 ingredients are so delicious that they are shocked. The tongue of God can't taste any flaws at all. How is that possible? ERINA NAKIRI also exclaimed. Hearing this, Su-young was also a little happy. Although the tongue of God is very high in the world of food, it is only limited to the world of food. The ingredients in this world are completely beyond the upper limit of the world of food, so the tongue of God is naturally useless. The tongue of God you are talking about should be the taste that is different from ordinary people. If nothing unexpected happens, the level of the ingredients should exceed the upper limit of your taste, so it is normal that you don't have flaws normally. Su-young said. The level of ingredients? By the way, Mr. Su-young did say that the capture level is level 3 just now. After hearing the level, Naoto Hisako also remembered what Su-young said just now. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5 Dangerous Creatures Millipedes. That's exactly what I'm going to say. In our world, there are capture levels for ingredients, which are generally divided into non-level and level. Non-level means ingredients that have not reached level 1. As for level ingredients, they are divided by numbers. The level is generally determined by comprehensively evaluating the threat of these ingredients themselves, the living environment, the difficulty of capture, and so on. Of course, since the capture level is divided artificially, there will inevitably be some errors, but errors rarely occur. Generally speaking, for ingredients that reach level 1, 10 fully armed hunters are required to capture them. Note that these are hunters with hot weapons. Su-young briefly introduced the level situation to the two. Level 1 requires 10 fully armed hunters with hot weapons to capture, so this level 3 fried noodle tiger requires 30 fully armed hunters. Both of them were shocked. 30 people, all with hot weapons, but this fried noodle tiger was knocked down by Su-young in one move before they even saw it. Doesn't this mean that Su-young's combat effectiveness is stronger than 30 hunters with hot weapons? The ingredients before level 5 are indeed defined in this way, but after reaching level 5, there will be a qualitative change, and the number of people will be useless at this time. For example, if we calculate the number of Trocanos at level 9, it will take 90 fully armed hunters to capture them. But Trocanos at level 9 can easily overturn tanks weighing tens of tons, and ordinary thermal weapons cannot penetrate the opponent's skin. Moreover, Trocanos have terrifying mobility and high intelligence. Numbers are completely useless in front of them. Not to mention 90 hunters, even if 900 of them go, it will be useless. When the level reaches 50 or 60, most of them will be useless even if they are bombarded with missiles. After reaching level 100, there will be a new qualitative change. The ingredients in the world of captive food are so unreasonable that they will undergo a qualitative change after reaching a certain level. When the four beasts attacked in the original work, all the technological power of the human world could not do anything to the opponent. The attack of the four beasts was even more terrifying. The power of the claw of the King of Fangs was so great that even Komatsu and Ling, who were 5 kilometers away, were blown away by the aftermath. This world is so crazy. The two of them couldn't find any adjectives to describe the creatures in this world. Although the food was indeed very delicious, they were a little scared when they thought about the difficulty of capturing it. Especially those creatures that could not be killed by missiles were not the strongest. They couldn't imagine such a scene. Su-young introduced the food to the two while eating. After the three of them finished eating, Su-young also patted the fried noodle tiger next to him. The force of this pat directly released the A-cup ointment. Once the A-cup ointment was released, the fried noodle tiger was like a cat with its hair standing on end. It rushed in one direction in an instant. It just wanted to stay away from the humans in front of it. Although the other party only ate a little fried noodles on its body and didn't hurt itself, it was not pleasant to be slaughtered by others. So the first time the fried noodle tiger regained its freedom was to run away. It ran quite fast. Su Yang was also a little amused when he saw this scene. "Mr. Su Yang? Why did the fried noodle tiger not move at all just now?" At this time, ERINA NAKIRI also asked her own question. The fried noodle tiger just now did not move when they were eating, but it ran away after Su Yang patted it, which made her very puzzled. A cup ointment pressing, maybe you will also come into contact with it in the future. By hitting the acupoints, meridians, nerves, etc., the opponent's actions can be restricted. The fried noodles on the fried noodle tiger are only valuable, so there is no need to kill it directly. It is most convenient to use a cup ointment pressing. Su Yang did not have the idea of not killing it if he didn't eat it. He just simply felt that it was unnecessary. After all, the tiger meat had no edible value and was not easy to carry, so there was no need to kill it. After hearing the concept of a cup ointment pressing, the two were also very yearning, especially when they heard Su Yang say that they might have a chance to come into contact with it in the future, which made the two even more yearning. The three continued to chat while walking out of the forest. Speaking of which, why did Mr. Su Yang appear in this forest? To capture food. The two were a little curious about why Su Yang appeared here. It's not for food. The food capture level in the Whispering Forest is not high, and there is nothing special, so generally few people come here to capture food. The reason I came here is because I received a commission. The ecological environment of the Whispering Forest has been damaged. The responsibility of our regeneration master is to maintain the balance of the ecology and protect some endangered species, and even regenerate extinct creatures. Su Yang shook his head. He didn't lack food here. With his current ability, he could go to the ice hell. Protect the ecological balance and endangered species? What is a regeneration master? It can even regenerate extinct creatures. The curiosity of the two was aroused again. Everything in this world was very new to them. In fact, from the responsibilities, we can also see what kind of existence the regeneration master is. By the way, we are also responsible for curing diseases and saving people. In addition, it seems that my work will not be returned later. Su Yang said, and before the two reacted to what Su Yang meant, the ground suddenly began to shake, and the shaking became more and more violent. Then the ground 100 meters away exploded, and a strange-looking giant came out from the ground. It turned out to be a millipede. No wonder the pollution range is so large. Su Yang also recognized this giant. This giant is called a millipede. It is captured at level 35. Its body is a huge earthworm. The thickness is about 3 meters, but the length is hundreds of meters. And there are centipede-like feet around its body, hence the name millipede. This millipede likes to move underground, and its body is full of toxins. Wherever it passes, the soil will be polluted. Although this pollution will gradually recover, the millipede will continue to cause pollution if it exists, and its pollution speed is many times faster than the recovery speed. At the same time, this dangerous creature is also the most worthless dangerous creature. You know, even dangerous creatures can be eaten, but millipede earthworms have no edible value. According to a warrior who ate the meat of a millipede, the meat is as rotten as it is, extremely unpalatable, without any nutrition, and is also poisonous. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6 Su Yang's Transformed Plants. It has to be said that there are indeed many strange things in the world of food captives. After all, the population base is here, and there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Many people are even willing to sacrifice their lives for a bite of food. Just like puffer whales, due to the extremely high difficulty of catching and cooking, many puffer whales will be poisoned during the capture process. There is no way to detoxify these poisoned puffer whales so far, but there are still many people who choose to eat poisoned puffer whales. There is only one reason, because puffer whales are too delicious. Not only puffer whales, these people will try everything to dig out all kinds of food, including this millipede earthworm. At this time, Su Yang was not panicked at all. Although the capture level of this big guy is higher than his current cell level, the cell level does not mean that Su Yang's combat power is only this little. Su Yang took out a seed and threw it in the middle of ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato, and took out a small bottle with green liquid in it. A drop of green liquid fell accurately on the seed, and in an instant, a large number of brown vines spread out from the seed. These brown vines spread rapidly, eventually forming a circular cover with a diameter of 5 meters to cover the two people. Not only the top was covered, but the vines spreading in the soil also protected the feet of the two people. After the vines formed a ball, a large number of spikes suddenly grew on the outer layer. At first glance, these spikes even have a metallic color, and as for the inside, there are no spikes. This plant was cultivated by Su Yang using strangler thorns as the basis and integrating many plants, so the name was not changed. This is also a mainstream combat method of the regeneration division, using various special plants cultivated and transformed by themselves to fight. Su Yang's strangler thorns have a series of functions such as protection, strangulation, parasitism, and toxicity. In order to cultivate strangler thorns, Su Yang also spent a lot of effort. At this time, the strangler thorns embody the characteristic of protection. The hardness of the strangler thorns is not easy for even a level 50 creature to break through, let alone the millipede earthworm in front of it. These strangler thorns will protect you. Wait until I deal with this big guy. After saying that, Su Yang exerted force on his feet. The ground instantly collapsed under Su Yang's huge force, and Su Yang's body was ejected like a meteor. Su Yang's speed was extremely fast, but the millipede was at least a creature with a level of 35, and its level was higher than Su Yang. The moment Su Yang moved, the millipede also responded. Its densely packed feet like sharp blades quickly gathered in front of itself, as if it had directly covered its body with a layer of armor. However, the next second, Su Yang's fist had reached the foot of the millipede. Black tornado. From the top of the fist, a black tornado formed by calories spread out and hit the foot like a drill. Zzz. The sound of metal friction was heard, and the claws of the millipede were quickly worn away by the black tornado. In less than a second, the black tornado plus the impact of Su Yang's fist directly shattered the claws and broke the body of the millipede in two. However, Su Yang's attack was not over yet. The black tornado instantly broke away from his fist and split into two and became extremely huge. Two black tornadoes continued to spread from the wound of the millipede to the whole body. The millipede has a strong vitality of earthworms. It is useless to just break it. What Su Yang has to do is to crush it directly with the black tornado. In this way, although the millipede has strong vitality, it is impossible to survive. Black tornado. This move is the move of the leader slime. Under normal circumstances, the gourmet demon has its own consciousness, and it is not easy to learn various moves from them. But the leader slime in Su Yang's body is completely controlled by himself, so these moves are open to him from the beginning. Now Su Yang can use the black tornado, black thunderbolt, and black peeling knife. As for the three moves of summoning meteorites, disaster rain, and supernova explosion, Su Yang can't use them now. Even the three moves that have been learned are simplified versions. As for the move of summoning meteorites, no matter how simplified it is, it can instantly drain Su Yang's calories now, even if he always eats himself. However, the lethality of the moves of the leader slime is really terrifying. Even the simplified version can make Su Yang have super combat power. Facing the millipede earthworm with a higher level than himself, Su Yang only needs one move to kill it. The fighting style of the world of the captive food is like this, without any fancy tricks, and the move is a killing move, especially in the late stage of the plot. In the battle, it is either you kill me or I kill you. Any move is a killing move, and the slightest negligence will cost your life. Su Yang is very clear about the fighting style of the millipede earthworm. The feet of the millipede earthworm are very flexible, and they can wrap themselves to form armor from any direction, so the moves such as going around are basically useless to the millipede earthworm. To deal with this kind of guy, you either use a nail fist similar to Toriko to directly drive the force into the inside, or, like Su Yang, rely on an absolutely powerful attack to break through this layer of defense, and then start from the weak point. It took less than 5 seconds from Su Yang's attack to the complete destruction of the millipede. The two people protected by the strangler thorns didn't even react before the battle ended. The protection of the strangler thorns was also very useful. When Su Yang's black tornado destroyed the millipede's feet were also blasted everywhere by the tornado. The sharpness of these feet is not a joke. The feet like sharp blades can even easily pierce the rocks under the impact of the black tornado. However, these feet falling on the strangler thorns are like metal collisions, and they can't hurt the strangler thorns at all. After killing the millipede, Su Yang came to the shield formed by the strangler thorns, took out another red potion, and dripped a drop on the strangler thorns. The strangler thorns moved and withered quickly. The originally hard vines instantly became like biscuits. Su Yang exerted a little force and all the vines broke and scattered on the ground. Although he lost a seed, for Su Yang, there were many such seeds. They were consumables, and it would not take much time to cultivate the seeds that had been successfully cultivated again, so he did not feel bad. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 7, Flower of Purification, Country of Healing. Is it over? ERINA, NAKIRI and the other girl were stunned. They were in disbelief. After all, the whole process from the appearance of the millipede to the end of the battle was less than half a minute. They hadn't even reacted yet. After all, the huge body of the millipede really shocked them. However, such a monster was killed by Su Yang so quickly. A human who was less than 2 meters tall killed a monster several hundred meters long in such a short time. The impact was not small. Although Su Yang had told them some basic information about this world before, they didn't expect that such a huge creature would appear. And the most important thing is that such a giant was not Su Yang's opponent at all. He was killed without any resistance. Of course it's over. After all, this guy's capture level is only level 35, so it's not difficult to deal with him. While Su Yang was talking, he took out another seed and threw it on the ground, and dripped a drop of green potion. This scene also attracted the attention of the two. After all, Su Yang had just used the same method to create a pile of thorns to protect himself and the two of them. If they hadn't been protected by the strangler thorns, they wouldn't have survived. Although the millipede was killed by Su Yang in the first place, the flying feet were not so easy to resist. The boulders, trees, and earth nearby were pierced, not to mention their flesh and blood bodies. However, this time, it was not thorns that grew from the seeds, but a pure white flower, and at the moment the flower bloomed, they also smelled a burst of strange fragrance. Mr. Su Yang, this flower is... ERINA NAKIRI couldn't help asking, the battle was over, why did Su Yang plant a flower? This flower is called the purification flower. Wherever the millipede passes, the land will be polluted, and it will also affect the animals and plants living on this land. Although the ecology will slowly recover after the millipede is killed, it takes time. The purification flower can emit a kind of pollen that purifies the environment. The pollen of the purification flower can continue to spread in the air, and the spread range is extremely wide. Although this is only the outer area of the low-humming forest, the pollen of the purification flower will spread throughout the low-humming forest within a week. In less than a month, the pollution in the low-humming forest will disappear. Su Yang said that planting this flower would be a perfect end to this work. As for whether this flower would be destroyed, Su Yang was not worried. The purification flower had no edible value and would not attract the attention of other creatures under normal circumstances. Secondly, this was the place where he fought with the millipede. Although the millipede was dead, the breath of the millipede remained. The food capture level of the low whispering forest is very low, and it is nothing in front of the millipede earthworm. No other creatures dare to approach here, so there is no need to worry that the purification flower will be destroyed. What a magical flower, and the thorns that protected us just now, is this the ability of the regeneration master? It can actually give birth to all kinds of plants instantly. At this time, the two of them also had a certain understanding of the regeneration master. And this ability to give birth to plants instantly made people yearn for it. By the way, I almost forgot one more thing. You stand still, I will take a photo of you. Su Yang suddenly said. This sentence made the two of them a little confused, but they still did what Su Yang said. After all, Su Yang had saved them more than once, and he definitely would not have any bad intentions. You don't have any identity information here, and you won't be able to use transportation when the time comes, so I'll find someone to get you an identity first. Su Yang said after taking the photo. Although there are all kinds of ingredients in the world of food captives, the technological level of humans is not low. The technological level of the human world is also much higher than that of the general technological world. Lack of identity information is also very troublesome in this era. Due to his own identity and backing, Su Yang has a lot of connections in all aspects, so such simple things only require a greeting. Okay, things are done, let's go. You can get your food ID directly when you arrive at the nearest city. Su Yang made a phone call and asked the two to leave with him. After arriving at the nearest city, Su Yang took the two people to get their food IDs, settled them, and returned to the low whispering forest to check again. However, after exploring the entire low whispering forest, Su Yang found nothing, and did not find any traces of the previous regeneration teacher. In desperation, Su Yang could only choose to leave. A few days later, Su Yang returned to the Healing Kingdom with the two. Finally, I'm back. It would be great if there was a camping monster. It would be convenient to go anywhere. Su Yang was a little helpless. Since he had not joined Igo, he naturally could not use the privileges of Igo and had no special plane or car to pick him up. To go anywhere, he usually had to use various means of transportation. In addition, the world of the captive world of food was large, so he often spent a lot of time on the road. Camping monster. After hearing this unfamiliar word, the two couldn't help but ask. Although they had a basic understanding of this world in the past few days, the time was still too short, so they only understood the most basic things. The concept of camping monsters is also a blind spot for ordinary people in this world. After all, there are too few camping monsters, and there are only a few people in the entire human world who travel by camping monsters. A very special creature, which often has a large space inside its body for people to live in. Some camping monsters even have various sophisticated mechanical instruments and furniture inside their bodies. It's just that the number of camping monsters is very small, and the survival ability of camping monsters is often the best. It's not easy to capture a camping monster and tame it. Su Yang briefly explained the concept of camping monsters, and then took the two to the door of the Healing Kingdom. There are so many butterflies, and they are so beautiful. When they arrived at the door of the Healing Kingdom, a large number of blue and red butterflies gathered here, and flew towards the three people after they arrived. This is a healing butterfly, with a capture level of 1. The reason for this capture level is because of its function. The healing butterfly can detect illnesses and injuries on a person. The blue butterfly will stop at the location of milder symptoms and injuries, while the red one will stop at the location of severe illness and serious injuries. If both types stop, it means that the other party is in danger of death. Su Yang briefly explained. At this time, there was no butterfly on his body. The healing butterfly directly bypassed him. As for ERINA, NAKIRI and Hisako Arato, there were a few scattered blue butterflies on their bodies. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 Temporary Partner, Little Master of Imagination. It looks like there are some minor problems with your bodies. Soo-young took a look and was not surprised. After all, the two came from the Food Wars world and fell into the low-humming forest. Although the poison was cured by Soo-young, there must be some damage to the body. It's just that this kind of damage is basically invisible from the outside. After everyone entered the healing country, the two saw all kinds of injured and sick patients and some people dressed very fashionably and healthily walking on the street. Does it feel a little strange? Looking at the expressions of the two, Soo-young asked. It's a bit strange. After we heard you talk about the healing country before, we also know that this is a medical city, so it's normal to have injured and sick patients, but some people feel like they are here to play. The two expressed their thoughts. It's like in a hospital. It's normal to have patients and sad-looking family members in the hospital. But it's strange to see a group of people who seem to be sightseeing in the hospital, and they are smiling very happily and taking pictures everywhere. The healing country is indeed a medical city, but it is also a tourist city. After all, the various sanatorium facilities here are very complete. Soo-young said with a smile. After saying this, the two of them also understood what was going on. By the way, there is another question I want to ask you. Do you want to be my temporary partner? Soo-young suddenly asked. After leaving the Whispering Forest, he did not ask the two of them this question immediately, but let them have a certain understanding of this world and also know what the concept of partner is. Soo-young did not ask this question when the two of them did not know the meaning of partner at the beginning. After all, this common sense will be known clearly by the two of them after a little contact with the information of this world. Although Soo-young is their savior, this behavior will inevitably leave certain hidden dangers, so Soo-young asked this question after the two of them knew the concept of partner. Partner, partner. Hearing this, ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arado blushed. They naturally knew what partner meant. Generally, male and female partners would end up together without any accident. Now Soo-young actually invited them directly, and two at a time. Don't get me wrong, we are just temporary partners. Whether we can become real partners or not, it takes time to get used to each other, not just one step. It just so happens that you are all chefs. Although I can cook, I am still a little bit worse than you professional chefs. Soo-young shook his head. It is not so easy to become a partner. In the original work, although Komatsu and Toriko have been together since the beginning of the plot, Toriko has never regarded Komatsu as a partner in the previous plots. Especially in the beach cave, although Komatsu was given a life-saving prop, Toriko was not anxious after Komatsu disappeared. In Toriko's view, Komatsu is also an adult. Since he chose to follow, he must bear the corresponding consequences. I will listen to ERINA-sama. Hisako Naoto looked at ERINA NAKIRI. She was ERINA NAKIRI's secretary. She had been with ERINA NAKIRI since she was a child, and she had been instilled with the idea of focusing on ERINA NAKIRI since she was a child. Even though the world has changed now and there is no so-called Nakiri family and Arado family, Arado Hisako's loyalty to Nakiri ERINA remains unchanged. At this time, Nakiri ERINA was lost in thought, or in her imagination. Although Nakiri ERINA behaves like a queen in the world of Shokuchiki, she is actually a novice who doesn't know much common sense in life. Moreover, Nakiri ERINA likes to read some girls' comics, and at this time, she imagined the plot in the comics. Traveling through a different world, and then meeting a handsome lifesaver, and then being invited by the other party to become a partner, no matter how you look at it, it is highly overlapped with the content of some comics. In fact, Nakiri ERINA has a certain affection for Soo-young at this time. This is not love at first sight, but because of the experience of the past few days. Soo-young saved them when they were most desperate, and more than once. It can be said that Soo-young was like a savior to them at that time. And after taking them out of the low whirling forest, he also helped them to apply for the identity of this world, and also took good care of them. Otherwise, the two of them were unfamiliar with this world, and survival was a problem. So after getting along for the past few days, the two of them had a certain degree of affection for Su-young. As for temporary partners, this is actually a word that Su-young came up with himself. Partners are partners. At most, they are not suitable, and then they break up. Knowing that the word temporary partner was made up by Su-young, NAKIRI ERINA began to imagine the plot of the comics. In her eyes, Su-young invited them like this, just for their sake. After all, they were just strangers to Su-young. Su-young helped them to apply for identity certificates and took care of them along the way. If it were her, she would never have such kindness to strangers. In her opinion, Su-young did this to find a reason to help them, perhaps because they came from another world, but NAKIRI ERINA has now ignored this reason. At this time, Su-young did not know that his behavior actually made NAKIRI ERINA imagine so many things. In fact, he just wanted the system's reward. I agree with Mr. Su-young. After imagining, NAKIRI ERINA agreed directly, and Su-young was a little stunned after saying this. In fact, when he proposed this suggestion, he did not expect the two to agree directly. He just said it in advance so that the two could be mentally prepared. However, now ERINA NAKIRI actually agreed directly. You know, he had previously explained the concept of partners to the two of them. Su-young did not expect that they would agree when they knew the concept. However, for Su-young, this is a good thing, because he found that the system responded when ERINA NAKIRI agreed to become a temporary partner. This means that his idea is established. Regardless of whether it is a temporary partner or a real partner, it is obvious that as long as the other party agrees to become his partner, the system will recognize it. In fact, Su-young's initial idea was to test it with a temporary partner. If the system did not respond, then continue at this pace. It is not impossible for the two to develop into a real partner in the future. The system will naturally recognize it at that time. However, it seems that he is just overthinking it. The system directly recognized it. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9, The Regeneration Division's Base Camp. Since you agree, we are now temporary partners. In addition, you don't need to be so distant in addressing me in the future. Just call me Su-young. Su-young said with a smile. He was in a good mood now. After all, the system gave him a reward, but he hadn't received it yet. He didn't know what the reward was. He planned to wait until the evening to talk about it. Su-young had said before that the two of them didn't need to call him Mr., but the two disagreed, and finally just changed you to you. However, now that everyone is a temporary partner, it is naturally not a problem to call us by our names. I know, then you can call us by our names too. NAKIRI ERINA also said, and Naoto Hisako on the side also agreed. Su-young had called them by their surnames before. No problem, then let's go meet my master and senior brother now. Since we have found a partner, we have to tell them. After Su-young finished speaking, the two had no objections. They also knew some things about Su-young, knowing that Su-young was adopted, and the regeneration master who adopted Su-young was dead. But now they are somewhat restrained. After all, in their opinion, Su-young's master is equivalent to an elder, that is, this is equivalent to meeting the parents directly. It would be strange if they were not restrained. Don't be nervous, my master and senior brother are both very good people, but their personalities are a little weird. At this point, Su-young's expression was also a little unnatural. Weird? How weird? When the two heard Su-young say this, they became interested when they saw Su-young's expression and asked curiously. My master, Yusaku, is one of the two strongest regeneration masters in the Healing Kingdom, but his temper is rough. He often doesn't like to follow the rules and will cause some trouble, but he is still a very good person. As for my senior brother, his name is Typing, and he is also very good, but he is a bit talkative. He will not stop talking, and he often talks nonsense. Su-young told the two about Yusaku and Typing. After hearing this, the two began to imagine what Yusaku and Typing were like. As he spoke, Su-young led the two to the mother tree. He also introduced the various specialties of the healing country that they saw along the way. There is a hot spring on the back of the shark, and there are all kinds of fish that can eat toxins. Su-young kept introducing, and the two of them seemed to be Lu Lao Lao who entered the Grand View Garden, with their eyes widening. This is the base camp of our regeneration division, the Mother Tree, also known as the Food Inn. Most of the regeneration divisions in the human world are basically here. After Su-young led the two into the Mother Tree, he also introduced the situation inside the Mother Tree to the two. Although there are many people and a lot of noise, it doesn't feel noisy, but gives people a very reassuring feeling. Xinhufei Shizi discovered this strange place. You know, a place with many people and everyone talking will give people a feeling of a very noisy environment, which makes people feel more irritable. It's very strange, I also felt it, and my heart, which was originally a little nervous, calmed down. NAKIRI ERINA also discovered this. Coming here means that she is about to meet Su-young's master Yusaku, so she became more nervous, but after entering the Mother Tree, this nervous mood was soothed. This is because of the environment created by the Mother Tree and many regeneration masters. The Mother Tree will release a gas. This gas is colorless and odorless, but it can soothe people's hearts. And since the regeneration masters took root here, they have begun to constantly transform the environment here. See that huge bonfire, the firewood burning in it is specially processed. Not only will it not produce a lot of smoke due to burning, but it also burns for a long time. Adding firewood once is enough to continue burning for a month. A lot of medicines that are beneficial to the human body are added to these firewoods. When burning, the medicinal effects will continue to spread. Su-young introduced the situation here while walking. In fact, Toriko and others did not say these things when they came here in the original book, but Su-young has been living here and knows it well. So he also knows a lot of things that are not shown in the original book. It's amazing. It can keep burning firewood for a month, and it has added so many drugs. But this Mother Tree is also amazing. It's so huge, and it's not affected even after being hollowed out. The two were also very surprised that the tree was still alive after being dug out like this. In fact, this Mother Tree can be regarded as a camping monster. The holes inside are not completely dug out by people. The largest hole in the center has existed since the beginning. Su-young said with a smile. The Mother Tree is indeed a very special camping monster, but the Mother Tree can only take root in one place and cannot move, so it has now become the base camp of the regeneration masters. Look over there, the third room on the left is my regeneration center. Su-young pointed to the third regeneration center on the left and said, with his name and a name called Cass on it. This regeneration center was left by the regeneration master who adopted him. His name is Cass. After Cass died, Su-young took over this regeneration center. Let's go see my regeneration center later. You can also live here. Of course, you can also choose to live in the city. I will help you find a place to live. Now let's go to my master's regeneration center. Su-young took the two of them up again and soon saw Yusaku's regeneration center. As one of the two strongest regeneration masters here, Yusaku's regeneration center is also located at a relatively high position, and the space inside is also very large. After arriving here, Su-young didn't even knock on the door and went in directly. Is it really okay not to knock on the door? Seeing Su-young go in so straightforwardly, Naoto Hisako couldn't help but ask in a low voice. NAKIRI ERINA on the side had the same idea. Although she didn't have much common sense in life, she still knew to knock on the door before entering. If it was somewhere else, I would knock on the door, but I don't need to hear. Su-young said that Yusaku didn't need to care about these things at all. He also knocked on the door at the beginning, but was complained by Yusaku for a while. You're back. The matter of the Whispering Forest has been resolved. Why did you bring people back? Yusaku, who was working, asked about the Whispering Forest after seeing Su-young come back, but he was also stunned after seeing the two people Su-young brought. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10, Yuzo, have you found a wife? The work has been completed. The Whispering Forest was polluted by a millipede. As for the missing regeneration technician, I haven't found him either. If nothing goes wrong, he should be gone. Let me introduce you. This is ERINA NAKIRI and this is Hisako Arato. They are my temporary partners now. Su-young told Yusaku about the Whispering Forest and also introduced the two girls he brought with him. Militoids, they are indeed a very tricky and dangerous creature. Wait, what did you say just now? Hearing about millipedes, Yusaku knew that the regeneration technicians who went to explore would basically not survive. The capture level in the human world is generally below level 100. Don't look at this millipede, which is only level 35. This level is still a long way from level 100. But the problem is that there are very few people in the human world who have gourmet cells, and those who can successfully awaken are very few among the very few. Similarly, there will be even fewer who can grow to more than level 30 after awakening. The regeneration master who went to investigate before had a cell level of less than 20. With such a level, it is impossible for him to survive against the millipede. After all, not everyone can fight against a higher level like Su-young. However, before he finished speaking, Yusaku suddenly realized that something was wrong. His apprentice seemed to have found a partner, and two at a time. As for whether it was temporary or not, he didn't care at all. I said, these two are my temporary partners. Su-young looked at Yusaku's expression and knew what was going on, so he patiently said it again. So, you found a wife after going out, and two at a time. However, Yusaku's next sentence made Su-young speechless, and also made Nakiri ERINA and Arato Hisako blush. It's a temporary partner, not a formal partner. Master, you should listen to the key point clearly. Su-young rolled his eyes and emphasized it again. Hearing this, ERINA NAKIRI didn't know why, but she felt a little disappointed, but she didn't care too much. After all, what Su-young said was indeed correct. What temporary partner, formal partner, I only recognize partners. You are quite powerful. You usually don't show off your talents. You brought back two partners after going out. What should I and Teppei do? Yusaku looked at Su-young's expression and changed. You know, he is still an old bachelor, but his apprentice directly found two. Master, I don't know what your situation is, but doesn't senior brother Teppei have Putin? He has been interested in him for a long time. Su-young said with some amusement. He naturally knew that his master was an old bachelor. In fact, it was mainly because Yusaku didn't want to find a wife. Otherwise, with Yusaku's ability, although his personality was rough, it would be too easy for him to find a wife. As for typing, Su-young knew that Pyujin had already taken a fancy to typing. Pyujin was Mo Yang's apprentice, and he had 4 hands. What? Pyujin, that little girl, took a fancy to typing. Hearing this, Yuzo was stunned again. He never expected that he would be the clown in the end. Of course, but senior brother typing is also a wooden character, so whether it can succeed depends on themselves. Su-young said that with typing's character, Pyujin probably had to chase him to catch up with him. To be honest, Su-young didn't have much feeling for the girls in the world of food captives. There were only a few female characters in the original work. When Su-young first saw it, he thought it was a passionate show. Although Ling married Toriko in the end, Komatsu and Toriko looked more like a couple no matter how you looked at it. Toriko even took Komatsu to the universe to adventure without telling Ling. Although I have told you before, I still want to introduce you in person. This is my master, Yusaku, one of the strongest regeneration masters. Su-young introduced Yusaku to the two of them. Go away, I will introduce myself. Since you are this guy's partner, just call me master. By the way, you should be chefs. I will let this guy take you to buy 2 milk kitchen knives and put them on my account as a gift. Yusaku said with a smile. It must be said that it is quite amazing to let Yusaku, who dislikes all kinds of etiquette and rules the most, send a gift. Okay, master, but how do you know we are chefs? ERINA NAKIRI was a little happy to hear Yusaku ask her to call him master, but she was also confused. Su-young had just introduced them to Yusaku, so why did Yusaku know that they were chefs? You can tell by looking at your hands. Although they are well maintained, holding the kitchen knife for a long time will leave marks, and there is also the smell of ingredients on them, although they are not precious ingredients. Yusaku explained briefly. After all, he was a strong man who could enter the food world, so he could naturally see what ERINA NAKIRI and the others did. Smell? Is there a smell? ERINA NAKIRI looked at her hands with some doubts. You know, they haven't touched kitchen utensils and ingredients because of the rush since they came to this world. But now Yusaku can actually smell the smell of ingredients. Those of us who have gourmet cells have our 5 senses strengthened. Su-young explained on the side. The two of them naturally knew the concept of gourmet cells, but they also knew that gourmet cells were difficult to obtain, so now they can only envy them. For people who have awakened gourmet cells, their 5 senses will also be enhanced when their gourmet cells are enhanced. Of course, this kind of enhancement cannot be compared with that of the 4 heavenly kings. The 5 senses of the demon kings of the 4 heavenly kings are the abilities of gourmet demons, so one of their senses is so strong. Su-young is not sure about the specific level of Yusaku's cell strength, but it should be more than 4 digits. When the cell level reaches 4 digits, the 5 senses have long been enhanced to a very terrifying degree. In this case, it is very simple to smell the smell of food residue. Su-young's 5 senses have also been enhanced, and the 5 senses after the enhancement have a screening function, which can eliminate the smells you don't want to smell, the sounds you don't want to hear, and the things you don't want to see. This is very magical. It can only be said that this is the gourmet cell, the root of the world of gourmet captivity. After listening to Su-young's words, the two also understood what was going on. At this time, they also found that their understanding of gourmet cells was only superficial, and there were many magical places in gourmet cells that they didn't know. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 11 Milk Cleaver. After chatting for a while, Su-young took the two to his own rebirth house. This is my rebirth house. It is smaller than the master's, but there are many empty rooms. After all, my rebirth house is not open to the public. Su-young opened the door of his rebirth house and said. Since this is where he lives, it is also cleaned very cleanly. It is not dusty after being away for a few days. Hey, why is your rebirth house so different from Master Yuzo's rebirth house? Seeing that Su-young's rebirth house is spotless, the two asked curiously, after all, Yuzo's rebirth house is full of bloodstains. It's just that because Yuzo was there just now, they didn't dare to ask. They thought that all rebirth houses were like this, but after seeing Su-young's rebirth house, they realized that their idea was wrong. Those marks are mainly because the master's regeneration technique is relatively rough and open and close. Although the effect is very good, it often leaves some marks, so there is the scene you see. Su-young said. Unlike other regeneration masters are cautious when treating the wounded, but Yuzo is completely the opposite. He would even throw the wounded directly out of the air, and his movements were very rough. Such rough movements would naturally leave some marks. Although there was cleaning afterwards, it is inevitable that there will be marks that cannot be cleaned up after doing this for many years. This is really... The two did not know what to say, they could only say that Yuzo was indeed different. Clean up your room first, and then I will take you out to buy things. After all, you also need various daily necessities. By the way, there is also the milk kitchen knife that the master promised to give you. Su-young said. Since they have settled down, they naturally have to buy various daily necessities. After all, the two of them did not bring anything when they traveled to the world of food captives. Milk knife, I remember it should be a very famous knife. The two recalled the knowledge they had learned about this world in the past few days. Milk knife is very famous in the human world, but they only know that this kind of knife is very famous, but they don't know the details. Yes, milk knife is now the most mainstream knife in the human world. Most of the top 100 chefs use milk knife. The biggest feature of milk knife is that it is sharp enough. You all know that many of the ingredients here are very difficult to deal with and have good defense. In this case, the knife needs to be sharp enough. Of course, the strength of the chef itself is also very important. After Su-young finished speaking, the two also knew why milk knife was so famous, but they had not seen the power of milk knife yet. When they see it, they will probably be shocked. After tidying up the room, Su-young took the two out. There is a large shopping mall in the healing country. Although the scale is not comparable to the food city, it basically has everything you need, but the quality and quantity are much worse than the food city. After Su-young bought a lot of daily necessities and clothes with the two, he asked someone to deliver these things to the door of his regeneration center. As for him, he took the two to the area selling kitchen knives. Are these really kitchen knives? They look weird no matter how you look at them. Looking at the milk knives in front of them, ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato said that they had never seen such knives. In addition to being sharp, milk knives have another feature: most of them look like they have nothing to do with knives. The shapes of these knives can be described as ferocious, and some of them are ridiculously large, such as the top knife that is more than 3 meters long. Its ferocious and gorgeous appearance can be passed off as a divine weapon in other worlds. But in the world of food captives, these are all knives. The shape is a bit strange, but it's fine as long as it's enough. However, you should not look at the knives in the intermediate and advanced areas, the low-level ones will do. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I'm reluctant to give them up, but because of the sharpness of these knives, even the lowest level milk knives are risky for you. If you don't pay attention to the advanced ones, your life will be in danger. Su-young said. He was not reluctant to give them up. He was also a rich man now. Buying a few high-level milk knives was a piece of cake, not to mention that this was put on Yusaku's account. It's just that the higher the level of milk knives, the sharper they are, just like Komatsu's knife made of the fossil of the Dragon King's tooth, which can split mountains directly with one cut, and it doesn't take much strength. ERINA NAKIRI and the others have just arrived in this world. If they rashly use the advanced milk knives, they might cut themselves or the people around them, and then they will be finished. Are these knives so dangerous? The two did not doubt that Su-young would deceive them, but they were very curious about why these milk knives were so dangerous. It's not that dangerous for me, but it's different for you. The lowest level milk knives are no different from cutting tofu when used to cut stones. If you don't control your strength well, one cut will directly cut off the chopping board, not to mention the table. Su-young told the two the specific reason. Are the lowest level milk knives so sharp? After hearing Su-young's words, the two were very shocked. Although Su-young kept saying that milk knives were very sharp, they didn't know exactly how sharp they were. Who would have thought that even the lowest level milk knives could be so sharp? The top level milk knives can split mountains and cut peaks with a little force, but you can't touch those top level knives yet. Su-young shook his head. The materials used for the top level milk knives are very special and are all customized. Su-young can't get these materials now. Why not just forget it? These knives are too dangerous. ERINA NAKIRI said after taking a look at the milk knives on the counter. She was really afraid to use them after learning about their lethality. Don't worry. Although low-level milk knives are sharp, you just need to be careful and get used to them for a while. Now you are my temporary partner. The level of ingredients you will come into contact with will continue to increase, so sooner or later you will come into contact with higher-level milk knives. Su-young comforted him. When using these knives, don't point them at yourself or the people around you. Be careful and there will be no problem. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 12 Partner Rewards, Probability of Obtaining Gourmet Cells. Under Su-young's persuasion, the two finally took a relatively small kitchen knife that was not particularly ferocious. These kitchen knives were actually made by the second-generation milk. The shape of the kitchen knives made by the second-generation milk was not as exaggerated as that of the first generation. It's just that the second-generation milk now mistakenly believes that she is not qualified, so the kitchen knives she makes are all imitating the style of the first generation. Su-young put the account of these two kitchen knives in Yuzuo's account. After all, this is the intention of being a master. Su-young will naturally not be polite. This amount of money is really not even a drop in the bucket for Yuzuo. After buying various things, Su-young took the two back. After the two fell asleep, Su-young began to check the system rewards. The rewards given by the system are divided into two parts, one for Su-young, and the other for Su-young's partner. Su-young received 2 rewards in total. The first one is a system space. The size of the space will increase as Su-young's strength increases. At this stage, the length, width, and height of the space are all kilometers. System space, what you need is really available. It will be convenient to bring things to the wild in the future. There is also a place to store the captured food. Although it is a little small now, it will grow. Su-young was also very satisfied after seeing the first reward. Although this space is small now and can't even hold a giallo mammoth, it will continue to grow as his strength increases, which is very good. This system space cannot store living things, but the food stored in it can be kept fresh forever. It will remain the same when it is taken out. After checking the effect of the system space, Su-young focused on the second reward. The second reward is the perception of food. After receiving this perception, Su-young can obtain the most suitable food for himself and get started. Su-young knows what food is. Whether it is a chef, a gourmet hunter or a regeneration teacher, food is very important for any profession. Before mastering food, 1 point of strength will play 1 point of effect, but after mastering food, 1 point of strength can play 10 or even tens of points of effect. Food ethics is the ultimate control of the body. Su-young was considering whether he should learn food ethics. The most suitable place to learn food ethics in the human world is undoubtedly Shilin Temple, but for Su-young, the food ethics of Shilin Temple is not particularly suitable for him. After all, the food ethics of Shilin Temple requires learning to be grateful. The food ethics of Shilin Temple is constantly improving by constantly strengthening the idea of gratitude. As long as you master food ethics, you can easily simulate such a mentality, because this is an extreme control. Not only the physical aspect, even the thoughts and ideas can be precisely controlled. Of course, the study of food ethics is not just the Shilin Temple, but the system of Shilin Temple is the most complete and mature. Others need to be explored slowly by yourself, but now the system rewards make Su-young no longer need to worry about this aspect. After receiving this food ethics, Su-young only needs to train slowly according to this food ethics. So this is what it feels like to get started with the food righteousness. Now if I face off against a millipede again, I can kill that guy. After getting started with the food righteousness, Su-young realized how weak he was before. It can be said that every action he took before wasted calories. Now he feels that he is several times stronger than before. This is just the entry level of food. If he reaches the mastery level and comprehends food, Su Yang dare not think how strong he will become. After feeling the benefits of the entry-level food, Su Yang set his sights on the rewards of ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato. There is such a reward, but it's good. After all, gourmet cells are the root of this world. Su Yang sighed. The reward for the two is 1,000,000 times increase in the probability of obtaining gourmet cells. This reward is very strange for people who don't know how to get gourmet cells. In the world of gourmet captives, there are 3 ways to get gourmet cells. The first is congenitally carried. Toriko and Starjun Mitara are both representatives, they were born with gourmet cells. The second is acquired injection into the body. The representatives of this method are the ancestors of the demon food world, they were once the test subjects of Blue Netero. Blue Netero is testing how to forcibly transplant gourmet cells into people. This method has a very high mortality rate, and even if you survive, you will have some characteristics of gourmet demons. This characteristic cannot be eliminated, and it will be passed on to future generations. This is how the demon food world was born. It can be said that forced transplantation is basically impossible. Even Blue Netero, who can travel through the universe, can't do it. The last type, represented by Komatsu, constantly eats a variety of delicious foods, so that there is a certain probability that gourmet cells can be obtained. However, this method is extremely difficult. Komatsu ate an unknown amount of gourmet food in the original work, and even stayed in the gourmet world for a while. Finally, when cooking air, the gourmet cells were forcibly awakened. This also caused Komatsu's heart to be unable to withstand the side effects of forced awakening. No matter which method is used, it is extremely difficult to obtain gourmet cells, and Su Yang cannot use these methods on the 2 of them. Now the system has given such a reward, that is, as long as the food they eat next is the ingredients of the captive world of gourmet food, then there is a probability that they can get gourmet cells. And this probability is now magnified 1,000,000 times, it can be confirmed that the 2 will soon get gourmet cells. And the risk of awakening the gourmet cells obtained is 0, and the gourmet devil will also be wiped out after awakening. After understanding the rewards given by the system, Su Yang had to give the system a thumbs up. This system is really considerate. Not only does it give gourmet cells, but it also helps to solve the risks of awakening and the hidden dangers brought by the gourmet devil in the body. Su Yang can choose to directly distribute the rewards of the 2. After the distribution, the probability of the 2 getting gourmet cells by eating various delicacies will be greatly increased. After all, to be Su Yang's partner, in the world of gourmet captives, gourmet cells are indispensable, and it is difficult to move without gourmet cells. Even Komatsu, who has the halo of the protagonist, was also equipped with gourmet cells in the later period, otherwise it would be difficult to move without gourmet cells in the gourmet world. Su Yang did not expect the 2 to have strong combat power, but at least they should have some self-protection ability, otherwise they would be easily killed by some extreme environments without beasts. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13, ERINA NAKIRI, still have to go to school after traveling to another world? The next morning, after the 2 got up, Su Yang also found them and told them about the arrangements for them. Go to cooking school. After hearing Su Yang's words, Nakiri ERINA and Arato Hisako looked at each other in surprise. That's right, we're going to school. Although I don't know how good your cooking skills are, you need to adapt to this world. As a chef, going to cooking school is undoubtedly the best choice. Su Yang said that he still knew how good the cooking skills were in the Food Wars world. Although it was a food show, it was still incomparable with the Food Wars world. The chefs in the Food Wars world are divided into 10-star levels, and the restaurants are also divided into 10-star levels. Of course, 10 stars are not the upper limit, but there are so few chefs above 10 stars that the chef level in the human world is only divided into 10 stars. According to Su Yang's estimation, the cooking skills of NAKIRI, ERINA and Arato Hisako in the Food Wars world are probably only 1 or 2 stars. After all, they are still students in the Food Wars world. Moreover, when Su-young communicated with them before, he found that the plot of Shokuchiki world has not started yet. Their cooking skills at this time are nothing in Shokuchiki world, let alone this world. Although the reputation of the 10 best in Totsuki is not small in Shokuchiki world, it is only limited to Totsuki. After going out, the so-called 10 best graduates are nothing in the world. Then what cooking school are we going to? The two did not resist Su-young's arrangement. After all, they were also students of the school before coming to this world. After coming to this world, they are very unfamiliar with everything, especially after knowing the strength of the chefs in this world, they naturally yearn for it. And now they can't go back. After all, they came here inexplicably, and Su-young has no way. So before finding a way to go back, studying here for a while is indeed a good choice. It's this one, Zongmei Cooking School. I will help you to get some connections and let Chef Jin pay as much attention to you as possible. Su-young retrieved the information of Zongmei Cooking School. This cooking school is the best cooking school in Shokuchiki world. The world's 10th ranked chef, is this really possible? After seeing Chef Jin's message, both of them widened their eyes. Although they were on the road these days, they had also been to many restaurants with Su-young. They knew very well how good the chefs here were. In their eyes, let alone the 10th ranked chef, the chefs ranked in the top 100 were undoubtedly super big names, and they didn't think they could meet them. As a result, the place where Su-young was going to send them actually had the 10th ranked chef, and Su-young could even use his connections to get Chef Jin to pay more attention to them, which they didn't expect. Are you guys underestimating me? In the human world, every field has a representative figure. The representative figures among regeneration masters are my master Enzo, as well as Mo Yangziaxiu, one of the national treasures of gourmets. Under the representatives in each field, there is also a young generation with great potential that has attracted much attention. There are now 3 representatives of the young generation among regeneration masters. The first is my senior brother Taiping, the second is Mo Yangziaxiu's apprentice Pu Jin, and the third is me. Su-young said with a smile. He has a high talent in the field of regeneration masters, and with the perfect gourmet cells brought to him by the system, his potential is quite amazing. The 3 of them are the most representative of the younger generation of regeneration masters. In other words, as long as they don't die midway, they will definitely grow to the same height as Yuzo and Mo Yangxiu. Regeneration masters also have the duties of doctors in the world of food captives. Although strong people at the level of Yulong and others basically don't need regeneration masters, who doesn't have a few younger generations. Just like after Toriko was injured in the ice hell, his own self-healing ability was simply unable to regenerate the broken limbs, so he could only go to Yuzo. And the desserts in the 8 ingredients in the later period were also regenerated by Yuzo flower field, otherwise the desserts would not be born without the flower field. Although the number of regeneration masters in this world is not as large as that of food hunters and chefs, they are also a very important part. As a leader among the younger generation, Su-young's connections are naturally not weak, and Yuzo's connections are here. After listening to Su-young's words, the two also had a new understanding of Su-young. They were also very fortunate at this time. They were really lucky to meet Su-young when they came to this world. There is one more thing, about gourmet cells. Su-young told the two how to obtain gourmet cells, mainly to prepare them mentally. After all, with the system reward, Su-young thought it was normal for them to get gourmet cells even if they just ate a meal. In other words, the only way we can get gourmet cells is to eat all kinds of gourmet food, and it all depends on our luck to get gourmet cells in this way. After listening to Su-young's words, the two also made a summary. It seems that there are 3 methods, but in fact there is only one. They are born with gourmet cells, and they can't go back to the furnace to recreate them, so this one is impossible to achieve at all, and as for forced injection, it is even more impossible. Let alone the extremely exaggerated mortality rate, even if they succeed by chance, they will become a monster-like existence, and they don't want this. That's right, it depends on your luck. Su Yang nodded and reminded the two that if they suddenly awaken gourmet cells when they study in the academy next time, they will not be too panicked. In the following days, Su Yang did not take the two directly to Zhongmei Culinary College, but took them to play in the healing country for a few days, and also contacted Chef Jin. Chef Jin was naturally very welcome to hear that Su Yang was going to send his partner to study. After all, a regeneration master with great potential, and the master is one of the strongest regeneration masters, it is undoubtedly the best to get Su Yang's favor, so Chef Jin naturally agreed directly. After playing for a few days, Su Yang took the two to Zhongmei Culinary College. Zhongmei Culinary College is located near the Food City, in the central area of the human world, and is not far from the healing country, so it only takes about half a day to arrive by plane. It can only be said that the earth in the world of food captives is really big. Even if it is just the human world, the area is much larger than the normal earth, so the distance that can be reached by plane in half a day is already considered relatively close. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 14, The Cooking Skills of the Two. Is this the Nakame Culinary School? It feels a little different from what we imagined. Looking at the simple and warm campus in front of them, ERINA Nakiri and Hisako Arato looked a little strange. After all, Nakame Culinary School is the best culinary school in the human world. In their imagination, the building of this culinary school should be extremely luxurious, but now it looks completely different from luxury. In this respect, Nakame Culinary School is completely opposite to Totsuki College, which is actually due to the different ideas of the founders. The Nakiri family founded Totsuki to train elites, and they used the same method as raising gu to cultivate them, which would also lead to 99% of the students being eliminated, and finally achieving the 1% or even less than 1% of the students. On the contrary, the concept of Nakame Culinary School is to cultivate talents, and as long as the students pass the assessment and enter the school, the teachers will teach them wholeheartedly before graduation, and will not give up any of them. Although Nakame Culinary School does not look very gorgeous, the various kitchen utensils and equipment in it are the best, and they don't care about the appearance. Su Yang said with a smile, and at the same time, someone had come to pick them up. According to the other party, Chef Sumayer was originally planning to come and pick them up in person, but now Chef Sumayer has classes, so he can only receive the 3 people temporarily. Not long after sitting next to Chef Sumayer arrived. This is an old lady who looks very kind. Just seeing her gives people a sense of affinity. This special feeling is also because Chef Sumayer herself is a very easygoing and kind person. Long time no see, Chef Sumayer. After seeing Chef Sumayer come in, Su Yang also stood up quickly. Although his own talent is indeed good, this is not the capital of arrogance. Facing such an old predecessor in the cooking world, he naturally has to be polite. Hello, Chef Sumayer. ERINA Nakiri and Hisako Arato also quickly stood up and greeted Chef Sumayer. Don't be so polite. Introduce your partners to me. I didn't expect you to find 2 partners at once. Chef Sumayer was also a little surprised. In the cooking world, partners are usually 2-person teams. Although there are multi-person teams, the number is very small. She has never seen a few. She didn't expect Su Yang to find 2 partners at once. Hearing this, Su Yang also quickly introduced the 2 to Chef Sumayer. Let's go to the kitchen to see their basics first. After chatting for a few words, Chef Sumayer also took everyone directly to the kitchen. She needed to see how good the 2 were at cooking. If it were ordinary students, then this matter would be done by other teachers, but Nakiri ERINA and the other 2 were brought by Su Yang, so Chef Sumayer naturally had to take it seriously. Although the 2 were a little nervous, they also started to make dishes. Their understanding of ingredients is a little too weak. Chef Sumire saw the problem at the beginning. That's right. The place where they lived before had little contact with the outside world. They basically used some low-grade ingredients, so they didn't know much about the ingredients. Su Yang nodded. The two came from the Food Wars world. Although they have learned a lot about the food captive world during this period. But some things can't be mastered just by saying so. For example, these ingredients in the human world are very different from those in the Food Wars world. This difference is not just a difference in level. The two of them now have to learn the ingredients of this world from scratch. Otherwise, they don't even know the characteristics of the ingredients, so they will be at a loss when cooking, and they don't even know how to handle the ingredients. Now the ingredients they choose are all those they have come into contact with during this period, but even so, they are not particularly familiar with them. This is also a very troublesome place. Su Yang has no way to solve this problem. He either waits for the system to issue special rewards or see if they can speed up their learning after the awakening of the gourmet cells. Otherwise, they can only rely on time to grind slowly. So that's it. No wonder they feel so unfamiliar when handling ingredients, but fortunately they have a certain foundation. Chef Jin also saw the knife skills of the two. It is obvious that the two have been training since childhood, and it is not bad to have such basic skills at this age. In fact, Chef Jin is also a little curious now, that is, why Su Yang chose these two as his partners. You know, with Su Yang's status and position, if he wants to be a partner, there will be a lot of outstanding chefs coming over. But Su Yang chose two chefs whose cooking skills were average and whose talents were only decent as partners. Of course, she couldn't ask this question directly. Soon, the two of them finished their dishes, and Chef Sumire tasted them. Nihito's dish is only 1 star, and as for Nakiri's, it can barely be considered 2 stars. After tasting, Chef Sumire made an evaluation, and the two were very helpless to hear such an evaluation. After all, when she was in Totsuki, Nakiri ERINA was one of the top 10, and her cooking skills ranked in the top 10 in the entire school. Although Nihito Hisako was not as good as Nakiri ERINA, she was also in the top 10 among her classmates. However, here, they only have 1 star and barely 2-star cooking skills, which is completely at the bottom of the cooking world. This cannot be said to be too weak. The gap between the worlds is here. Su Yang estimates that it is a question whether the strongest group of people in the Food Wars world can compare with 4-star and 5-star chefs in this world. I will set up appropriate learning courses for them. By the way, Su Yang, you should have mastered the etiquette of eating, right? Chef Jin suddenly asked. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded directly. He was not surprised that he had mastered the etiquette of eating. Because almost all the people who ranked high in the chef rankings had mastered the etiquette of eating, and some of them had a deep attainment in the etiquette of eating. Su Yang also discovered this. After learning the etiquette of eating, he always felt that other people's movements were very stiff when he looked at them. Whether it was eating, walking normally, or doing other things. This is because the actions of people who have mastered the etiquette of eating are affected by the etiquette of eating, and their movements will become more coordinated, and the consumption of each action will become less. So whether they have mastered the etiquette of eating, you can tell at a glance. Although Su Yang has only learned the etiquette of eating, his various actions have been optimized after he got started. With Chef Jin's attainments in the etiquette of eating, it is natural to see that Su Yang has learned the etiquette of eating. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 15, Chef Jin's Request, Deep in the Beach Cave. Since you have learned the etiquette of food, I have a commission for you. Chef Sumire said, which surprised Su Yang, because if he was given a commission at this time, he would definitely do it as long as he could do it, but in this way, the favor would be consumed. This time, he took the initiative to find Chef Sumair and sent ERINA, NAKIRI and the others to Zongmei Culinary School through the back door. Otherwise, given the situation of the two, they would not be able to pass the assessment at all. Zongmei Culinary School is very responsible for its students and will not abandon any student. It is true, but the premise is that you must be able to pass the assessment and become a member of Zongmei Culinary School. As the best culinary school in the human world, Zongmei Culinary School has only a few thousand students in total, which is pitifully small among the tens of billions of people in the human world. Although not everyone in the human world is a chef, and not everyone wants to enter Zongmei Culinary School, there are many people who take the assessment every year. So Su Yang sent the two people in, which is considered to be a big favor to Chef Sumair. After thinking for a while, Su Yang suddenly figured it out. He put himself in the role of Chef Jin and found that this favor was not important. After all, favors are consumables. Today I ask you for help and owe you a favor. The next time you ask me for help, the favor will be paid back naturally. Generally speaking, if the person who owes you a favor is a very capable person who is on the rise, then this favor will not be used up quickly, but it is more cost-effective to save it and wait until the other party reaches a certain height in the future. However, the premise of this is that you are in a weak position. If your status is always higher than that of the other party, then this favor is actually dispensable and does not need to be taken so seriously. This is the situation now. Su Yang's potential is indeed very strong, but Chef Jin is also ranked in the top 10 chefs and has already stood at the top of the chefs in the human world. So Su Yang's favor is not so important, and now directly using a commission to consume this favor can also gain Su Yang's favor. This favor is much more useful than the so-called one-time favor. After figuring this out, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of an old man, each of them was indeed very meticulous. You said, as long as I have the ability, I will take this commission. Su Yang nodded. Since he guessed Chef Sumair's plan, he was naturally willing to build a good relationship with Chef Sumair. After all, people might be sent here in the future. After all, ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato, two people from the Shokuchiki world, appeared. So will there be other people from the Shokuchiki world? Or some people from other worlds? Su Yang didn't know why they appeared in this world, but he knew that such a situation might still happen. At that time, he would definitely invite people who were suitable to be partners. If the situation was similar to that of ERINA NAKIRI, then they would definitely continue to be sent here. To put it another way, even if no one came later, it would naturally be very good to have a good relationship with a chef like Chef Sumair. You should know something about this commission. The puffer whale spawning season in the beach cave is coming soon. You will definitely go to catch puffer whales? Chef Jin asked. Yes, puffer whales are very rare ingredients, so I will definitely go, but Chef Jin should not be short of puffer whales. Su Yang asked with some doubts. Although puffer whales spawn once every 10 years, some strong people will encounter and capture them in the deep sea. Although the number is very small, with Chef Jin's connections, it should not be difficult to get puffer whales at ordinary times. It's not just puffer whales. The puffer whales for this commission are only part of it. The other thing I need is deep in the beach cave. Chef Jin said, and Su Yang understood after hearing this. He was naturally familiar with the beach cave. After all, the puffer whales lay eggs in the beach cave once every 10 years. However, this is the part that the world knows. In fact, there is another very valuable thing in the depths of the beach cave. The beach where the puffer whales lay eggs is located in the middle layer of the beach cave maze. The beach cave is divided into 3 layers in total. The upper layer is an area where giant centipedes, scorpions, cockroaches, and other creatures are active. The middle layer is where the puffer whales lay eggs. At the same time, some weak demon snakes will appear in the middle layer. The last is the deep layer. There is a plant called skeleton moss in the deep layer. As the name suggests, this moss grows on bones. Similarly, this plant is only found in the deep layer of the beach cave. The reason why it only appears here is, on the one hand, because of the environment in the deep layer of the beach cave, and on the other hand, because of a special skeleton here. There is a demon snake in the beach cave. The demon snake itself is not a creature of the human world, but a creature of the food world. Moreover, the capture level of the original species of the demon snake exceeds 5,000. The existing original species of the demon snake live in the food forest on the back of the Deer King, one of the 8 kings. The reason why the demon snake appears in the human world is also because there is a skeleton of the original species of the demon snake in the deep layer of the beach cave. No one knows when this skeleton appeared here. The era is too long. It is precisely because the era is too long that the bloodline of the demon snake is weak to only a few dozen levels. The capture level of the demon snake in the middle layer is generally around level 20. But in the deep layer, the closer to the skeleton position, the higher the capture level of the demon snake. According to the information Su-Yang got from Yusaku, the strongest demon snake in the deep layer should be around level 60. This level is not low in the human world. Before Su-Yang mastered the food, although he could fight against opponents of higher levels, he could not defeat the level 60 demon snake. After all, although this demon snake is not an original species, its bloodline comes from the food world, and its combat power is also outstanding among beasts of this level. The function of skeleton moss is actually detoxification, and it is also a very good ingredient. While detoxifying, it can transform most of the toxins in the human world into delicious food. I know, I accept this commission. Su-Yang nodded. After he mastered the food, with his current combat power, it was not a big problem to defeat the level 60 demon snake, and before that, Su-Yang had another chance to improve. That is the rainbow fruit. You know, he also participated in the planting of this rainbow fruit. After all, transplanting plants is what the regeneration master is best at. At that time, Yusaku also gave this matter to him, so he had already discussed with Ego to reserve a rainbow fruit. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 16 Rainbow Fruit. In fact, they also have the seeds of the rainbow fruit, but the environment in which the rainbow fruit grows is quite special, and it is not something you can plant anywhere you want. The rainbow fruit in the 8th ecological zone is a test product. When this rainbow fruit tree bears fruit and the effect is good, Ego will start to simulate such an environment and then plant the rainbow fruit on a large scale. The 8th ecological zone is a large-scale test site of Ego. If the experiment is successful, such an environment will be artificially created in other ecological zones, and then a large number of ingredients will be planted in batches. You know, Ego even planted the king of vegetables, ozone grass, which is only found in the sky vegetable garden, in batches. This shows that Ego's attainments in people and environment are indeed quite strong. After NAKIRI ERINA and Arado Hisako entered school, Su-Yang was not in a hurry to leave. He planned to wait until the puffer whale spawning time came and go directly to the beach cave. And after staying for 2 days, Su-Yang also received news that the rainbow fruit was successfully cultivated and one of the rainbow fruits was being transported. And Su-Yang also received a message from Ego, that is, Toriko picked the rainbow fruit this time. Su-Yang remembered that this should be the second plot in the original work. The first plot was that Komatsu and Toriko met in the Barren Islands, but Su-Yang was not interested in that place. Although the Barren Islands are large and have many species of creatures, the capture level is the lowest in the human world, and the capture level of the Barren Islands is 1 to 5. The Glala crocodile with a level of more than 5 is just a special case, and Toriko and Komatsu just happened to run into this matter. If Toriko and Komatsu did not go to the Barren Islands, then after a while, when someone discovered the special situation of the Barren Islands, there would be a commission in the Healing Kingdom. The Glala crocodile that exceeded the level limit brought a devastating blow to the Barren Islands, and the ecological balance was completely broken. The Regeneration Master happened to be the one who dealt with this kind of thing. The second plot was to go to the 8th ecological zone to pick rainbow fruits. In the original work, Toriko only picked one, and the rest were all taken away by the Bishokyokai. This time, because of his commission, Toriko picked 2, and one of them was sent to him. This is the rainbow fruit. It looks so big and the color is very beautiful. After the rainbow fruit was delivered, Su-young simply invited Chef Jin and others to taste it together. I heard before that Igo was experimenting with artificial cultivation of rainbow fruit. I didn't expect it to succeed so quickly. You should have participated in this project to get the rainbow fruit directly. Although the cultivation of rainbow fruit is confidential to the public, it is actually very easy for Chef Jin to know such news. According to the time, this should be the first batch of rainbow fruits that have been successfully tested. Su-young actually got one directly. When thinking of Su-young's identity as a regeneration master, Chef Jin knew that Su-young was involved in this project. You are really amazing. You guessed it right away. This project should have been the responsibility of senior brother typing. But he was sent out by the master to complete another commission at that time, so I took over this project in the end. Su-young nodded. Yusaku is also a member of the 0 ecological zone, and naturally a member of Igo, so they have a very close connection with Igo. He and typing will participate in many important projects that require regeneration masters. Moreover, in recent years, Yusaku almost stopped accepting commissions, and if there were any commissions, they were for him and typing to do. Su-young could also guess what was going on. Just like the first generation of milk, the first generation of milk was tasked with making a kitchen knife that could cook air. So after receiving this task, the first generation of milk handed the work over to the second generation of milk, and he ran to the bottom of the snake pit and focused on studying how to make a kitchen knife that could cook air. Similarly, Yusaku also had a task. Since Mo Yang was missing, the task of regenerating the flower field was naturally given to Yusaku. Yusaku also needs time to study how to regenerate the flower field, so he has no energy to deal with the commissions from the outside world. Fortunately, typing and Su-young are growing very fast, so many commissions are handled by them. You can transplant ingredients like rainbow fruit, but the outside world still has a low evaluation of you. Chef Jin said. She also knew something about the harsh living conditions of rainbow fruit, and she was quite impressed by Su-young's ability to complete the artificial cultivation of rainbow fruit. Those things are not important, let's taste the taste of rainbow fruit now. I haven't eaten rainbow fruit yet. Su-young said with a smile. In fact, he has not eaten many good things, because once the gourmet cells eat good things, they will quickly improve and even activate the cells. They were all laying the foundation before, and Yusaku naturally would not allow him to eat these things, so he has not eaten many good things. Otherwise, with his status and position, it is not difficult to get many ingredients. At this time, the rainbow fruit was sealed in a glass cover. The moment the cover was opened, a strong fragrance burst out instantly. And this fragrance soon spread throughout the Zongmei Culinary College, and even continued to spread outward. What kind of fragrance is this? It's so fragrant that I can't help drooling. After smelling this fragrance, the students in the Zongmei Culinary College couldn't help drooling. At this time, many people on Su-young's side were also swallowing their saliva. The closer they were to the rainbow fruit, the stronger the fragrance. Igo's sealing technology is really good. Su-young also sighed, and Igo also put a lot of effort to seal such a fragrance. It's really a nostalgic fragrance. The fragrance of the rainbow fruit is still as domineering as ever. Chef Jin also sighed, the fragrance of the rainbow fruit will spread far away. Generally speaking, there will be strong beasts stationed in places where the rainbow fruit grows. Because when the rainbow fruit is ripe, it will emit a strong fragrance that constantly attracts various creatures to approach. The beasts stationed here can use the fragrance of the rainbow fruit as bait to reduce the difficulty of hunting. This is the case with the Trojans in the 8th ecological zone. These beasts often do not choose to eat rainbow fruits, because for them, Eating rainbow fruits directly is not as good as keeping them as bait. Chef Jin has also eaten rainbow fruits, but the number of rainbow fruits is very small, so she has only eaten them a few times. Then I'll trouble Chef Jin to help deal with this rainbow fruit. Su Yang spoke again. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17, The Captivity of Food, The Speed of World Chefs. Don't you want to leave some? Hearing this, Chef Jin was also stunned for a moment. After all, the rainbow fruit is a rare and precious ingredient. As an outstanding regeneration master, Su Yang can store the rainbow fruit for a long time and eat a little at a time. One rainbow fruit is enough for a long time. But now Su Yang seems to want to eat the whole fruit. After all, we are going to the beach cave soon. Although my current strength is not a big problem to deal with the deep demon snake, in order to prevent accidents, it is better to make more preparations. Su Yang expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, Chef Jin nodded. After all, the place to go is also quite dangerous, so it is necessary to improve the cell level. In the end, Chef Jin decided to do it himself. After all, the rainbow fruit is also a rare ingredient. Although the capture level is not very high, it is rare. Su Yang was naturally very happy that Chef Jin took action personally. After all, he is ranked 10th on the chef ranking list. Besides, it is very difficult for other people to eat Chef Sumayer's cooking except for the students and teachers of the cooking school. After all, Chef Sumayer does not have a restaurant outside, and only occasionally cooks for the students in the cafeteria. So to some extent, it is more difficult for people outside the school to eat Chef Sumayer's cooking than to eat Granny Setsuno's cooking. After all, although the reservation time for Granny Setsuno's restaurant has been scheduled for several years, at least there is this way. Chef Sumayer has no way unless he is a member of the school. Chef Sumayer personally started cooking, and everyone followed. For this reason, Chef Sumayer also slowed down the cooking speed so that everyone could see clearly how she made these dishes. Otherwise, if Chef Sumayer was at full power, no one, including Su Yang, could see clearly how she operated. Most of the chefs on the chef rankings have good strength, especially the chefs who are ranked at the top, whose strength should not be underestimated. Although Chef Sumayer looks amiable and has no airs, and is a lovely old lady, her fighting power is not weak. The speed of making dishes is also a major feature of the chefs in the world of food captives. During the Four Beasts incident in the original work, everyone made a simplified version of medicinal rice cakes. At this time, they were divided into two groups. One group was the chefs temporarily summoned from all over the country, with a total of more than 5 million people, and the other group was Grandma Setsu and others. There were only 10 people including Komatsu. And Komatsu among the 10 people can be eliminated. Komatsu did not have a gourmet cell at the time, and the speed of making dishes could not be compared with the other 9 people. 5 million people can make about 200 million simplified medicinal rice cakes in 2 hours. But the remaining 9 people can directly make 300 million, which is really terrifying, and even if they are not simplified, the 9 of them can make 50 million within 2 hours. In other words, Chef Sumayer can make tens of millions of medicinal rice cakes within 2 hours, which is really terrifying. So Chef Sumayer deliberately slowed down the process so that everyone could see how she was doing it. Chef Sumayer basically made desserts because the taste of the rainbow fruit can only be used to make desserts and is not suitable for other dishes. It's amazing. After it was cut, a rainbow actually formed on the top of the fruit. Seeing a rainbow appear on the top of the fruit cut by Chef Sumayer, ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato widened their eyes. This is because the juice of the rainbow fruit is evaporating rapidly. Once the rainbow fruit is cut and exposed to the air, the juice will evaporate rapidly, and the evaporated gas will form such a rainbow in the air. In addition, only one drop of the juice of the rainbow fruit can directly turn the water of a 25-meter swimming pool into juice. Su-young briefly introduced the rainbow fruit. One drop? The water of a swimming pool? How concentrated is this drop of juice? Wait. Can we really eat this kind of thing? After exclaiming, ERINA NAKIRI realized a big problem. Wouldn't a drop of such concentrated juice be fatal? Su-young and his friends have gourmet cells. They already know part of the magic of gourmet cells, so Su-young doesn't have to worry about his body not being able to bear it, but what about them? They are mortals. Don't worry, the excess energy in these ingredients will not hurt your body. Your body will only absorb the part that can be absorbed, and the excess energy will be excreted from the body. Su-young shook his head. The ingredients in the world of food captives are indeed quite overbearing. Logically speaking, normal people will die after eating these ingredients, but the rules of this world are very special. Even if these ingredients are ingredients in the food world, even if they are 8 ingredients, ordinary people can eat them, and there will be no impact. The excess energy will be excreted from the body and returned to nature. There is such a saying. Su-young's words once again refreshed the worldview of the two. Soon, Chef Jin made the whole rainbow fruit into a variety of different desserts, puddings, cakes and other desserts. So many desserts can be said to be eye-opening for everyone. The most important thing is that Chef Jin didn't spend much time to make them. This is the result of deliberately slowing down the speed, otherwise the completion speed will only be faster. Okay, let's taste the rainbow fruit dessert. Chef Jin said with a smile. At this time, the restaurant was quite spectacular. There was a rainbow above each dish. This was the scene caused by the juice of the rainbow fruit. Due to the different sizes of the dishes, the amount of rainbow fruit used was completely different, so the size of the rainbow formed was also completely different. However, this scene was indeed very spectacular. There were rainbows of different sizes above each dessert. At a glance, it was like an ocean of desserts and rainbows. It is worthy of being called the weight of gold, and it is really true. Picking up a plate of dessert, Su-young also found that the weight of this dessert was a bit wrong. This is mainly because the weight of the rainbow fruit is comparable to gold, so the weight of the various desserts made also increases accordingly. The weight of the rainbow fruit is the result of concentration. After all, the effect of a drop of juice is so exaggerated, which shows how much deliciousness is concentrated. As the dessert enters the mouth, the extremely rich but not greasy sweetness bursts in the mouth. It is impossible to describe what kind of fruit it is, because these delicacies are constantly changing. The taste of the rainbow fruit will change 7 times over time, and when the 7th change is completed, the delicious taste will spread all over the body instead of just staying on the tip of the tongue. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18, Activation of Gourmet Cells. As the rainbow fruit entered his mouth, the gourmet cells also reacted, and Su-young's body muscles began to expand continuously, and Su-young turned into a muscle monster in an instant. However, after a few seconds of expansion, the muscles began to shrink, and Su-young's body returned to normal again. His muscles did not look bloated, unlike Toriko and others, but were full of explosive power, all because the muscles were completely compressed in the body. The later the time, the more terrifying the muscles of these people will be. This is also the reason why Master Jiro and Mansam swelled into giants after using acupuncture. It was not that they made their muscles bigger, but that they released the muscles in their bodies and became giants. Bambina, the ape king, one of the 8 kings, is only more than 1 meter tall, but weighs 25 tons. The later the time, the heavier the weight will be. This is all the weight of their own bodies. The body looks small because it is compressed. Of course, using food can also increase your weight to a certain extent, just like Gensensen. However, the premise of using shime is that Shii must reach the mastery level, otherwise it is impossible to comprehend the skill of shime. As the gourmet cells began to activate, a dark figure appeared above Su Yong's head. This was the shadow of the leader slime, but Su Yong changed the appearance of the leader slime a little. Su Yong didn't know whether other gourmet demons could do it, but the leader slime could indeed change its form. So Su Yong didn't have to worry about being recognized by Yulong and others when the gourmet demon shadow exploded. At most, they felt that the breath was a little familiar, and they would never think of the leader slime. After all, gourmet demons are unique, and Su Yong can perfectly control the gourmet demons in his body, so he doesn't worry that the leader slime can invade his body. After all, the leader slime has not been resurrected yet. Although it can parasitize many people, the premise is that those people have no ability to resist. Su Yong is different. He can perfectly control the leader slime in his body. Once an external invader wants to invade his body, it will be swallowed up by the cells of the leader slime. The leader slime is not a gourmet devil from the red universe, but more likely from the black universe. Its cells are extremely destructive, so it is not afraid of foreign invaders at all. And Su Yong has a trump card, which is to release part of the power of the leader slime in a very short time. This trump card is not Su Yong's patent. It should be said that all people who have gourmet cells and awakened gourmet devils can do it. In the original work, Toriko has had this situation more than once. When fighting Star Jun, the red ghost not only hit Star Jun hard, but also repaired Toriko's body. However, this situation is extremely rare because there are too many preconditions. First of all, if you want the gourmet devil to take action, you must be able to withstand it. Without sufficient physical fitness, it is impossible to support the gourmet devil to go out and fight. Secondly, you need to get the recognition of the gourmet devil. The gourmet devil parasitized the human body at the beginning, and its purpose was to resurrect. Don't look at Toriko and Yulong. They can gradually assimilate their gourmet devils, so that the gourmet devils are willing to fight for them, and even die for them. But at the beginning, the gourmet demons were not like this. Their purpose was to revive. So they would only attack when the host's life was threatened and unable to resist. However, Su Yong does not have this problem. The leader slime in his body is completely under his control, so he only needs to meet the physical fitness standards to use the power of the leader slime to fight at will. But now his cell level is still too low, so he can only release a small part of the leader slime's power, and the time is only a moment. Once this time is exceeded, his body will collapse. So this move is now used as a trump card. The power of the leader slime is too overbearing, much more overbearing than the red ghost and the blue ghost. Su Yong estimates that even if his cell level reaches 4 digits, it cannot support the leader slime to use the power of the peak period. However, even if it is only a small part of the power, releasing it for a moment is enough. After all, for a strong man, a moment is long enough. Is this the food demon in his body? Judging from the breath, it is indeed very terrifying. Chef Jin looked at the black shadow that appeared above Su Yong. The release of the phantom of the food demon is also very useful and can be used to deter wild beasts. What is this? What is this? Seeing the huge black shadow appearing above Su Yong's head, Nakiri, ERINA, and the others were also frightened and their faces turned pale. This is also because the release of this shadow is caused by the activation of cells, so the pressure released with the shadow is not very strong. Otherwise, once Su Yong fully releases the pressure of the demon shadow, ordinary people will be directly crushed. In terms of effect, it is a bit similar to the domineering color domineering, but the upper limit of the gourmet demon's shadow pressure is much higher than the domineering color domineering. The gourmet demon who is boarding in the gourmet cell, his gourmet cell has been activated, and the cell level has been greatly improved, which has greatly improved, allowing the demon shadow to be released. Chef Jin briefly explained to the two about the gourmet demon shadow. Soon, the shadow disappeared, and Su Yong also moved his body. In fact, if you want to activate the gourmet cell, you generally need to find ingredients that are suitable for the gourmet cell, just like Toriko. Among the ingredients suitable for his gourmet cell, there are poisonous potatoes. For other people, eating this kind of food will definitely kill them, but for Toriko, it is a tonic. Because the gourmet demons living in the body are different, the ingredients that can activate cells are often different, but there are still similarities, such as the glittering silk-foot fish and sweet cola. These two ingredients are suitable for Toriko's cells, but they are also suitable for Sunny and Zebra's cells respectively. The leader slime in Su-young's body is the most special type. It has a strong phagocytic ability, which is somewhat different from Neo. Neo eats emotions, and as for the ingredients, it is better to say that it is exiled to the world inside the body than to say that it is eaten. On the contrary, the things that the leader slime eats are perfectly absorbed by its nutrients, so for the leader slime, all ingredients are ingredients suitable for his cells. However, in order to activate cells, some ingredients with strong enough internal energy are needed, such as rainbow fruits. Ordinary ingredients can only improve the cell level through long-term accumulation. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Heading to the Beach Cave. Congratulations, it seems that the rainbow fruit is a suitable ingredient for your gourmet cells, so your gourmet cells have been activated. Chef Jin said with a smile. The activation of gourmet cells is equivalent to a significant improvement in strength, which is naturally worth congratulating. Thank you, Chef Jin, my cell level has indeed improved a lot, but this is not just the credit of the rainbow fruit, I have to thank you. Su-young said with a smile. Although eating ingredients directly can indeed improve strength, a strong chef can make these ingredients into more delicious dishes, so that the ingredients can play a better effect. These rainbow fruit desserts are made by Chef Jin. Chef Jin's cooking skills combined with rainbow fruits have greatly improved Su-young, which is much better than simply eating rainbow fruits. After speaking, Su-young took out a tester. This tester is produced by Ego, and its function is to test the strength of gourmet cells. Although this version can only test the level of the human world, that is, before level 100, it is enough for Su-young to use. Level 43, the cell level has increased so much at once, and there are so many desserts here, I guess the cell level can be increased a little bit if I eat them all. Su-young looked at his cell level with some surprise. Simply eating the rainbow fruit would not increase so much, it was Chef Jin's cooking skills that made the effect of the rainbow fruit much better. Su-young was not worried about whether his cell level would be known by others. For them, the cell level is just the most basic, and the real combat power is far beyond the cell level. After all, he has even entered the food justice now, and his combat power is so strong that he can fight against beasts of level 70 or 80. You know, the level increase is not as simple as a simple number superposition, but a qualitative leap, so Su-young can fight so many levels, which shows how strong his combat power is. Afterwards, Su-young ate while observing ERINA NAKIRI. Didn't you get the gourmet cells? It seems that the probability is really pitiful. Even with the system amplification, it was still not obtained at once. Su-young glanced at the two people. Their auras did not change at all. Obviously, they did not get the gourmet cells. After all, the system only increased their probability of getting gourmet cells, not guaranteeing that they would definitely get gourmet cells. If they were unlucky, it would be difficult to get gourmet cells even with the system's blessing. However, this was not a problem for Su-young. If he could not get it once, he would try twice. If not twice, he would try 3 times, until the two of them got gourmet cells. After all, these two people were his partners. The faster they grew, the more benefits Su-young would get. The two did not eat much rainbow fruit dessert, because they were still ordinary people. As ordinary people, the amount they could eat was naturally very limited. Chef Jin only tasted the taste and stopped eating. For her, eating rainbow fruit could not bring any benefits, so she just tasted a little and savored the deliciousness of rainbow fruit. The remaining rainbow fruit desserts were basically eaten up by Su Yang. It can be said that Su Yang is equivalent to eating a whole rainbow fruit, and it was cooked by Chef Jin, so the effect is stronger. In the end, after eating these desserts, Su Yang's cell level increased by 1 level again to level 44. In the world of food captives, there is a rule that ingredients are best when eaten for the first time. After that, they can only be accumulated slowly like ordinary ingredients by quantity. This is the case with Su Yang now. His cells were activated after the first bite, and his cell level was raised by more than 10 levels. However, after eating a large amount of rainbow fruit dishes, his cell level was only raised by 1 level. This time, the rainbow fruit tasting ended. Su Yang did not think of distributing the rainbow fruit to the entire Zhongmei Culinary College, because there was not enough to share. After all, there are thousands of people in this college, and a rainbow fruit is not enough for so many people unless it is made into juice. Su Yang is not Toriko. Toriko likes to share good things. Su Yang will also share, but he will not share with irrelevant people, but only with people who are related to him. He can't learn Toriko's selflessness. After staying for a while, time finally came to the spawning season of puffer whales. Su Yang also took the train to the beach cave, or rather, this train did not go directly to the beach cave, but only to the town closest to the beach cave. The beach cave is located in the wild, and there is no direct means of transportation, not even by plane, because it is very dangerous in the wild sky. Once attacked by a bird of prey, the plane is very vulnerable. The planes in the human world have fixed routes, and these routes are always monitored by IGO people using satellites. If there is a threat, then IGO will use all kinds of forces to eliminate these threats and ensure the safety of the route. Isn't this Su Yang? Are you going to the beach cave too? Just when Su Yang was about to wait quietly for the train to arrive at the destination, someone suddenly spoke. The voice was very familiar. Su Yang turned his head and saw a blue strong man standing in front of him, with a short and ordinary-looking man next to him, who was almost written with the words "I am easy to bully" on his face. It's Toriko. I haven't seen you for a while. Yes, I am going to the beach cave. Su Yang smiled when he saw Toriko. He and Toriko were old acquaintances. The first time they met was during a commission. At that time, Toriko happened to be adventuring at the commission location and catching various ingredients, so the two got to know each other. Although Su Yang couldn't be as selfless as Toriko, Toriko was indeed a very good person and suitable to be friends. Su Yang? Such a familiar name. Komatsu also felt very familiar when he heard Su Yang's name. Su Yang had looked for Komatsu at the beginning, but Su Yang was not famous at that time, and he had only been there once, so Komatsu naturally didn't remember him. Now he feels familiar with the name, maybe because his reputation is getting bigger and bigger. Of course I am familiar with him. His current reputation is no less than our 4 heavenly kings. He is one of the representatives of the new generation of regeneration masters. Toriko said with a smile. Su Yang, Taiping, and Putin are called the representatives of the new generation of regeneration masters, and their reputations are getting bigger and bigger. Of course, Toriko is actually being modest. The 4 heavenly kings are much more famous. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20, Acupuncture Master Jiro. In terms of fame, the 4 heavenly kings are more famous. This is not to say that he is not as good as Toriko and others, but it is entirely because of their professions. In the human world, the number of gourmet hunters and chefs is the largest, and more people pay attention to them. In comparison, there are fewer people paying attention to regeneration masters, gourmet knights, and grinders. So even if Su Yang is stronger than the 4 heavenly kings, in terms of fame, the 4 heavenly kings are still more famous. You know, Yulong cultivated the 4 heavenly kings as the backbone of the human world. During the 4 beasts incident, there were many people who could easily solve the 4 beasts. But everyone just watched the 4 heavenly kings deal with the 4 beasts, just to build momentum for the 4 heavenly kings. Otherwise, Mansam could easily beat the 4 beasts down, not to mention that there is Granny G in the human world. For Granny G, the 4 beasts are not even ants. I remember now, Mr. Su-young, hello, nice to meet you, I'm Komatsu, can you give me an autograph? After Toriko's reminder, Komatsu came back to his senses. There was no doubt that this was another big shot that he could hardly meet. Although Komatsu was the chef of a 5-star hotel, to be honest, in the world of food captives, 5-star hotels were not everywhere, but they were also a lot. For Komatsu, whether it was Toriko or Su-young, they were all big shots. Komatsu not only admired those powerful chefs, but also Su-young, a powerful regeneration master, so he took out a pen and paper directly. Seeing this scene, Su-young couldn't help laughing. Komatsu's personality was also extremely humble, although sometimes excessive modesty was not very good. After giving Komatsu an autograph, Toriko and Komatsu also sat opposite Su-young, and Toriko opened his mouth and bought all the drinks on the entire train. To be honest, it's because you are strong enough, otherwise you would have been beaten up by others with this kind of operation. Su-young couldn't help shaking his head. Toriko's personality is so careless, especially when he eats delicious food. Toriko doesn't know how to restrain himself. Once he finds that the food in a certain restaurant is delicious, he will keep eating until the other party's ingredients are exhausted. Now he has directly bought all the drinks on the train, which will also cause other people to be unable to buy anything even if they have money. Although Toriko's quick action and paying are indeed no problem, this behavior often causes some conflicts. Toriko's strength is strong enough, so he doesn't need to care. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be carried down when getting off the train. Well, don't care so much. If anyone needs it, I will give it to them. Toriko didn't care about Su-young's words at all. He thought that if others needed it, they could ask him for it, and he could share some with them. In response, Su-young also shook his head, but he also ordered some food. Mr. Su-young doesn't drink. Komatsu and Toriko found that Su-young was just eating and didn't drink when they were drinking. This guy is like this. According to him, he should always stay awake. Alcohol will paralyze people's nerves, so he never touches alcohol. Before Su-young could speak, Toriko said it first. Su-young didn't like drinking. This was a habit he had before crossing. So he wouldn't touch alcohol after crossing. Although with his gourmet cells, as long as he didn't drink some strange alcohol, other alcohol would not have any effect on him, but Su-young's habit had been formed and he didn't touch alcohol at all. Obviously the wine is so delicious, but you don't touch it at all. You're not like the old man in my family, are you? Toriko said with some amusement that the old man he was referring to was naturally the president of Igo, Yulong. Hearing Toriko's words, Su-young also remembered that although President Yulong drank, his alcohol tolerance was extremely poor. In the original work, Toriko sent Yulong a drink made from rainbow fruit, but Yulong fell down after 1 glass. Of course, this was the result of Yulong controlling his gourmet cells and not letting the gourmet cells consume the alcohol. Otherwise, with Yulong's cell level, there would be no alcohol in the world that could make Yulong drunk. I just simply don't like drinking. Su-young shook his head with some amusement. Just as the three were talking, 3 figures suddenly appeared next to their seats. It appears, Zonkai, the god of extras. After seeing the person coming, Su-young recognized him immediately. In addition to his iconic ugly appearance, he also had a savage outfit that had not changed for thousands of years, and he also brought 2 extras with him. This trio is a well-known god of extras in the world of food captives. No matter where they are, even in front of the 8 kings of the food world, Zonkai and his 2 younger brothers can survive. Zonkai can be said to be the sun of the world. Even Komatsu and others in the later stage of food luck cannot compare with Zonkai. In addition to food luck, Zonkai actually has a big backer, that is, the Ape King Bambina. After all, Zonkai looks exactly like the Ape King's lover. To be honest, this is really outrageous to the extreme. It can only be said that in terms of human aesthetics, it is impossible to understand the aesthetics of apes. However, Su Yong's focus at this time is not on Zonkai, but on another old man. This old man has grey hair, a hunched body, and is constantly shaking. At a glance, it seems that the wind can blow him down. Does this old man also want wine? After sending Zonkai and others away, Toriko also saw Master Jiro, who was staring at the box of wine next to them. Yes, the old man is addicted to alcohol. Master Jiro also said tremblingly, and this action and posture really made Su Yong have to admire him. This is what a real old actor is like. Long time no see, Master Jiro. Su Yong also greeted him directly. Because of typing, he had seen Jiro many times, and Master Jiro had taught him appointment pressing techniques. Although the time was short, Master Jiro's teaching was enough to save Su Yong a lot of time. Hey? Isn't this Su Yong? Are you going to the beach cave too? Master Jiro was also a little helpless. Originally, he just wanted to get a bottle of wine and see how Toriko, one of the 4 kings, was doing, but now Su Yong broke it. In this case, he didn't pretend. Master Jiro? Could it be the legendary appointment pressing Master Jiro? Toriko was also shocked when she heard Jiro's name. They all grew up listening to the legend of Jiro, but they had never seen each other. They didn't expect that the legendary appointment pressing Master Jiro would be such a little old man. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21, Master Jiro's Guidance. It's all just empty names. By the way, can you give me a bottle of wine? Master Jiro asked. Of course, you can do whatever you want. Toriko nodded quickly. Master Jiro's name is not empty. In the human world, Master Jiro's name is as famous as his father Yulong and the leader of Bishokyokai. Don't look at Master Jiro's appearance as a harmless old man who may die at any time, but the fact that he can be as famous as President Yulong and others is enough to explain the problem. Toriko is not the kind of person who judges people by appearance. Thank you very much, I will repay you. Master Jiro said with a smile. To put it bluntly, he was looking for an excuse to help these 2 people. This was Yulong's request. The potential of the 4 heavenly kings is amazing, so Master Jiro is also willing to cultivate such a younger generation. As for Komatsu, Komatsu is not just a byproduct. At the level of Master Jiro and others, he can already sense the existence of food luck. Komatsu's food luck is very strong from the beginning. Such food luck is destined to make Komatsu not an ordinary person, so Master Jiro is also willing to help. Since his identity has been revealed by Su Yong, Master Jiro did not leave as in the original book, but stayed here. Afterwards, Master Jiro also asked about the situation of President Yulong and Su Yong's master Enzo. After all, they are old friends. Although Komatsu was very nervous, he still asked for Master Jiro's signature. Hey? Are you going to get off here? Seeing Toriko and Komatsu stand up, Master Jiro asked with some doubts, but they haven't reached the town closest to the beach cave yet. We still have to find someone, so we need to get off here in advance, and we will need his help to go to the beach cave later. Toriko said with a smile. Hearing this, Master Jiro also knew who Toriko was going to find. After all, they knew the information of the 4 heavenly kings very well. To enter a place like the beach cave where poisons are everywhere, there is no doubt that Coco, the poisoner among the 4 heavenly kings, is the most suitable. Then let's separate here, and we'll go first. Su Yang said with a smile. The puffer whale's spawning time is not short. Toriko and others arrived at the last minute in the original book. Speaking of which, you should have mastered the food justice initially, and the unnecessary movements have become less. After Toriko and Komatsu left, Master Jiro looked at Su Yang again and said that Su Yang's ability to master the food justice now was indeed surprising to him. And he could conclude that Su Yang did not go to Shilin Temple to study. The reason was very simple, because people who came out of Shilin Temple could often feel the strong sense of gratitude. Also, if Su Yang really went to Shilin Temple to study, then the food justice would not be just in the state of being just getting started. He could see that Su Yang had just entered the door of Shi Yi, so the increase he brought was not that great, and there were still some unnecessary movements, which required continuous practice of Shi Yi to eliminate. It has only been a short time since we started. Su Yang also nodded. He was quite helpless. In front of these old seniors, food righteousness could not be hidden at all. People could see what kind of situation you were in at a glance. Mastering food righteousness is a good thing. But I don't know what kind of food righteousness you are, so I can only give you some basic suggestions. Due to the different schools of food righteousness and different training methods, Master Jiro can only give the most basic suggestions. How to improve it later is Su Yang's own business. Master Jiro gave some suggestions. The simplest and most crude way is to improve your skills through continuous fighting. In addition, I think you can go to Mount Milk. You should have heard of the stars of milk. The gravity of the place where the milk stars are produced is completely different from the human world. Fighting under that gravity can quickly improve your food righteousness. But before that, it is best not to improve your cell level too much, otherwise it will not have the effect of training. Master Jiro gave a place suitable for Su Yang to improve his food righteousness. Su Yang naturally knew this place. This place is located near Mount Milk and is called the Snake Cave. The gravity there is much higher than that of the human world, so fighting in this environment can help him quickly master the food. As for the cell level, Su Yang only needs to keep the ingredients and eat them after he has mastered the food. In this way, he does not have to worry about the cell level being increased too much, resulting in poor training results. As long as these ingredients are in his hands, Su Yang can directly increase his cell level at any time. However, Su Yang plans to go to the first ecological zone before going to the Snake Cave. Gem meat only grows in the body of the Lgialo mammoth, and there are only 2 places in the human world where the Lgialo mammoth can be found. One is the Lgialo Plateau in the first ecological zone, and the other is in the old first ecological zone. Su Yang does not plan to go to the old first ecological zone yet. The level of the beasts there is too high, and going there now is no different from seeking death. So if you want gem meat, you can only go to the Lgiala Plateau, and then you can get a portion of gem meat. As for the ice hell, Su Yang didn't need to go there at all. After all, he already knew the situation of the food showcase, and this time the century soup was the last one to be produced. Su Yang didn't expect that he could grab the century soup, although he had no problem dealing with the parasitic emperor and Hell Bolus with his strength. But the real problem was that the food waiter Aliafero would also go there. Although Granny Sito also went there in the original work, who knew if there would be any accidents, and Su Yang didn't dare to gamble. Aliafero was a strong man who could enter the food world, and Su Yang was not even a dish in front of him now. Besides, Komatsu would also research the century soup later, and Su Yang only needed to get some from him. So Su Yang didn't need to go to the ice hell at all. During this time, Su Yang just used it to improve his food attainments. And he could also capture the stars of milk in the Snake Cave. In this way, Su Yang chatted with Master Jiro all the way to the town closest to the beach cave, and most people on the train got off here. But when getting off the bus, Su Yang also saw another supporting role, Wang Tina. This character appeared in the anime, a beautiful reporter. Although she is not as powerful as Zonkai, she is not much different in the human world. She has been to many dangerous places. But she can still survive well and unscathed. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22, The Demonic Snake That Was Killed Instantly When It Showed Its Head. Unlike the others hurried to the beach cave after getting off the car. As for Su-young and Master Jiro, they were not in a hurry. For them, catching puffer whales was too easy, so there was no need to be so anxious. Most of these guys who were in a hurry actually did not want to go in and catch puffer whales. They planned to find a suitable place at the entrance of the cave to ambush the people coming out. At that time, they would directly snatch the puffer whales from the other party. Although these guys have some brains, they are not many. How could they be calculated by people who can catch puffer whales? Su-young shook his head. It is absolutely impossible to catch puffer whales by luck. Even Zonkai could not catch it. There is no doubt that Zonkai's food luck is very good, but no matter how good he is, he can't catch puffer whales by food luck. After all, a slightly louder movement can alert the puffer whale and directly poison it. If you want to catch a puffer whale, you must at least learn the basic skill of eliminating life and hide your breath. Secondly, you need to learn acupuncture. Of course, if you have the ability to kill the opponent with one blow before the opponent is poisoned, that's fine. But whether it's killing or acupuncture, you need to have strength to support it. Zonkai's food luck is strong, but his strength is not good enough. Those who can capture puffer whales are not simple goods, so the ambush here is basically equivalent to nothing for those who can capture puffer whales. After all, this is the only way they can get puffer whales. If they encounter people who come out exhausted, they might really succeed. Master Jiro smiled. Although the situation he said exists, it is pitiful. These people will be killed directly by the strong people who come out, so Master Jiro didn't pay attention to these guys. After the two entered the beach cave, they did not use any lighting tools. After all, the five senses of the two were strengthened. Master Jiro didn't need to say that even Su-young's eyes could see things at night. His vision could not reach the level of the Demon King's vision like Coco, and he saw all kinds of electromagnetic waves, but his night vision ability was still strengthened. Therefore, in this dark cave where there is almost no light, neither he nor Master Jiro needs any lighting tools. Just release a little breath to prevent those disgusting things from coming over. After walking for a distance, Su-young directly released some breath. This breath was to prevent disgusting creatures such as giant centipedes, scorpions, and cockroaches from approaching. As for creatures like the demon snake, Su-young's pressure was useless. At most, it could only suppress some of the opponent's combat power. Soon, the two walked along the cave to the middle layer. Here, it is the habitat of the demon snake, but the strength of the demon snake here is weaker than that of the deep layer, and there are very few of them. However, if you want to go to the spawning ground of the puffer whale, you must pass through the nests of these demon snakes. Roar! Although the demon snake is a snake, its appearance is very different from that of a normal snake. The demon snake has 3 eyes on its head, thick tentacles, and several claws on its body. It is more like a dragon than a snake. Leave this guy to me, Master Jiro. As Su-young spoke, a pair of golden chopsticks condensed in his hand. The moment the chopsticks appeared, they stabbed at the demon snake like a missile. Su-young's action was not hidden at all, just attacking the demon snake head-on. However, the gap in strength between the two sides was too big, so big that Su-young could attack directly in front of it. Although the demon snake saw Su-young's attack, it had no time to react. The chopsticks stabbed into the demon snake's head and hit the vital point. The body of the demon snake also fell directly to the ground. One move, and it was a kill in seconds. It can only be said that the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. This demon snake is only more than 20 levels at most. Su Yong's cell level alone is 44 levels, not to mention that Su Yong can still fight against higher levels. If this demon snake cannot be killed in seconds, it would be unreasonable. Don't you want this snake? This is also a good ingredient. Seeing Su Yong kill the demon snake and plan to continue walking in, Master Jiro asked. Although it's a good ingredient, I don't dare to eat it. After all, this snake has eaten humans. I'd better go to the deep layer to catch it. Su Yong shook his head. He clearly saw the human bones in the nest. Although the demon snake has a strong digestive ability, it will not digest the bones but choose to spit them out directly. So this nest is full of various bones, many of which are human. Although strictly speaking, the demon snake will convert people into nutrients after digesting them, Su Yong feels disgusted, and there are so many demon snakes in the deep layer that have never eaten people, why should he care about this one? This made Master Jiro stunned for a while. Master Jiro was raised by the Wolf King giants and knew the cruelty of the laws of nature. He has seen a lot of cannibalism, and the human world hundreds of years ago was not much better. For example, Mitara was born as pig feed, but Mitara was born with gourmet cells and an outrageous appetite. In turn, he regarded the other party as food, which is why he survived. The human world at that time would not care so much, including all the war-torn countries in the human world now. If there is no food, it is very common to eat the same kind. So for Master Jiro, as long as he does not eat people directly, nothing else is a problem. This concept is naturally different from Su Yong. After all, he is a time traveler, and he grew up in the healing country after traveling through time. Naturally, he cannot accept eating such a demon snake. After leaving the nest of the demon snake, the two quickly found the beach cave. This is where the puffer whale lays eggs. There are a lot of crystal lighting inside, so it seems like daytime in this cave. The seawater is also very clear, and you can see the puffer whales in the water clearly when standing on the shore. Puffer whales also lay eggs in batches, because the number is too large. Su Yong and Master Jiro's target is the puffer whales that have already laid eggs. This batch of puffer whales have already laid eggs, so the old man took action first. Master Jiro said, and took out an acupuncture gun. He couldn't wait to taste the fish fin wine. The only thing that made Master Jiro go there specially was the fish fin wine made from the puffer whale's fin. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23, Regeneration Master's Hunting Method. Master Jiro, let me do it. My method is more labor-saving. Su Yong said. It was not that he wanted to show off his skills deliberately, because his method was indeed more labor-saving, and once used, all the puffer whales in this batch would be affected, so it was best for him to do it. That's right. With you, a regeneration master, here, I really don't have to go through so much trouble. Master Jiro glanced at Su Yong and remembered Su Yong's identity as a regeneration master, so he took back his acupuncture gun. Seeing this scene, Su Yong also took out a small bottle, which contained a certain liquid. This liquid had a very strong paralysis effect. Su Yong directly dropped a drop into the sea water. The spread speed of this drug is very fast. After being integrated into the water, it can spread to a radius of 1 kilometer within 10 seconds. The effect is to directly paralyze all creatures within this range. Of course, this paralysis effect also depends on the strength of the target. If the strength is too strong, this drug will be useless, but it is still no problem to deal with puffer whales. After all, the capture level of puffer whales is not the combat effectiveness of puffer whales, but the current level because of the difficulty of capture. Therefore, Su Yong's paralysis drug can easily make the puffer whale lose consciousness. As long as it loses consciousness, it will not be poisoned when it is captured. 10 seconds after the paralysis drug was dripped, all the puffer whales were motionless. Not only the puffer whales, but also other creatures in the water fainted directly. When capturing this kind of food, your regeneration master's methods are indeed very good. Master Jiro said with a smile. If it were him, he would just use the acupuncture gun to acupuncture and then slowly salvage it. Of course, you can also use a rougher acupuncture method to directly acupuncture in a wide range, but Master Jiro will not do so if it is not necessary. After all, his large-scale acupuncture tricks are a bit outrageous. Even if it can be used to suppress power, it is equivalent to using a cannon to kill mosquitoes to capture puffer whales. Colanders. Su Yang looked at the paralyzed puffer whales and condensed kitchen utensils with calories. His kitchen utensils are spoons and chopsticks. At this time, spoons are naturally the most convenient for salvaging. Moreover, the spoon Su Yang made was a colander, which could be used to salvage fish very easily. This batch of puffer whales that had finished spawning were directly caught by Su Yang, and the number was about several thousand. Su Yang was not worried about whether there would be too many puffer whales captured. There were quite a few puffer whales, but the beach caves were too small, so the puffer whales spawned in batches. And even if all the adult puffer whales were captured, wouldn't there be fish eggs? As a regeneration master, Su Yang knew these things very well. Master Jiro, how many do you need after I get them? Su Yang asked after sending these puffer whales in front of him. I captured the puffer whales just for a sip of fish fin wine, but I can bring some to Zaija. Just fill this jar. Master Jiro took out a folding jar. The capacity of this jar was not small, but it could be folded when there was nothing in it, so it was also convenient to carry. Hearing Master Jiro's words, Su Yang was about to put the puffer whale into the jar, but his action suddenly stopped. I almost forgot that my paralysis medicine only lasts for half an hour. After half an hour, it will dissipate and the paralyzed creatures will recover again. As Su Yang spoke, many tiny golden spikes appeared around him. These spikes turned into streams of light and shuttled among the captured puffer whales. If you look closely at these spikes, you will find that they are just chopsticks that have been shrunk to a certain extent. Su Yang used these chopsticks to directly acupuncture the paralyzed puffer whales. The reason why he did not kill them directly was because Master Jiro still needed to take these puffer whales back, so acupuncture to maintain the lives of these puffer whales was also a way to preserve them. After acupuncture, there is no need to worry that these puffer whales will poison themselves after the effect of the medicine has passed. If it was before learning the meaning of food, Su Yang would naturally not be able to accurately acupuncture so many puffer whales at one time, but now that he has learned the meaning of food, there is naturally no problem with this operation. It seems that your A-cup ointment pressing skills have not been wasted, but they are still a little immature. When you have mastered the food, come to Zaijana to find me. Master Jiro was also very satisfied with Su Yang's A-cup ointment pressing skills. Although in his eyes, such A-cup ointment pressing skills are still very immature, but in front of him, Su Yang's current A-cup ointment pressing attainments are already very strong in the human world. Thank you Master Jiro. Su Yang thanked him while putting the puffer whale into the folding jar. He did not expect that there would be such an unexpected gain this time. Master Jiro's words undoubtedly meant that he was going to teach him A-cup ointment pressing. This is different from the past. In the past, Master Jiro taught him incidentally and for a short time. This time, he said such words, and there is no doubt that he was going to teach him seriously. Su Yang was quite envious of Master Jiro's A-cup ointment pressing skills. Okay, don't say polite words, I'll leave first. Master Jiro waved his hand and dragged the folding jar full of puffer whales away. This folding tank contains hundreds of puffer whales. You know, Su Yang caught thousands of them this time. Because of the previous conversation, Master Jiro also knew that Su Yang had to go to the deep layer, so the two separated here. After Master Jiro walked away, a large number of small golden calorie chopsticks appeared around Su-young again, and these chopsticks swam in the puffer whale again. But this time it was not acupuncture, but a direct killing. Su-young's system space could not hold living things, so it could only be put into the system space after killing them. Soon, thousands of puffer whales were completely killed, and Su-young did not think of eating them directly, but sent them into the space. In fact, for Su-young, it was not a big problem to cook puffer whales. The difficulty of cooking puffer whales is indeed very high, because the location of the poison sac and poison gland in each puffer whale is completely different. It can be said that each puffer whale has its own unique cutting route. Once it deviates from these cutting routes, it will be poisoned. The two most critical points in cooking puffer whales are to determine the location of the poison sac and poison gland, and the other is to control the power. As long as these 2 points are met, cooking puffer whale is not a big problem. These 2 points are naturally very simple for Su-young, but there is no need to cook now. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 24, Deep in the Beach Cave, Finding the Sunflower. Although puffer whales are very delicious, their main effect is to restore and replenish energy. It is not so easy to activate cells. The calories consumed by capturing puffer whales are not worth mentioning for Su-young, so there is no need to replenish calories at all. Su-young is not proficient in eating now, and he has not mastered the skill of eating to temporarily increase the calorie limit, so there is naturally no need to eat puffer whales now. After collecting the puffer whales, Su-young left the cave. When the next batch of puffer whales came to lay eggs, the paralysis medicine in the water would have long been ineffective. What he has to do now is to go directly to the deep layer of the beach cave. He also has to capture skeleton moss and hunt some demon snakes. After all, demon snakes are also good ingredients, and the demon snakes in the deep layer basically cannot eat people. People who come to the beach cave are nothing more than puffer whales. Those who have the ability to capture puffer whales will not stay too much after capturing them. They will only move in the middle and upper layers and will not go to the deep layer. People who can go to the deep layer are almost all going for skeleton moss. As for hunting demon snakes specifically, basically no one will do so. With the ability to hunt deep demon snakes, wouldn't it be better to capture other better ingredients? Su-young planned to capture some demon snakes because it was a matter of convenience rather than a deliberate attempt to capture demon snakes. After leaving the cave where the puffer whales lay eggs, Su-young went down along the cave, but the deeper he went, the more complicated the maze became. The beach cave was actually a maze, but compared to the golden swamp maze that appeared later, the maze in front of him was completely insignificant. Really, why didn't the people who came down before make a map or something? Su-young took out a seed and threw it on the ground, and dripped the stimulating liquid, and then a sunflower about 1.5 meters high appeared in front of him. The next second, the petals of the sunflower suddenly flew out in all directions. When the petals detached, some lines suddenly appeared in the center of the sunflower. The center of the sunflower was where Su-young was. Its petals would fly in different directions and avoid obstacles when they encountered them. This kind of sunflower is called the pathfinding sunflower. This is a modified plant that I made when I was young. Its function is to find the way in this maze. However, the maximum range of the pathfinding sunflower is a radius of 10 kilometers. Once this range is exceeded, the pathfinding sunflower will become ineffective. Since there are better pathfinding methods in the later period, Yuzo did not further improve the pathfinding sunflower. Su-young also has another pathfinding method, but the other one is more precious, so Su-young still uses the cheaper pathfinding sunflower. The maze of the beach cave is not very large, and the pathfinding sunflower is enough. Even if one is not enough, you can find your destination smoothly with a few more. The original demon snake is huge in size. Su-young heard from Yuzo that the location is a huge hole, so it is also easy for the pathfinding sunflower to explore it. With the pathfinding sunflower, Su-young only needs to stand there and watch. The petals of the sunflower are very small, and they will not attract the attention of too many creatures, so the chance of being destroyed is also very small. After about half an hour, the petals of the pathfinding sunflower reached the limit, and Su-young directly picked the sunflower. After being picked, the pathfinding sunflower is a map. Of course, this map is also time-limited and can only exist for 3 days. After 3 days, the energy of the pathfinding sunflower is exhausted and the map will naturally become invalid. After all, this is still a plant, not an electronic device. It seems that I have to use it a few more times. I haven't found the largest cave. Su-young took a look at the map. There are many caves of different sizes, but from the perspective of proportion, they are at most the nests of ordinary demon snakes. However, Su-young was not discouraged. It was nothing more than using the pathfinding sunflower a few more times. Su-young looked at the sunflower map in his hand and walked directly to the deeper part. During the period, he also passed by some demon snake nests. The number of creatures in the deep layer began to increase, and Su-young found that most of the creatures here were cave creatures with extremely fast reproduction speed. Obviously, these creatures are the food source of the demon snake. In addition, there are many passages connecting to the ocean in the depths of the cave, but these passages are also very dangerous, and the environment is not suitable for puffer whales to lay eggs, so puffer whales do not appear in these passages. The demon snakes are estimated to go to the sea to hunt through this channel, otherwise it is not easy to feed so many demon snakes. Without enough food, these demon snakes are estimated to have rushed to the middle or upper layers, and may even run directly to the outside world. The level has obviously improved a lot, and as we go deeper, the level of the demon snakes is also constantly improving. Su-young looked at the demon snake in front of him that had been cut into several pieces. At this time, the cell level measured by the machine in his hand has reached 53 levels. Although not all creatures are judged by the cell level to determine the capture level. However, for creatures like demon snakes, the capture level is basically linked to the cell level. If a machine is used to measure creatures like puffer whales, the measured level is estimated to be only in the single digits, and it is still the lower one in the single digits. After all, puffer whales are ingredients that Komatsu can cut, but demon snakes are different. The cell level of demon snakes is not low. Let alone Komatsu, the one in front of him, even if Toriko and Koko are allowed to go together, they can't break the defense. Among the 4 heavenly kings, only Zebra can deal with the demon snake in front of him, but Zebra has been sent to the food prison by typing. In the early and middle stages, Zebra's strength was the strongest among the 4 heavenly kings, and was only caught up by Toriko in the later stages. After putting away the demon snake in front of him, Su-young continued to use the pathfinding sunflower, and finally found a super large cave when he used it for the 4th time. Although the nests of the demon snakes are all in the shape of caves, the sizes of those caves are actually not much different. But the cave in front of him is at least 100 times larger than the previous caves. Seeing the cave displayed on the map, Su-young also knew that he had found his destination. It has to be said that the upper, middle, and deep layers are completely different concepts. There are only a few passages in the upper layer, so even if you are a little unlucky, you can quickly go to the middle layer, but the complexity of the maze from the middle layer to the deep layer increases exponentially, and the complexity of the deep layer maze is even more exaggerated. Su-young used the pathfinding sunflower 4 times before he found his goal. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25, Skeleton of the Demonic Serpent's Original Species. After finding his destination, Su-young naturally approached the destination quickly. Although there were some demon snakes on the way, Su-young could deal with them easily. After all, for Su-young now, even beasts of level 70 or 80 can be fought, let alone those of level 50 or 60. The demon snakes did not pose any threat to him, but Su Yang soon discovered a vague sense of oppression, and as she continued to approach the largest cave, this sense of oppression continued to increase. The sense of oppression is getting stronger and stronger. Is this the pressure of the original species of the demon snake? Su Yang also felt a little frightened, but after thinking carefully, it seemed that it was not unacceptable. After all, the capture level of the original species of the demon snake exceeded 5,000. This level is second only to the 8 kings. Even the 7 beasts of the 6th continent do not have such a level. This shows how fierce the original species of the demon snake is. The stronger the creature, the stronger the pressure it can leave. Even though 1,000 years have passed, the Horse King's emotions still affect the surrounding environment. Even though Toriko has been in the food world for a while and has improved a lot, she will still be shocked by the horse hoof print when she passes by the horse hoof print. Although the demon snake cannot be compared with the 8 kings, it is second only to the 8 kings in strength. In addition, there is a whole skeleton here, so the pressure it releases is not weak. However, this pressure is too long ago, so it cannot bring much threat to Su Yang now. You know, Su Yang's cell level is not even level 50, but he can withstand this pressure. It can be seen that the pressure brought by the original skeleton of the demon snake has weakened to a certain extent. It is estimated that it will completely disappear in a few hundred years. Hiss. I'm afraid this is not a film of Anaconda. After arriving at the largest cave, Su Yang also took a breath of cold air. The skeleton in the cave emitted bursts of green light that illuminated the entire cave. However, these lights are not emitted by the skeleton, but the skeleton moss growing on the skeleton. Under this strange green light, Su Yang could clearly see a huge snake ball next to the skeleton. Yes, it was similar to the snake ball in Anaconda 2, but this one was even bigger, and the heads of the demon snakes were all outside the snake ball. The 3 eyes became even more weird under the green light. A huge snake ball with a diameter of dozens of meters, with a lot of heads with 3 eyes twisting constantly. This scene was extremely embarrassing, even Su Yang couldn't help but gasp. His appearance did not attract the attention of these demon snakes. After all, he was a person who mastered the food, and his breath was well hidden. Unless he deliberately made some noise, these demon snakes would not discover his existence. At this time, Su Yang took a closer look at the skeleton in the center. It must be said that this skeleton was really big, and part of the skeleton was buried in the ground. But even if it was just a part on the ground, it was much bigger than the snake ball formed by these demon snakes. It is hard to imagine how big the original demon snake is. Seeing the size of this skeleton, Su Yang can also be sure of another thing, that is, the food forest on the back of the Deer King is definitely a different space. Otherwise, with the size of the Deer King, the forest on its back cannot accommodate so many behemoths. Looking at the huge snake ball in front of him, the calories in Su Yang's body began to churn. He planned to kill these guys directly. It happened that these guys now made a snake ball and gathered together, which also made it convenient for Su Yang to attack. Black Thunderbolt. A huge phantom of the gourmet demon appeared above Su Yang, and dense black lightning gushed out from Su Yang's hands and blasted towards the huge snake ball. Although these demon snakes discovered Su Yang when he released the gourmet demon phantom, the attack came too fast and these snakes had no time to react. Boom! The black lightning struck the huge snake ball, and the snake ball was directly blasted apart under this terrifying force. The weaker demon snakes that flew out were directly chopped into charcoal. The slightly stronger ones did not last for a few seconds before being directly struck to death by the black lightning. The whole process can be said to be quite smooth. No demon snake could survive, and all died in this black lightning. Su Yang did not let up at all in this move, but used all his strength. The demon snakes with the highest capture level of more than 60 levels here were not opponents at all, and were killed in one move. This is partly because Su Yang's strength is too strong, and on the other hand, it is because Su Yang's moves are too lethal. The power of the leader Slime's moves is really terrifying. After confirming that no demon snakes were still alive, Su Yang collected some demon snakes with relatively well-preserved bodies into the system space. As for the others, they could no longer be eaten, after all, their meat had been chopped into charcoal by lightning. Without the disturbance of the demon snakes, Su Yang could naturally pick these skeleton mosses. It can be seen that no one has come here to pick for a long time, so the number of skeleton mosses is almost all over the skeleton. However, during the collection, Su Yang found something that surprised him. Demon snake eggs? But why is this one so big? Su Yang found these demon snake eggs inside the skeleton. They used the bones of their ancestors as a breeding ground for their offspring. However, what puzzled Su Yang was that one of them was a little too big. The eggs of other demon snakes were about 1 meter in size, but the one in the center was 3 meters in size. Moreover, Su Yang could clearly sense that the life fluctuations in this egg were also very strong. This was not a dead egg. On the contrary, the life in this egg was very healthy, much healthier than any other egg. Could this guy have a bloodline reverted to his ancestral line? Su Yang had some doubts. Would this egg revert to its ancestral lineage and breed a demon snake cub of the original species? This was not impossible. The creatures in the world of food captives are quite magical. Just like Toriko's fighting wolf Terry. The mother of that fighting wolf was cloned by Igo. As a result, the cloned fighting wolf reproduced asexually, and the children born had extremely high potential. Although the original book did not teach Terry and the others at the end, it also said that they were competing for the position of the new 8 kings. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, Terry and the others should be able to win the position of the 8 kings. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 26, Mutation of the Snake Egg. The offspring of cloned creatures have the potential of the 8 kings, so the egg in front of him naturally has the possibility of reversion. Thinking of this, Su Yang became interested. He planned to take this egg back. If he could really hatch a demon snake cub of the original species, it would undoubtedly be the best. Although the demon snake is not as good as the 8 kings in level, the 8 kings are also much stronger than other individuals in their own tribe. Not all of the 8 kings tribes are creatures that can grow to level 6000. Only creatures that break the limit can become the 8 kings. The original species of the demon snake also has this opportunity. Even if it cannot grow to such a height, it is a very good choice to capture a beast with a level of more than 5000 as a pet after adulthood. Su Yang does not think that he can find the cubs of the 8 kings in the human world. The situation of the 4 heavenly kings is extremely special. Su Yang does not think that his food luck can compare with them. If you want to compare with the food luck of these guys, you can only rely on the system. This time, the system space and food justice have made Su Yang taste the sweetness. Let's collect the skeleton moss first, and then take the egg. Su Yang made a decision. Since the egg was nurturing life, he couldn't put it into his space. He could only take it away when he left. Now he needed to collect the skeleton moss first. However, just when Su Yang was about to collect the skeleton moss, he suddenly found that the vitality of the egg became more vigorous, and the green light released by all the skeleton moss on the entire skeleton also deepened a lot. What's the situation? Su Yang was also very surprised by such a change, but he reacted in a flash and quickly came to the front of the egg. Although he didn't know what happened, leaving here now was the best choice, and he would not give up the egg directly. However, when his hand touched the egg, he had an inexplicable feeling. He felt that if he took the egg now, it would be bad, and leaving the egg here was the best choice. Why do I have this strange feeling? After this feeling appeared, Su Yang was also very surprised, and this feeling became stronger when he wanted to take the egg away, which made Su Yang temporarily give up the idea of taking the egg away, and directly left the skeleton area. Strange feeling, as if something is guiding me. Wait, is it food luck? After leaving the skeleton area, Su-young began to think about what the feeling just now was. After thinking carefully, Su-young really found some clues. If it were someone else, it would probably be hard to figure out what was going on, but Su-young had read comics and knew what existed in this world. Su-young could only think of food luck to give him this kind of guidance. Food luck is a very special energy in the world of food captives, and it is also very important because it can be used to save lives. Why did Zhong Kai not have any problems no matter where he ran to, even when he faced the 8 kings or even ran to the last battlefield? Because his food luck was too strong. Strong food luck can bring enough opportunities. When food luck reaches a certain level, it can even allow food luck to directly interfere with everything. For example, when Komatsu was looking for the gonohoji sauce, it was not ripe when he found it. As a result, the food luck concentrated all the nutrients of the gonohoji sauce on a fruit and ripened this fruit alone. In the various dangers Komatsu encountered in the original work, basically someone came to help, and this was all thanks to the food luck. However, food luck requires extremely strong strength to sense or even observe. At this stage, Su-young can't even feel how much food luck he has. But just now, I had such an idea. There is no doubt that only food luck can do this. Of course, food luck is not something that can manipulate a person. Food luck can only guide. Just now, Su-young had that feeling that food luck was working, but he could also ignore that feeling and forcibly take the egg away. But Su-young thought that this feeling did not appear out of thin air, so he chose to leave the egg behind and started thinking after leaving the skeleton area. Now I understand that since food luck is working, it means that it was the right choice not to take the egg away at that time. While Su-young was thinking, the green light became brighter and brighter, and Su-young even saw the green halo on the skeleton constantly flowing. And the place where these halos gathered was the location of the snake egg just now. The pressure has weakened, and the snake egg is absorbing the last power of the skeleton. Soon, Su-young found that the sense of oppression he felt was weakening at a very fast speed. The pressure that might have taken hundreds of years to dissipate will disappear completely in less than 10 minutes at the current rate of weakening. This means that the last power of the skeleton has been absorbed, and Su-young also found that the skeleton moss on the skeleton is withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, these skeleton mosses were born with the power of the skeleton. Now that the power of the skeleton has been absorbed, the nutrients of the skeleton moss are naturally drawn back. Gradually, the green light began to weaken until it finally went out. The entire huge cave was previously illuminated by the green light, but now, there is no light at all. Fortunately, Su-young can see at night and does not need to grope in the dark in this environment. Even the nutrients of these eggs have been sucked dry. Su-young returned to the skeleton area again, and found that not only was the power of the skeleton absorbed completely, but the life reactions in other eggs around it also disappeared. Instead, the vitality of the egg in the center became more and more vigorous. When he saw the egg again, Su-young had another feeling, that is, the egg was not nutritious enough. Is Shi-yun giving me a hint again? After Su-young noticed this, he quickly took out the flesh and blood of the demon snake that he had collected before from the space. He wanted to see if the egg could absorb the energy in the flesh and blood. As it turned out, Su-young guessed right. When he touched the egg with the flesh and blood were firmly sucked onto the eggshell like metal sucked by a magnet. And the flesh and blood continued to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, in less than 10 seconds, a huge piece of demon snake meat was drained of energy and turned into a pile of residue. I want to see how much you can absorb and what will hatch. Su-young was also riveted with this egg. Such a big movement made Shi-yun react. The guy in the egg must be not simple. He would not let go of such a good thing. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 27, Atavism or Mutation. Su-young began to put the meat of the demon snakes he had stored on the snake eggs. The snake eggs also accepted it and quickly drained the nutrients in it. Soon, Su Yong found that the meat of the demon snakes he had collected had been consumed. You know, he came here to collect the meat of dozens of demon snakes, but it was not enough. In desperation, Su Yong could only set his sights on other demon snakes in the deep. Along the way, he had not explored many areas, and there were a large number of demon snake nests in these areas. After taking a look at the egg in front of him, Su Yong left directly. He was going to find food for this egg. He didn't believe it. Could it be that the demon snakes in the entire deep layer couldn't hatch an egg? Even if there was not enough here, Su Yong could find food from other places. Anyway, he would not give up this egg. Su Yong didn't dare to touch this egg now. After all, who knew if this egg would use him as food, so it was better to stay here. Since the sunflower was used 4 times before, although I dare not say that the entire deep maze has been explored clearly, I at least have a general understanding. Su Yong began to run around in the deep layer, and killed all the living things he saw, no matter what they were, and put them into the space. After collecting the ingredients in one direction, Su Yong went back to the huge cave and swallowed all the ingredients for the egg. This cave leads to different directions and has a large number of forks. It can be said that it is almost a core area, so this is a transit station. You can also go from here to other directions, and it is closer. At this time, the deep creatures in the beach cave can be said to have ushered in a catastrophe. Su Yong directly carried out carpet hunting in the deep layer. Finally, when Su Yong returned to the skeleton area for the 11th time, the snake egg finally stopped absorbing the flesh and blood. Su Yong cleaned up the surrounding debris countless times, otherwise the snake egg would have been buried by the debris after absorption. Crack, crack. After the snake egg absorbed enough nutrients, it finally started to move, and the eggshell made a series of cracking sounds. Soon, a creature that looked completely different from the demon snake came out of the egg. Is this thing mutated? Su Yong originally thought that the egg had reverted to its ancestral form, so it was so huge, and the movement of absorbing nutrients later also showed that the egg was extraordinary. Su Yong always thought that this guy would hatch a cub of the original species of the demon snake, but now it seems that he was obviously wrong. The original species of the demon snake and these demon snakes actually don't look much different, just in terms of body size. It can only be said that the genes of the original species of the demon snake are indeed quite domineering. Even if the bloodline has been diluted for countless generations, the strength and size of these demon snakes have shrunk a lot. But the appearance is not much different from the original species of the demon snake. However, the demon snake cub in front of him that had just come out of the egg was completely different. Su Yong even felt that he should not use the term demon snake to describe this guy. This guy still had tentacles on his head, but these tentacles were finer than those of the original demon snake, and did not look as disgusting as the previous demon snakes. The bodies of other demon snakes are smooth and without scales. But the body of the demon snake cub in front of him is covered with dark green scales, and the claws and tail have not changed much. The biggest change is the head. The 3 eyes of the demon snake were originally protruding, as if the eyeballs grew on the top of the tentacles. But the eyes of the demon snake cub in front of him are normal on the head, and there are no tentacles extending out. Of course, the number of eyes is still 3. And the mouth is also different from other demon snakes. The mouths of other demon snakes are like iron-blooded warriors, but this one is more like the mouth of the dragon head that Su Yong knows. The most important thing is that there is a sharp horn on the top of the head of this demon snake cub, which reminds Su Yong of Kong Jinlong. Roar! The newly born little guy let out a loud roar. Its body is only more than 3 meters long at this time. It doesn't look very big, and the roar it makes is also a little immature. Soon, the little guy found Su Yong, and then rushed towards Su Yong quickly. At this time, Su Yong did not feel hostility, but felt kindness. With the confidence brought by his own strength, Su Yong did not think that this little guy could kill him as soon as he was born. So he let the little guy rush in front of him. Sure enough, the little thing in front of Su Yang did not attack Su Yang, but entangled Su Yang with his body, and leaned his head in front of Su Yang. Although it was just born, the first thing it saw was Su Yang, and Su Yang kept supplying it with nutrients. At that time, it had not been born yet, but it also sensed Su Yang's breath, so it also regarded Su Yang as its closest creature at this time. Although I don't know what your situation is, just follow me in the future. I will call you Xiao Mo in the future. As for race, you should be the first life of your race. Your race is called Su Heilong. Su Yang is a bad namer. Because the little guy in front of him is dark green, he simply named him Xiao Mo. As he said that, Su Yang touched Xiao Mo's head. It felt a little cold, but it felt pretty good. However, Xiao Mo didn't understand anything at this time. Xiao Mo naturally couldn't understand what Su Yang meant, and Su Yang didn't dwell on it. He had already measured Xiao Mo's strength. Xiao Mo's cell level had reached level 20 when he was just born. Xiao Mo's potential couldn't be low just after he was born. This kind of biological cub with great potential would also mature very quickly, just like Toriko's fighting wolf Terry. So Su Yang only needed to teach him something later, and Xiao Mo would soon understand what he meant. The wisdom of advanced creatures would not be weaker than that of humans, and their growth rate would only be much faster than that of humans. Having completed this commission and having Xiao Mo as an unexpected gain, and having obtained the puffer whale, Su Yang naturally didn't plan to stay in the beach cave any longer. He had been down for a long time, and now Toriko and others would have gone back if nothing unexpected happened. According to the map, Su Yang went all the way up, and when he returned to the middle level, he no longer needed the map, because he remembered the way in. However, when Su Yang reached the entrance, he found that the cave entrance seemed to have collapsed once. And then it was blasted open by brute force. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28, Xiao Mo's Amazing Growth. This should be the GT robot controlled by Star Jun. After Su Yang came out of the cave, he found a lot of corpses. These people were killed because they were ambushed here and wanted to seize the puffer whale from the people who came out. It can be said that their death is not a pity. Although Star Jun is a Bishokyukai, he is different from most Bishokyukai people in that he will not kill indiscriminately. As long as it is not blocking the road, Star Jun will not pay attention to it. As for this GT robot, Su Yang can only say that it has both good and bad. The good thing is that it does not take too much effort to capture food, and remote control basically consumes the energy of the GT robot instead of their calories. And going to some dangerous places, even if you can't beat the opponent, the loss of the GT robot is a loss, and people will not have any problems. As for the bad things, the GT robot is always just an external object, and the upper limit of its strength is the upper limit of the machine. For people like Star Jun, the GT robot cannot exert his full strength, and using the GT robot all the time when going out will also reduce the opportunity to exercise. Su Yang didn't pay attention to these corpses. This is the wild, and these corpses will be eaten by other beasts in a day or two. The reason why no beasts appeared now was also because of the roar of the demon snake before. The collapse of the cave entrance was due to the roar of the demon snake. Its breath still lingered in the vicinity, and ordinary beasts did not dare to approach here. However, such a breath would disappear after 1 or 2 days at most. After returning to the town, Su Yang went to the Igo branch as soon as possible, because Xiao Mo beside him needed to report first. Otherwise, bringing such a beast into the city would cause a lot of noise. Are you saying this is a demon snake? The staff of the Igo branch looked at Xiao Mo in front of him in confusion, and then looked at the photo of the demon snake in the system. These two seemed to be not the same species. Yes, but it has mutated a little, so it looks different from ordinary demon snakes. Su Yang also said directly. Anyway, there are many mutated creatures these days, but Su Yang has never heard of such a big noise when Xiao Mo mutated. I understand, Mr. Su Yang, please wait. The staff quickly put Xiao Mo's information into the file. If it is an ordinary person, it needs to go through a process to slowly approve it. But Su Yang's identity is too special, and he is a member of the Zero Ecological Zone, so Su Yang's application was approved in just a few minutes. Now Xiao Mo has an identity, and now Xiao Mo can also take various means of transportation. However, Xiao Mo's unique appearance makes him turn heads wherever he goes. Xiao Mo is also very curious about the human world. After all, he is a newborn baby, so it can be said that he has almost no knowledge. On the way to Zhongmei Culinary College, Su Yang was constantly teaching Xiao Mo about human society. It must be said that Xiao Mo's intelligence is indeed very high, and compared with humans, he has a stronger ability to accept. Xiao Mo can basically remember what Su Yang taught him once. When he returned to Zhongmei Culinary College, Xiao Mo could understand what Su Yang said. This growth rate is really fast. And not only in terms of mind, but also in terms of body. He is growing fast. In such a short period of time, Xiao Mo's body length has increased by nearly 1 meter after eating a few meals. At this rate, Xiao Mo is likely to grow into a behemoth in the future. After arriving at Zhongmei Culinary College, Chef Sumayer also showed a puzzled expression when she saw Xiao Mo and heard Su Yang say that this was a demon snake cub. It was not until Su Yang explained that this was a mutant that Chef Sumayer understood what was going on. The demon snake could actually mutate into this. If you hadn't said it, who would have thought that this would be a demon snake? Chef Sumayer also looked around Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo was also a little curious about Chef Sumayer. It could sense that Chef Sumayer did not have hostility, but only goodwill. I didn't expect Xiao Mo to mutate into this. Su Yang touched Xiao Mo's head and said, "Can we touch it?" Looking at Xiao Mo, who was more like a dragon than a snake, ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato were also very interested. After all, Xiao Mo's appearance was not ferocious. If you want to describe it with words, it would be handsome. Yes, at first glance, Xiao Mo gave people the feeling of being very handsome. This kind of handsomeness is like a Gundam fan seeing Gundam. You need to ask Xiao Mo for his opinion. Su Yang didn't just treat Xiao Mo as a pet, but more as a companion, just like Toriko treated Terry. So he also respected Xiao Mo's wishes. After hearing Su Yang's words, the two looked at Xiao Mo again, but now they were a little embarrassed. After all, Xiao Mo was not a human, how could they communicate? Xiao Mo is very smart. Although he was born not long ago, he can still understand basic words. Su Yang said. Hearing this, the two's eyes lit up, and then began to ask Xiao Mo. At this time, Xiao Mo looked at ERINA NAKIRI and the others, then looked at Su Yang, and then agreed. After getting Xiao Mo's consent, the two also put their hands on it. Xiao Mo's scales are very hard, so when they touch it, it feels like touching steel. Do you have the strength of an ordinary adult demon snake just after birth? It seems that you have found a very good companion. Chef Jin said with a smile. Although she could not perfectly determine the level of Xiao Mo in front of her, she could see from the aura that Xiao Mo was already comparable to an ordinary adult demon snake. According to Su Yang, it was only a few days after birth, which shows that the demon snake in front of him has a very high potential for mutation. Yes, I found a very good companion. By the way, there are also your commissions, skeleton moss and puffer whales. Su Yang opened the two large boxes he brought, which contained skeleton moss and puffer whales respectively. Not bad, they are all well preserved. Chef Jin nodded after taking a look, but she was a little surprised when she saw the puffer whale, because the puffer whale in front of her was not acupunctured, but had been killed. Ingredients such as puffer whales are generally chosen for acupuncture, so that it is quite convenient to keep them fresh. But Su Yang actually killed these puffer whales, and the most important thing is that the freshness of these puffer whales is like they just died, which makes Chef Jin a little confused. Why not keep the acupuncture state, but kill them directly after sending them here? If Soo-young knew Chef Jin's idea, he would definitely be very helpless. After all, the system space can only store dead things. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 Cooking Puffer Whale. Although he couldn't figure it out, Chef Jin didn't say much. Although the puffer whales in front of him were dead, there were other ways to keep them fresh. This is a puffer whale. It's unbelievable that a 6-meter-long body can be compressed to such a small size. When Soo-young went to the beach cave, ERINA, NAKIRI, and the others also looked up a lot of information about puffer whales and had a certain understanding of puffer whales. The body of a puffer whale is 6 meters long, but due to water pressure, it will be reduced to only about half a meter. Although the body has become smaller, the deliciousness has also been concentrated. Of course, the corresponding toxins in the body have also been compressed. While the puffer whales are still fresh, it's just right to cook some of them. Chef Jin looked at these puffer whales. Soo-young brought hundreds of puffer whales. She decided to cook some of them for the students of Zhongmei Culinary College to taste. Although it can't be said that it can make the students full, it's still okay to taste the taste. I have to say that Chef Soo-meyer is really good to her students. You know, the market price of a puffer whale in the outside world is about 100 million. The value of a puffer whale without the poison sac can be several times higher. Even if it is poisoned, it can be sold for millions of dollars on the black market. Don't look at the fact that Toriko and others are generous with money in the original work, but this is only limited to their powerful food hunters. They can easily catch ingredients that others can't catch, and the prices of these ingredients in the high-end market are sky high. So for Toriko and others, even if they don't rely on ego, they won't be short of money. But for ordinary people, this price is sky high. Chef Soo-meyer directly brought these sky-high ingredients for students to taste, which shows how good she is to her students. ERINA, you look a lot better. Soo-young looked at ERINA NAKIRI, and her whole mental outlook was completely different from before. This is all thanks to Chef Soo-meyer. Chef Soo-meyer taught me a lot and corrected my past misconceptions about cooking. ERINA NAKIRI told Soo-young about the days when Soo-young was away. In short, Chef Soo-meyer discovered ERINA NAKIRI's attitude towards cooking. When ERINA NAKIRI was young, she was instilled with a lot of wrong ideas by Nakiri Tsuki, so she believed that cooking should be divided into different levels. Such a wrong concept was gradually changed by Soma Yukihira in the original work. However, when ERINA NAKIRI came to the world of food captives, the plot had not yet begun, so her concept was naturally to grade the food and look down on the so-called low-level food. Such a concept would naturally not work in the world of food captives, and Chef Soo-meyer soon discovered this problem of ERINA NAKIRI. It must be said that Chef Soo-meyer is worthy of being the chef in charge of the best cooking academy in the human world. After discovering this, he directly prescribed the right medicine and let ERINA NAKIRI see the world she had never been exposed to before. For ERINA NAKIRI, low-grade food is a good thing that is hard to come by in some war-torn places, a life-saving good thing. These things have a great impact on ERINA NAKIRI, and there is another key point, that is, ERINA NAKIRI is rootless in the world of food captives. In the world of food wars, she is the eldest daughter of the NAKIRI family, and the NAKIRI family is also a local tyrant in the small land of Sakura. Her identity does not allow her to have access to these things at all. On the contrary, after coming to the world of food captives, she has nothing. In her opinion, they were lucky to meet Soo-young, and he made them temporary partners and sent them to the best cooking school in the human world. After they had a basic understanding of this world, they knew one thing, that is, the level of chefs in this world was many times higher than that in their own world. It can be said that once Soo-young was gone, they would only fall to the bottom of society, and survival would become a problem, not to mention their current life. In her mentality, she no longer regarded herself as the eldest daughter of the NAKIRI family. After all, there was no NAKIRI family in this world, and the advantage of the tongue of God almost did not exist in this world. With the changed mentality and the teachings of Chef Sumire, her thoughts were gradually reversed. ERINA NAKIRI was not someone who did not know her mistakes. On the contrary, she would remember these things. In the original work, even if she did not agree with Soma Yukihira, she would remember Soma Yukihira's cooking. The change in mentality made ERINA NAKIRI's state change drastically. Chef Sumire is very optimistic about her now. After all, her cooking talent is not weak. Her wrong thoughts have been reversed, so she has a promising future. After understanding what happened, Su-young also nodded. He was worried that ERINA NAKIRI's thoughts would become a stumbling block for her to improve her cooking skills. Now the problem has been solved, but the cooking skills of the two will not improve significantly in a short time, so Su-young did not get any more rewards from them. Then the group followed Chef Sumire to the kitchen. In addition to Chef Sumire, there were several chefs, including Komatsu's friend Xiaomei. These people were selected by Chef Sumire, and they were capable of cooking puffer whales independently. Chef Sumire did not plan to handle so many puffer whales by herself, but let the students practice by themselves. Although doing so may result in the loss of some puffer whales, this loss is still affordable for Chef Sumire. Do you want to try it too? Su-young asked, looking at the two people. I have some thoughts like that, but we also know that puffer whales are not something we can cook. ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato both shook their heads. They knew the situation of puffer whales, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to cook puffer whales. The location of the poison sac and venom gland in each puffer whale is different. You must first find a way to figure out the location of the venom sac and venom gland before you can start cutting. After listening to the two, Su-young also nodded. It is indeed very difficult to cook puffer whales. Don't look at Komatsu's success in the original book, but that was when Coco pointed out the location of the venom sac and venom glands, and with the help of food luck, Komatsu could only succeed once in 10 times. You know, the difficulty of cooking puffer whales is that it is said that there are no more than 10 people in the entire human world who can complete the cooking without damaging the venom sac and venom glands. Although this number is not true, it also reflects the difficulty of cooking puffer whales from the side. Su-young could see that the two really wanted to give it a try, but they were also very self-aware and knew that their cooking was doomed to fail and waste ingredients, so they suppressed the idea of trying. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, The Tonic Puffer Whale. As everyone started to work, it can be clearly seen that the positions of their cuts were completely different. Some people cut directly from the belly of the fish, some cut from the head, and some cut from the tail. This is all due to the different positions of the poison sac and venom gland in the puffer whale. All the chefs who started to act were concentrating on the puffer whale in front of them, because handling puffer whales is like dismantling explosives, and they will be poisoned directly if they are not careful. Other people watching did not make any sound, for fear that their voices would affect their performance. There were a total of more than a dozen people, and soon someone touched the venom gland, causing the venom to flow out, and the body of the puffer whale was instantly dyed purple and black. Obviously, this is a failure, but this failed person only showed an annoyed expression and did not make a sound, because once a sound was made, it is likely to affect others. However, his failure was like lighting a fuse, and soon 5 failed people appeared one after another, and a total of 6 people failed including him. The rest of the people have already exposed the venom sac to the air. At this time, just carefully remove the venom sac and pull out the venom gland. Although the venom glands are all over the puffer whale, as long as you are careful and exert force from the position of the venom sac, the venom glands can be pulled out. Of course, you need to control the strength yourself. Once the strength is wrong, the venom glands will be directly torn off, and then the cooking of the puffer whale will naturally fail. In this process, everyone was very careful. In the end, except for one person who failed due to a tremor in his hand, everyone else succeeded. The successfully cooked puffer whale also turned directly into gold, which looked very gorgeous. Hey! Why are there two colors when the cooking is successful? Naoto Hisako suddenly found a problem. The puffer whale cooked in front of Chef Jin did not change color, but the others turned into gold. This can't be that Chef Jin failed to cook. And even if the cooking failed, shouldn't it turn purple-black? How come there is no change at all? Because the speed of removing the poison sac is too fast. The puffer whale as a food also has a reaction speed, just like the mimosa. If you touch it, the leaves of the mimosa will shrink, but if you touch it too fast, the mimosa can't react. The same is true for puffer whales. Even if they are dead, their meat will react to the poison sac. Once the poison sac and venom gland are completely separated, the meat of the puffer whale will react and turn golden. But if the speed is too fast, so fast that the puffer whale can't react and doesn't know that its poison sac has been taken away, then there will naturally be no change. But whether there is a change or not, the taste of the puffer whale after the poison sac is removed are the same, at most the color is a little different. Su Yang said that the food has a reaction speed. As long as the speed of people is fast enough, the food will not react. Ozone grass is the best example. Ozone grass needs 2 people to eat it together to become delicious. This is not that ozone grass can recognize how many people are there, but that ozone grass can feel how many mouths are biting on it. Toriko and the others had no choice but to eat together, but Blue Netero, Master Jiro, President Ichilong, and the others could eat by themselves, and the ozone grass couldn't react at all. There is such a saying, but how fast is the Dean? It's so fast that the ingredients can't react. ERINA, NAKIRI and the others were also very shocked. This involves the ethics of food, but you can't get in touch with it now. Su Yang said that the 2 people's cooking skills were too poor, and now was not the time to learn the ethics of food. What they had to do was to lay a good foundation in advance. This so-called foundation is also the foundation of the world of food captives. After all, the standards of the 2 worlds are different. In this world, although their foundation is not a mess, it is not very good. Successful people don't need to continue, and those who fail can adjust their state and continue. Looking at everyone, Chef Jin said that there are not many opportunities to cook puffer whales, and she doesn't care about the failures. She just hopes that the failures can sum up the lessons and succeed next time. As for the loss of these puffer whales, she doesn't feel sorry at all. Hearing this, the successful people also breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is indeed a sense of accomplishment to cook puffer whales successfully, the feeling of walking on a tightrope to defuse a bomb is really not something they want to experience again. As for the failures, they were not discouraged. It can be seen that Chef Jin's teaching is still very good. They will not be discouraged because of a temporary failure, but they will start to adjust their state one by one. After adjusting their state, they continued to cook. To be selected by Chef Sumair, there is no doubt that these people have good skills. In the end, only one student failed twice, but he succeeded the 3rd time. As for the rest, it is naturally Chef Sumair herself who is responsible. After all, for her, it is a matter of a moment to deal with all the puffer whales here. Chef Sumair's strength is not weak. After all, she ranks 10th, which is a ranking she fought for at the food festival. The food festival tests more than just cooking skills. Komatsu was lucky to meet Blanche, otherwise he would have been eliminated in the first round with his physical fitness. So being able to get the 10th place with her own strength shows how strong the hidden power in this little old lady's body is. After quickly dealing with the other puffer whales, Chef Sumair brought one of them to Su Yang and Nakiri ERINA. As for Xiao Mo, Su Yang had already prepared its food. I won't drink the fish fin wine. Seeing that Chef Jin also prepared fish fin wine, Su Yang said that he really didn't care about alcohol. Chef Jin was also quite surprised. After all, it's really hard to find someone who doesn't drink alcohol in this era. Such chewy meat. The meat of puffer whale is best used for sashimi, and the fish bones are directly used to make soup. After everyone took a bite, ERINA NAKIRI felt that the puffer whale was indeed very difficult to chew, but because it was delicious enough, she was reluctant to spit it out. As for Su Yang, he didn't think it was difficult to chew. After all, his strength was here. Not to mention the puffer whale, he could easily chew even a piece of steel. However, after eating most of the puffer whale meat, his muscles began to swell again. This time it was not because of cell activation, but because of too many calories supplemented. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 31, 2 People Awakening Their Gourmet Cells. It's a pity that the tonic effect is strong, but it can't improve the cell level. Su Yang looked at his body. Not to mention the activation of cells, if he wanted to use puffer whale to improve the cell level, he would probably need to eat a lot. Just when Su Yang felt a little pity, he suddenly sensed that the breath of ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arado had changed. This is, getting gourmet cells and awakening. This thought flashed through Su Yang's mind, and he looked at the two with some surprise. The probability of the two getting gourmet cells was amplified by the system, so it was not difficult for them to get gourmet cells. However, what Su Yang didn't expect was that now not only did he get gourmet cells, but he also awakened directly. There is a world of difference between having gourmet cells and not having gourmet cells in this world. With gourmet cells, the potential of the two people has completely changed. Gourmet cells will improve their potential, allowing them to catch up with others faster and even surpass each other later. It can be said that gourmet cells are a shortcut, and the most important point is that they don't need to lay so much foundation, just like Komatsu. The reason is also very simple, because they don't need to fight, they just need a little self-protection power. Like Toriko and others, Su Yang had been constantly laying the foundation in the past, just to be able to adapt and fully exert this power as soon as possible when his strength skyrocketed, and to exert the effect of several times or dozens of times. So their gourmet cell level did not rise quickly at the beginning. In the original work, when adapting to various harsh environments, Komatsu either did not follow along or survived with the help of Toriko. This is the difference between combatants and non-combatants. As chefs, ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arado only need to adapt to their own skyrocketing power, and they do not need to perform as well as Su Yang and others. In the world of gourmet captives, the gourmet hunters and chefs are partners, and the gourmet hunters are stronger than the chefs. There is no doubt about this. Just like the combat professions and life professions in the game, the focus of both sides is completely different. The gourmet cells have awakened, and they awakened at the same time. It seems that puffer whales are the ingredients suitable for your gourmet cells. Chef Sumayer also spoke after seeing the changes in the two. Female gourmet cell holders are different from male gourmet cells. When male gourmet cells awaken, activate, and level up, their muscles will swell. However, female gourmet cell holders will also experience changes when their cells awaken and activate, but these changes are very different. Their changes are that their figures become better and their skin becomes smoother, which can be said to be moving towards beauty. Of course, their strength is also improving, but this improvement is not obvious, which is why the female characters in the world of gourmet captives are not all transformed into Barbie dolls. It can only be said that gourmet cells are really very humane. Chef Jin made a mistake in his judgment now, but this cannot be blamed on Chef Jin. After all, who would have thought that these two people could obtain gourmet cells simply by eating some ingredients from the human world? And they are not particularly precious? You know, if you want to obtain gourmet cells in this way, you not only need to have a very high food luck, but also eat a lot of precious ingredients. It is almost impossible to obtain gourmet cells simply through ingredients from the human world. This is all because of the system. The probability has been magnified so many times, allowing the two to eat puffer whales and get gourmet cells. Now Chef Jin believes that the two of them are born with gourmet cells, but their gourmet cells have never been awakened. You know, awakening gourmet cells is also a very dangerous process. I don't know how many people who are born with gourmet cells have not survived. However, the two awakened very smoothly, and Chef Jin could only sigh that they had good food luck. At the same time, two Su-Yongs suddenly appeared above the heads of the two people who awakened gourmet cells, and then two not very strong pressures spread in all directions. Because they had just awakened, their strength was too weak, so the pressure they released could only make ordinary people feel fearful at most, and it would not even affect them too much. However, Su-Yong also saw the appearance of the gourmet demons above the two people, one golden and the other pink, which was exactly the same as their hair color. There were hideous spikes all over their bodies, and as for the others, it was impossible to judge. After all, gourmet demons had no gender. However, the gourmet demons on the two people had their minds wiped out by the system, so these two gourmet demons were like the leader slime in Su-Yong's body, and could be controlled by themselves. Of course, it's not possible now. It takes time to learn how to control the gourmet demons. Now they can't even enter their own consciousness space. The gourmet devil resides in the host's consciousness space. How does it feel to have the gourmet cells awakened? Su-Yong asked with a smile. It feels good. I feel that my current strength can easily kill a cow. NAKIRI ERINA said. Me too, as if I have endless strength all over my body. Naoto Hisako also nodded. You know, the two were just ordinary people with slightly better physical fitness before, but after awakening the gourmet cells, they are like little supermen in the eyes of ordinary people. Your current strength is not just as simple as being able to kill a cow. Let's test the level first. Su-Yong said and tested the cell level of the two people. The number obtained was 3. Although the level is still very low, level 3 is enough. After all, this is the benefit brought by the gourmet cells that have just awakened. And the level 3 cell level of the two is their strength, and they may not even be opponents against level 3 beasts. Unlike Su-Yong, Su-Yong has a very solid foundation, so even if the cells are activated, Su-Yong can exert combat power beyond the cell level. Especially after mastering the food virtue, this increase has become even greater. However, the two of them have no foundation, and they can't even perfectly control their current skyrocketing power. They can only control it in the most basic way. This is the benefit of the gourmet cells, which will not let their power skyrocket and lose control at the same time. So if they really fight, they can only exert the combat power of more than level 2 but less than level 3 at their current level 3 cell level. The level of the gourmet cells just awakened has reached level 3. It seems that the potential of the gourmet demons you awakened is not weak. Chef Jin said after taking a look. You know, even gourmet demons have strong and weak points. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, Return to the Land of Healing. Gourmet demons are also divided into strong and weak. Before completely devouring the gourmet demon and merging with the gourmet demon, the holders of gourmet cells generally improve their strength in 2 ways. One is to eat ingredients suitable for cells, so that the strength can be quickly improved, which is the so-called cell activation. But this kind of improvement is actually constantly tapping the power of gourmet demons. Toriko and others are the best examples. Their improvement is purely based on the 8 ingredients to continuously activate the cells. This method of improving strength is undoubtedly the fastest. The other is the method used by the old strong men in the human world. The 8 ingredients only appear once every hundreds of years, and they were not able to rise when they appeared last time, so the 8 ingredients could not be touched. In the next few hundred years, they relied on various ingredients and their own training to continuously improve their cell levels. The strength improved by this method can even surpass the strength of the gourmet demon in the body. After that, use special ingredients to continuously tap the power of the gourmet demon. Under the combination of the two, the strength will be greatly improved. Mitara is like this, which is why the gourmet demon in Toriko's body is so strong, but in the final battle, Mitara still has to play the main attack. It was because Mitara had not tapped into the power of the gourmet devil before, and finally ate 6 kinds of ingredients, and was able to improve his strength to the point where he could deal with the perfect acacia for a period of time. However, there are too few cases where one can improve strength in the same way as Mitara and others. After all, it took them hundreds of years to improve their strength to this level. Where does a normal person live for hundreds of years, so the strength of these people cannot be used as a standard at all. In the human world, the way to measure the potential of gourmet hunters is actually to see how strong their gourmet devils are. The stronger the gourmet devil, the higher their potential will naturally be. So after seeing this scene, Chef Sumire also judged that the gourmet devils of the two were not the strongest, but they were also at a relatively strong level. After awakening the gourmet cells, the appetite of the two also increased greatly, and ERINA NAKIRI also discovered one thing, that is, the side effects of the tongue of God were repaired by the gourmet cells. This is indeed a happy thing for her. Although the tongue of God is of little use in this world, it is undoubtedly the best to be able to repair it. After finishing the meal, Chef Jin went to arrange other things, and Su Yang called the two to the other side. I will go back to the Healing Kingdom next, and then I should go to the first ecological zone if nothing goes wrong. Since you have awakened the gourmet cells, then come with me. There are also some things I want to teach you. Su Yang told the two how to enter the consciousness space, and told them to unify their statements and say that they were born with gourmet cells, but they just awakened now. Another point is that you should not tell others about the fact that the gourmet devil has no consciousness. So we can get gourmet cells so quickly because... Nakiri ERINA shut up before she finished her words. After listening to Su Yang's words, anyone with a little brain can see the problem. They had learned from Su Yang how difficult it was to get gourmet cells before. But in the end, they actually acquired gourmet cells so quickly. As for whether they were born with gourmet cells, others don't know, but they themselves don't know. They came from another world, and gourmet cells are the specialty of this world. How can they be born with gourmet cells? And Su Yang also knew that their gourmet demons had no consciousness and were completely controlled by themselves, and asked them not to tell others. Su Yang said so much, isn't it because they are different? However, they themselves don't know the situation of their gourmet demons, but Su Yang knows it. If they can't guess that this time the awakening of gourmet cells is related to Su Yang, then they are really brainless. You just know this secret yourself. I used some special methods. Just remember what I told you. Su Yang also admitted it directly. After all, what happened to the two of them really can't be inferred by common sense. So the two of them will notice it sooner or later, so it's better to make it clear now. Hearing this, the two nodded quickly. Although they didn't know what method Su Yang used, they knew one thing very well, that is, if this matter was spread, the whole world would be in turmoil. As they get to know this world more and more, they know very well how precious gourmet cells are. There are very few people in the human world who can possess gourmet cells, and only a very small number of people can successfully awaken them. Now the human world has never given up on studying how to perfectly transplant gourmet cells to other people. It's like someone in the Food Wars world can suddenly mass-produce superpowers, which is also a huge shock to the entire Food Wars world. After that, Su Yang separated from the two, but left a lot of food before they separated. Although Xiao Mo emptied his inventory of food several times during the incubation process, he still added some after Xiao Mo successfully incubated. So Su Yang left some food for the two. Although it is impossible to directly activate their cells continuously, as long as they eat these ingredients, the cell level of the two can be increased by several levels before going to the first ecological zone. It was also Su Yong's idea to take the two to the first ecological zone. With his current strength, the GT robots going to the first ecological zone are just delivering food. There is nothing special there, after all, Ego is stationed there. Bishokyukai only dared to send some GT robots to cause trouble, and did not dare to send real people. If it was some dangerous place, Su Yong would not dare to guarantee safety, and he would not dare to take these two people there. This time, Su Yong returned to the Healing Kingdom for a purpose, because of Xiao Mo. The machine in his hand could only measure Xiao Mo's cell level, and could not determine Xiao Mo's potential. So he needed to seek the help of Yusaku. As one of the two strongest regeneration masters in the human world, Yusaku had never seen a mutant like Xiao Mo, but at least he could find the most perfect way to help Xiao Mo grow. So this time back to the Healing Kingdom, the main purpose was to let Yusaku see Xiao Mo, while Yusaku had not yet gone to the food world. After all, before the Four Beasts incident, the members of the Zero Ecological Zone would be gathered in the food world. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 33, Shocked End. Once Yusaku and others are summoned to the Zero Ecological Zone, it means that they can no longer find Yusaku in the human world, and must go to the food world. In the original work, after a big battle, the strong men of Bishokyukai and Ego were either killed directly, or seriously injured and hammered to death, or their bodies were taken away by food spirits, or they stayed in the food world to do what they needed to do. In short, once they enter the food world, these strong men will not return to the human world even if they are not seriously injured. Especially Yusaku, at that time he will stay in the aging cave of the fourth continent to regenerate the flower fields that breed earth. It is estimated that Yusaku will only return to the human world after the decisive battle. After returning to the Healing Kingdom, Su Yong took Xiao Mo to find Yusaku as soon as possible. At this time, Xiao Mo's body has grown to more than 5 meters, but it is still a lot worse than the normal demon snake in terms of size. Of course, this is just the size. In terms of strength, Xiao Mo is a demon snake that crushes many adult individuals. You said this is the demon snake. Yusaku and the others had similar reactions. When he saw Xiao Mo, he was also shocked. Although he had seen many mutant creatures, this was the first time he had seen such a thorough mutation. If Su Yong hadn't said it, who would have thought that Xiao Mo would actually be a mutation of the demon snake? Yes, it is indeed a mutation of the demon snake, although the mutation is indeed a bit too thorough. Su Yong looked at Xiao Mo and nodded, and then told Yuzuo the whole process of Xiao Mo's birth. If it were someone else, it would be necessary to make some reservations, but for Yuzuo, it was completely unnecessary. It absorbed the power of the original skeleton of the demon snake, and it also absorbed so many ingredients to be born. This is probably not just a simple mutation. Maybe it also reverted to its ancestor while mutating. Yusaku made his own guess, because Xiao Mo's strength gave him such an idea. If it was just a simple mutation, then even if the potential was improved, it would not be possible to improve so much at one time. This is what he concluded from other mutant creatures. Now Xiao Mo was born not long ago, but his strength can already crush some adult demon snakes. This increase in strength is completely abnormal, so it should be a mutation based on atavism. In other words, Xiao Mo is not a simple demon snake mutant, but a demon snake original mutant. Su Yong had never thought about this before, but now that he talked to Zhou, he seemed to be right. Xiao Mo's strength increased so fast that it could be described as riding a rocket. Xiao Mo's strength increased faster than Terry, who had the potential to become the 8 kings. It is very likely. Of course, it may also be a pure mutation, but the probability is so small that it is almost zero. I need to draw some of its blood, is it okay? Zhou looked at Su Yong. He was also very curious about Xiao Mo, so he planned to study it while helping Su Yong. Of course, Xiao Mo. Su Yang called out. Xiao Mo could now understand the basic meaning of the conversation between the two. Although blood was required, it was clear that it was for its own good, so Xiao Mo agreed directly. After taking the blood, the two entered the research phase and conducted a series of tests on Xiao Mo in the next few days. Half a month later, on a plane outside the healing country, Yusaku and Su Yang were here, not only Su Yang, but also Typing. Typing came back after the two of them had studied for a few days. After learning about Xiao Mo's situation, he also joined the research. In half a month, the three of them had roughly figured out Xiao Mo's situation. It's incredible. Its gourmet cell swallowing ability is too strong. Although people and creatures with gourmet cells are almost bottomless pits, its level is almost unlimited. After half a month of various tests, everyone discovered Xiao Mo's terrifying swallowing and transformation abilities. There is almost no residue in the food that Xiao Mo swallows. It is directly and completely digested, and the energy will soon be converted to itself. This leads to Xiao Mo's growth rate being comparable to the best among humans. You know, this world is very kind to humans. Although humans are very weak when they are just born, humans can be parasitized by gourmet demons. So the human race is really weak, but several of the strong ones are also really strong. And the growth rate of humans is very fast, especially those with excellent talents among humans, such as Su Yang, and the existence of the four heavenly kings. Their growth rate has reached an incredible level. Even Terry, the Queen, and Keith, who have the 8 kings, can't catch up with them. Terry and others can still help in the Four Beasts incident, but when it comes to the chapter of the food world, their growth rate can no longer keep up with Toriko and others, and they can only play soy sauce on the edge. Among all the creatures on the earth, humans grow the fastest, but now Xiao Mo's growth rate can even catch up with Su Yang and others because of this special situation. In other words, Su Yang doesn't have to worry about his strength improving too fast and Xiao Mo being left behind, and Xiao Mo will become a powerful companion around him. During this period, Xiao Mo's growth rate has made its level exceed level 40, and its cell level is almost catching up with Su Yang. The body size has also grown to more than 10 meters, and Xiao Mo is now almost different every day. The key lies in Xiao Mo's combat effectiveness. The sharp horns on Xiao Mo's head can release lightning, and the mouth can spray venom similar to that of the demon snake, but the toxicity and corrosiveness are stronger. In addition, the scales on its body are not only extremely defensive, but each scale is a sensory organ, which is much more amazing than the previous demon snakes. In other words, Xiao Mo has no blind spots at all, and enemies attacking from any direction will be discovered by it in the first place. Although Xiao Mo's cell level is only over 40, after testing, it was found that its combat power is at least comparable to that of a 50-level beast. It is not easy for a beast to fight at this level. After all, this is not a capture level judged by humans, but a real cell level. Although beasts can also master various skills, such as the ape warriors of the 7th continent, it is almost impossible for a level 30 or 40 to master skills. Therefore, it is almost impossible for creatures at this level to exert combat power beyond their cell level, but Xiao Mo has now achieved this. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 34, Heading to the First Ecological Zone. It's a pity that we can't even find the limit of its potential, but this is a good thing. Maybe it can grow to the level of the 8th king in the future, which is incredible. Yuzo was a little excited when he said this. You know, it's not so easy to be the 8th king in the food world. These 8th kings are either unique, such as the Whale King and the Ape King. Now they are the only ones left in their tribes. Or they are born from specific tribes, such as the Dragon King, the Snake King, the Crow King, the Wolf King, the Horse King and the Deer King. Their tribes still exist, but it is extremely difficult to give birth to individuals at the level of the 8th king. Although Yuzo dare not guarantee that Xiao Mo will stay with Su Yang in the future, as long as Su Yang is there, even if Xiao Mo becomes the 8th king, he will be willing to help humans in the human world. This is equivalent to having an additional combat power at the level of the 8th king, and Yu Zhou is naturally very excited. It's not that exaggerated. Taiping was stunned for a moment after hearing this. That's the 8th king of the food world. Thinking about the information about the 8th king, Taiping couldn't help but shudder. It's not exaggerated at all. The probability is very high. After all, we can't measure its potential limit. This means that its lowest achievement can reach the original species of the demon snake. If it can go up, it will reach the realm of the 8th king. Yu Zhou shook his head. Anyway, it's a good thing that the potential limit can't be measured. 8th king? Xiao Mo, you have to work hard, but Xiao Mo's body is getting bigger and bigger. It will be difficult to take transportation to go anywhere after it grows bigger. Su Yang said as he looked at Xiao Mo, who had grown a lot. According to Xiao Mo's potential, he might grow to the size of the original species of the demon snake, or even bigger. Anyway, he won't be able to take transportation in the human world in the future. However, with Xiao Mo's strength, he can now go directly to the destination. In terms of speed, Xiao Mo is much faster than those transportation tools. This also reminded Su Yang of the female snake queen that Sunny had trained. That snake was also very large, and she had to go anywhere by herself. Fortunately, with their strength, the journey to the human world was nothing to them. Xiao Mo also let out a huge roar after hearing Su Yang's words. Although he didn't understand what the 8 kings were like, Xiao Mo regarded Su Yang as everything to him. Su Yang's expectations would naturally be fulfilled by him. By the way, Su Yang, you are going to the first ecological zone, right? Your application has been approved, but Toriko and Sunny, 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, are also going in together. As for Taiping, I have a commission to give you. It's almost time for the birth of century soup. I also went to see the food window before. If nothing unexpected happens, the food window should not be able to bear it. I have other things to deal with, so the commission to investigate the food window is given to you. Yusaku suddenly assigned Taiping a task. The food showcase, I remember it's in the ice hell, right? Coincidentally, that's one of my targets. Taiping nodded and took the commission. As for the target he mentioned, Su Yang knew that Taiping's target should be Hell Bolus. Hell Bolus is the overlord of Ice Hell. Ice Hell is a place that few people go to, but after someone discovered century soup, Ice Hell welcomes a large number of humans every 100 years. Master Jiro has been there once, and Hell Bolus was sealed by Master Jiro with acupuncture. After Master Jiro captured century soup and left, he did not unlock the acupuncture for Hell Bolus. Such a situation has occurred in many places in the human world. Taiping has been running around all these years just to unlock these creatures that have been acupunctured. Hell Bolus is naturally one of his goals. As for investigating the food window and capturing century soup, these are just incidental. Su Yang is also very interested in century soup, but that place is too dangerous, so he doesn't plan to go there, and Komatsu can also make century soup later, so he will drink it when the time comes. Now Su Yang has taken Xiao Mo to the first ecological zone. Fortunately, Xiao Mo's body is not so big that it can't fit in the plane, otherwise he can only ride Xiao Mo and let Xiao Mo swim across the sea. There are also ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato. This time, they also received Su Yang's notice in advance and set off together. An island of 500,000 square kilometers, how big is it? On the plane, ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arato were also looking through the information of the first ecological zone. When they saw the area of the island, they were amazed. Although there were larger islands in the world before they crossed over, the problem is that this island is not the largest island in the human world. Islands of this size can be found in large quantities in the world of food captives. The reason why the first ecological zone is so important is that the beasts living on this island have a high level of capture. This is not just big. The first ecological zone can be said to be the lifeline of the entire human world. 30% of the ingredients in the human world are produced by the Food Research Institute of the first ecological zone. Once there is a problem here, the entire human world will face a food crisis. After Su Yang finished speaking, the two were shocked again. The entire human world has tens of billions of people, not the billions of people in their world. These 30% of food are enough to feed the people in their entire world before, and there is still a lot of surplus. As he was talking, the plane was getting closer to the first ecological zone. After the plane landed, Su Yang also met the person in charge here, Director Mansum, the third in command of IGO. After Yulong died and Shigematsu was controlled, Mansum became the new president of IGO, and he has been continuing Yulong's philosophy. To be honest, Su Yang admired Mansum very much. After all, after the order of the human world collapsed, it was he who reorganized the order. After being attacked and seriously injured by Shigematsu, the first thing Mansum thought about when he was rescued was not himself, but how to arrange a disaster relief plan. This was enough for Su Yang to admire him. "Hey, long time no see, Su Yang boy, I heard that you have found a partner recently, and you found two at a time, which is amazing." Mansum and Su Yang also knew each other. After all, Su Yang had come here many times and was arranged to participate in the food arena competition. "Long time no see. Director Mansum, these two are my partners." Su Yang didn't care about Mansum's teasing, but introduced the two to Mansum. "Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points." Chapter 35 Igo's Helplessness. This is Director Mansum, who is also the head of the Food Research Institute. Su Yang also introduced Mansum to the two. Did you just say I'm handsome?" However, after the two greeted each other, Mansum suddenly said this. "Yes, I did say you're handsome." Hearing this, Su Yang also responded with a smile. Mansum's actions in the original book were indeed very handsome, and Su Yang's praise was also from the heart. "You are still the one who speaks well. Others never answer my questions." Mansum was happy but also a little helpless. When other people heard him ask this question, they usually ignored it. Only Su Yang would directly answer his question and praise him for being handsome. And he could hear that Su Yang was not flattering, which made Mansum a little puzzled. He didn't know why Su Yang thought that a guy like him was handsome. He couldn't figure it out, so he just thought that Su Yang just had a simple aesthetic problem. "Haven't Toriko and the others arrived yet?" Su Yang glanced around. He didn't think Mansum was looking for him. He was probably waiting for Toriko. "It's almost there. It will probably arrive in 5 minutes. By the way, this is your mutant demon snake. It looks pretty cool, but it's not as good as my lychee." Mansum looked around and praised Xiao Mo after seeing him. But he didn't forget to praise his companion lychee before he finished. Mansum's lychee is a cheetah with wings. It's huge and has a capture level of 35. Well, it's no match for Xiao Mo at this stage. ERINA Nakiri and Hisako Arato saw that they couldn't get a word in, so they went to play with Xiao Mo next to them. A few minutes later, another plane landed, and Toriko and Komatsu walked out of it. "Mr. Su Yang." After seeing Su Yang, Komatsu greeted him immediately. Toriko was not surprised. After all, when he received the commission, he knew that Su Yang would go with him this time. After the two sides greeted each other, Su Yang also introduced his partners to the two. "You are really amazing. You found two partners at once, and they are both very beautiful." Toriko was also a little surprised. After all, Su Yang had never found a partner before, including their 4 kings. He thought that only he had found Komatsu as a partner, but now Su Yang actually found two, and they were two beauties. As everyone talked, they walked inside. After entering the door, everyone saw the spectacular food conveying device. Countless ingredients were conveyed out by the conveyor belt in front of everyone. There is no doubt that these ingredients are sent to all parts of the world. This area is very large, and the elevator took a long time to reach another area. This is. Looking at the isolated small rooms, which contained various ingredients, ERINA NAKIRI couldn't help asking. This is the research and development area. The creatures you see are not born like this, but have become like this through a series of transformations, hybridization, and so on. Toriko grew up here and was very familiar with the place, so she simply acted as a guide for everyone. After he finished speaking, Nakiri, ERINA and Komatsu also understood, and it was not difficult for Nakiri, ERINA and Naoto Hisako to understand. After all, there are many such studies in the Shokuchiki world, in order to increase production and improve the quality of ingredients. It's just that the scale here at Igo is relatively large. And many of the ingredients studied are strange. For example, the mussel crab that escaped in front of us, the capture level is level 3, and crabs should be crustaceans. But Igo hybridized it with other creatures, and then the mussel crab in front of us was born, with crab meat all over the body and no shell. By the way, you guys just know what's going on here, don't go out and say it loudly, otherwise it will be very troublesome. After locking the mussel crab back, Mansam spoke, and this was said to Nakiri, ERINA, Naoto Hisako, and Komatsu. After all, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. People now have forgotten the famine-stricken scene in the human world before Igo became big. People can do anything after they are full. Even in the world of food captives, there is a group of so-called animal protectors. Once they know what is happening here, they will always make some noise. Although they can't shake the status of Igo, they can disgust people, so Mansam doesn't want the outside world to know what is happening here. In response, everyone nodded. After leaving the research area, everyone came to the underground arena. Sure enough, it started again. Seeing these guys, I feel that even my appetite has been affected. Toriko said as he looked at the people sitting around the arena. This is also unavoidable. You know it very well, don't you? We need this money. Mansam shook his head and said, Toriko didn't say much about this. Although he was unhappy here, he also knew that there was nothing wrong with what Mansam said. After everyone came to their seats, Nakiri, ERINA asked Suyong in a low voice. After all, they couldn't understand the conversation between the two just now. Toriko is a very special person. In his eyes, he will only kill animals that he has to eat or that he has to kill. This arena is for beasts to fight and sell tickets to make money, so Toriko is very unhappy with this model. But this arena has a reason to exist. The money earned from these people will be invested by Igo in war-torn areas to help those in need, so Toriko won't say much even if he is unhappy about this place. Suyong said. Igo shouldn't be short of money, even if you can sell tickets here, it's not enough compared to Igo's industry. Why does Igo care about this income? ERINA Nakiri had a question mark on her head. Igo is the largest organization in the human world, a super alliance composed of 3-digit countries, and Igo is the main person in charge. Now Igo actually cares about such a small ticket. She didn't expect it. Igo is indeed very large, and the number of member countries has reached 3 digits. It can be said that most countries in the human world have chosen to become member countries of Igo. But at the same time, this also requires Igo to care about the feelings of these member countries when doing things. Igo's main assistance targets are some non-member countries, and the people in these non-member countries are suffering. If you use the money earned by member countries to save people in non-member countries, people will naturally have opinions, so Igo can only use the extra money earned to help those non-member countries. Suyong briefly explained that Igo often affects the whole body, so when doing things, it is also necessary to consider the ideas of all parties. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Little Mo, the one who causes Dolang to be afraid. After listening to Su Young's words, NAKIRI ERINA thought for a while and understood. After all, she was also born in a big family. The NAKIRI family also has many allies. It is precisely because of the dependence of these allies that the NAKIRI family can become the local emperor of Sakura. Once all these vassal forces leave, the NAKIRI family will not be easy. However, the NAKIRI family is different from the Igo. The NAKIRI family is a private family. The existence of the NAKIRI family is also to develop family power, while the meaning of the existence of the Igo is to stabilize the peace of the human world. Even the NAKIRI family often has to consider the concerns of vassal families and allies, not to mention the Igo. Just as NAKIRI ERINA and the others were thinking, the battle below had already begun, and beasts began to appear in the arena. These beasts are completely catastrophic in front of ordinary people, but here, they can only become the object of fun for these rich and powerful officials. However, when the last beast appeared on the stage, all the beasts on the field stared at the last beast. Fighting wolf? Is this the legendary fighting wolf? You actually brought out the fighting wolf, and is it really okay to put it in the arena like this? Toriko said as he looked at the cover covering the arena. According to his understanding of fighting wolf, these things can't stop fighting wolf. Don't worry, this is thickened, and this fighting wolf is not as scary as you think. This fighting wolf is cloned using cells. Although a fighting wolf was successfully cloned, there is a huge gap between its strength and potential and the fighting wolf in the food world. Mansam shook his head. In order to enhance the combat effectiveness of Igo has been constantly cloning and transforming various beasts, not only for food, but also for use against enemies. Fighting wolf is such a powerful group in the food world, so they are naturally targeted by them. These guys are so brave that they dare to clone even fighting wolf. They are really not afraid of death. Su Yang couldn't help shaking his head. Cloning creatures in the food world is undoubtedly a gamble, and the cloned one is the fighting wolf, the king race of the second continent. This is completely jumping back and forth on the edge of death. This fighting wolf itself has defects in its genes, so its strength is very weak. Otherwise, if a healthy one is really cloned, then the fate of these people can be imagined. Unfortunately, the human world is protected by a dragon and others, so the creatures of the food world will basically not invade the human world on a large scale. Otherwise, once a fighting wolf walks around the human world and finds out what these people are doing, it will be a disaster. So after this cloning, the project was directly stopped. Mansam said that cloning creatures from the food world is indeed very dangerous, and even if they are cloned and raised from childhood, they cannot be tamed. That's right, the fighting wolf in front of them is almost out of their control, and it is precisely because of this that this fighting wolf was sent to the arena. For creatures like fighting wolves, that kind of arrogance has been passed down from genes, so even if this fighting wolf is cloned and raised by humans, the arrogance in its bones still exists. Su Yang feels that these creatures are almost reaching the level of inherited memory in fantasy novels. While Mansam was speaking, Su Yang suddenly noticed that the fighting wolf's eyes were focused on them. Following the fighting wolf's gaze, Su Yang read some of the fighting wolf's emotions at the moment, and the most obvious one was fear. Fear? Why should you fear us? Our breath should be well hidden. Su Yang was a little confused. Their breath was well hidden, and Dolang couldn't sense it, not to mention that there were a group of beasts around. It was strange that Dolang was still on guard against them in this situation. At this time, Su Yang's brain was also working fast. He didn't understand where this fear came from. The strongest perception of Dolang should be the sense of smell, but now this Dolang can't smell the gourmet devil in our body, that is to say, it is the external smell. Xiao Mo. Gradually eliminating it, Su Yang found that the other party might have smelled Xiao Mo's smell. Although Xiao Mo didn't follow into the arena, the smell remained on everyone. This is also the only reason Su Yang can think of that makes Dulang very fearful. After all, Xiao Mo is not only mutated, but also regressed, and his potential cannot even be measured by Yusaku. If it is because of Xiao Mo's smell that caused the other party's fear, then Su Yang thinks it is normal. Su Yang figured it out. Under the control of Ling, the beasts below, who were afraid to attack, also attacked Dulang. But surprisingly, in the face of the attacks of these beasts, Dulang stood still and let the other party bite it. Just when everyone was confused, Toriko suddenly jumped up and punched the glass cover. He rushed directly into the arena and punched the beasts that were biting Dulang. That BD, why did he suddenly run in? Mansum, who saw this scene, also widened his eyes. He really didn't expect Toriko to go in. Toriko did participate in the arena competition back then. But Toriko was very disgusted with this kind of competition, so he stopped participating after participating a few times. Now Toriko suddenly ran in and caught Mansum off guard. The fighting wolf you cloned is pregnant and is now giving birth to offspring. It has used all its energy to give birth to its own child, so now it has no strength to move. Su Yang said. The intelligence of this fighting wolf is not low. It knows its own situation very well. Its potential and strength after being cloned are very poor. So it wants to work hard to give birth to a healthy offspring and put everything it has into it. As a regeneration master, Su Yang can sense things that others cannot sense. Even if this fighting wolf is not attacked by GT robots in the original book, it is estimated that it will not live for a few days. It must be said that maternal love is indeed quite great, not only in humans. Giving birth to offspring? Unbelievable, although it is female, it can actually reproduce parthenogenetically. It seems that it is also the credit of gourmet cells, but Toriko is still as messy as ever. Before he finished speaking, Mansum saw Toriko's 5 nail punches hit the glass cover, and the glass cover that the beasts could not break was smashed under Toriko's fist. This made Mansum, who was already somewhat helpless, simply cover his forehead with his hands, and then stood up to evacuate the crowd. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 37, Bishokyukai's Trash. What should we do now? Should we leave? Looking at the chaotic scene in the arena, ERINA, NAKIRI, and Hisako Arado couldn't help but ask in unison. No need, those beasts can't run out. Wait a minute, I have to deal with a guy. Su Yang said, the beasts here are average, only the modified demon snake will cause some trouble to Toriko, but Toriko will not let these guys run out. Now Su Yang is going to deal with the GT robot that appeared in the original book. Although this fighting wolf will not live for a few days after giving birth to offspring, the scene in the original book where it was shot and killed by the opponent also made Su Yang very unhappy, so now he is going to dismantle this piece of scrap metal directly. As early as when he came in, Su Yang had already scanned the entire arena and determined his target, which was the GT robot disguised as the president of a certain country. But after scanning around, Su Yang found that Tina, one of the extras who should appear here in the original book, did not appear. If you think about it carefully, it is true. Anime is always anime, and reality is always reality. In reality, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream for Tina to enter here. After all, you must have a ticket to enter here, and with Tina's identity, it is impossible for her to reach this floor. So in reality, Tina can't reach this place at all. Of course, this extra king is just paying attention. Now Su Yang's target is that piece of scrap metal. Unlike others, after the glass broke, others began to run towards the exit one by one, and the GT robot disguised as Dohem did not react at all. After all, for this GT robot, the beasts present are not its opponents, so there is no need to run. He appeared here, on the one hand, to explore the situation of Ego, and on the other hand, to create a commotion so that other GT robots can successfully capture the gem meat. Just when it was indifferent, Su Yang had come behind it. Because he mastered the food meaning, Su-young hid his breath very well, so his approach was not discovered. Crack! The next second, the GT robot found that there was a sound of mechanical parts breaking on its body. It looked down and saw that a hand had penetrated its core and grabbed the core in its hand. Bishokyukai's garbage, this is not the place for you. While speaking, Su-young directly crushed the core in his hand. The GT robot without the core was naturally scrapped. Su-young did not dismantle the GT robot directly. The technological content of this GT robot is not low. Igo has always wanted to capture such a GT robot for research. But the Bishokyukai people are very smart. They always detonate the GT robot directly. But this time, Su-young acted too quickly, and the GT robot was crushed before it could react. Damn it, who is it? Bishokyukai, the operator of this green GT robot, took off the connection equipment on his body with an angry face. He was very angry at this time. He hadn't done anything yet and his GT robot was destroyed. Moreover, his GT robot was captured by the other party, which meant that this GT robot would no longer be the patent of Bishokyukai. You know, Bishokyukai spent a lot of money, material resources, and manpower to develop the GT robot. The reason why Igo couldn't research these things is that Igo invested most of its resources in people's livelihood. On the contrary, Bishokyukai didn't need to care about this aspect. So all its resources were invested in the research of GT robots. This is Bishokyukai's GT robot, disguised as Dohem, can deceive our detection equipment. It looks like the latest model. Mansum also came over and saw that the guy with Dohem's face had a mechanical hole in his chest. He also knew that Igo was infiltrated by the other party. Su-young, sell this guy to us, I will give a suitable price. Mansum said, the latest model of GT robot, and it is well preserved. If such things are used for research, Igo will soon be able to produce GT robots with similar performance. Forget about selling it, I'll give it to you. Anyway, this thing is useless to me. Su-young shook his head. The GT robot is of no use to him. Secondly, even if this thing is sold at a sky-high price, does Su-young lack money? Of course not. So this GT robot is best used to exchange for favors. Ha ha ha, thank you very much. Mansum didn't waste any words and directly picked up the GT robot in front of him. He naturally saw Su-young's thoughts. But for him, although Su-young was not a member of Igo, he was also one of his own. After all, he and Zo were members of the Zeroth ecological zone. Su-young had a very good relationship with Igo. It would be no problem to build a good relationship with such a talented regeneration master. After picking up the GT robot, Mansum left. Although the ticket for this game had to be refunded later, it was a big profit to get such a GT robot. As for Toriko, who was still fighting the modified demon snake, and Dolang, who was giving birth, he was not worried. Toriko was capable of dealing with the demon snake. Dolang had already weakened to the extreme after giving birth and had no combat power, so he was too lazy to care about the things here. After Mansum left, Toriko quickly dealt with the modified demon snake below. The capture level of this demon snake was level 25, but its actual combat power exceeded level 30. This is not because the demon snake itself is extremely powerful, but because of the various perfumes sprayed by Ling. These perfumes made the demon snake's desire to fight reach its peak, and also increased the opponent's combat power. Of course, this kind of perfume also has a price. Although it can make the creature's combat power soar in a short period of time, there will be serious sequelae after the battle. However, before the effect of the medicine on this transformed demon snake passed, the fighting wolf mother began to act. Although Toriko could deal with it, the fighting wolf mother felt that her child should be protected by herself, so she used her remaining strength and killed the transformed demon snake in seconds. It's worthy of being a fighting wolf. The speed and attack are maxed out. Su-young could see that the capture level of this fighting wolf was not much higher than that of the transformed demon snake, but it was able to kill the opponent in seconds. This is the characteristic of the Fighting Wolf clan. The attack and speed are maxed out, and it can easily fight across levels. Even if this Fighting Wolf is just cloned, it can only be said that the Fighting Wolf clan is really powerful. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 38, The Proud Fighting Wolf. After killing the transformed demon snake, Dulang was together with his child again. I never thought that I could see the birth of Dulang. This is a beast living in the world of food. Toriko was relieved when she saw the transformed demon snake was solved, and looked at the Dulang mother and son in front of her with a smile. Such an opportunity is indeed very precious, but its body should not be able to bear it soon. Ling, who had already arrived, said. As the chief animal trainer of Igo, Ling could also see that the mother of Dulang was already weak to the limit. The attack against the demon snake just now overdrew a lot of its life. Now the breath of Dulang mother was rapidly decreasing, and they all felt a little frightened at the speed. By the way, Su Yang, you are a regeneration master, do you have any way? Hearing Ling's words, everyone felt uncomfortable, but Toriko soon remembered that there was another regeneration master here, and it was a powerful regeneration master. Its body is seriously depleted. The things I carry can indeed extend its life for a period of time, but only for a few months at most. If you want to extend its life, you must send it to the healing country for my master to take action. Su Yang said, his regeneration ability cannot be compared with Yusaku. Yusaku's regeneration ability has reached a terrifying level. In the original book, he said that he went to the ice hell, so maybe he could make the food showcase rejuvenated. This is not bragging, but he can really do it. In this world, many things are unreasonable, such as a chef who is proficient in food can directly cut off the meat of a fish in an instant, and the fish itself cannot sense it. It can continue to swim in the sea for several years before dying normally, which is completely beyond common sense. So if Yusaku takes action, then maybe the life of this fighting wolf can be extended. Regeneration Master Yusaku? I know, but now please help treat this fighting wolf. Toriko said. Yes, but I need the other party's consent. Su Yang looked at Dulang's mother, and everyone looked over. Dulang's mother was listening to their conversation throughout the whole process. Dulang's mother's wisdom was not low. But to everyone's surprise, Dulang's mother shook her head at this time. She didn't want Su Yang to treat herself. What does shaking your head mean? Reject? Why refuse treatment? ERINA NAKIRI was confused and couldn't understand Dulang's mother's thoughts. Maybe it's because of the arrogance of the Dulang clan. Su Yang said. From the perspective of humans, it's actually impossible to understand Dulang's mother's thoughts, but from the perspective of Dulang's mother, there's no problem. Dulang is a natural fighting race. The only time it shows its gentle side is when its offspring is born. The Dulang mother in front of him was cloned. It inherited the arrogance in Dulang's bones, but it also knows its physical condition very well. So it chose to use gourmet cells to give birth to an offspring, and in order to prevent the other party from having its own situation, it injected everything it has into this new life. While it is nurturing new life, it is actually seeking death. It cannot bear the fact that as a fighting wolf it is dragging such a crippled body, which is undoubtedly bringing discredit to the fighting wolf clan. It can be said that the Dulang clan is so arrogant that they don't want to live anymore. As for its children, although they are reluctant, they know very well that their children need to experience more in order to grow up smoothly. Su Yang told everyone his guess. Maybe you are right. Toriko looked at the Dulang mother and son in front of him and shook his head. Humans and Dulang are always two different races, and they can't impose their ideas on each other. So what they have to do now is to respect the choice of Dulang mother. Just when everyone felt a little regretful, Dulang mother let out a howl, and then the little Dulang reluctantly left his mother and walked towards Toriko. Obviously, this is the choice of Dulang mother. Just now Toriko came to help it without any hesitation, and it sensed Toriko's kindness. Now the little dulang is still too weak and needs a backer, so Toriko is the best choice. After all, dulang mother has not forgotten where this is. This is Igo. If the little dulang wants to leave smoothly, he must rely on one of them. Toriko is the best candidate. Do you want me to help you take care of this child? Don't worry, I will take good care of it. Toriko also understood the meaning of the mother and son, and agreed directly. This time, Su-yong did not touch the fighting wolf. After all, he already had Xiao Mo. If he hadn't met Xiao Mo, he might have intervened. Although the fighting wolf's combat power could not be improved as fast as his, it could at least be a bodyguard to protect others. Awoo! After Toriko agreed, the fighting wolf mother also stood up directly and let out a loud wolf howl. In this wolf howl, Su-yong also felt the gratitude from the fighting wolf mother. After all, Su-yong also helped, otherwise the GT robot just now would be very troublesome. It's a pity that the fighting wolf mother had nothing to thank Su-yong for, so she could only let out a wolf howl to thank him. After this wolf howl, the fighting wolf mother stood still. As expected of a proud dulang, he would die standing up even if he died. Looking at the figure in front of him that had lost its vitality but was still standing steadily, Su-yong sighed, and his words were also agreed by everyone. As for the little dulang at this time, although it can be seen that he was a little sad, he did not approach dulang's mother again. After watching for a while, everyone chose to leave. Others would do the follow-up work here. Dulang's mother's body should be buried properly. After all, the little dulang followed Toriko, and Toriko naturally could not leave dulang's mother's body alone. Afterwards, everyone began to taste his full meal menu under Mansam's hospitality. Every time I see such a full meal menu, I feel helpless. Su-yong complained while eating other things. All dishes contain alcohol. This is indeed a very strange full-course menu. ERINA, NAKIRI, Hisako Arato, and Komatsu were all speechless. Every dish on Mansam's full-course menu contained a high concentration of alcohol. Just smelling the alcohol was enough. People who don't really like alcohol simply can't eat it. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39 Sunny is taught a lesson by Xiao Mo. By the way, what is the full meal menu for Mr. Su-yong and Ms. Nakiri and Ms. Nito? Komatsu asked with some curiosity. In this world, full meal menus are something that almost all gourmet hunters and chefs will collect. The dishes in them are the most suitable and their favorite. Although Mansam's full meal menu contains alcohol, these ingredients are indeed the most suitable for Mansam's gourmet cells. Mansam's gourmet cells can heal quickly as long as there is alcohol. In the later period, he was treated with alcohol after being seriously injured. Komatsu followed Toriko for a period of time. Toriko only confirmed the rainbow fruit. As for the others, they were still empty. He was a little curious about what Su-yong's full meal menu was. As soon as this was said, Nakiri, ERINA and Nito Hisako also looked at Su-yong. They had not met Su-yong for a long time, and they were mostly studying at Zhongmei Culinary College in the middle, so they didn't know much about Su-yong. They were also very curious about what ingredients were on Su-yong's full meal menu. Full course menus, I don't have them, and I don't plan to collect them. Su-yong shook his head. When he said this, not only Komatsu and ERINA Nakiri were stunned, but Toriko and Mansam beside him also turned their heads to look at Su-yong. Don't look at me like that. I'm just too lazy to make a menu. There are so many delicious foods, why do we need to make such a menu? Su-yong said that he would eat whatever he liked, and there was no need to be so troublesome. This is really a surprising answer. Everyone was speechless. Su-yong had a special reason, but they didn't expect Su-yong's reason to be so simple. In fact, full-course menus are more of a bond, just like Toriko's full-course menus, which were basically collected with Komatsu or Terry. The topic of full-course menus passed quickly, and then Mansam and Toriko ate 3 full-course menus of Mansam, which made everyone's scalp numb. Although ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arado had also awakened their gourmet cells, they lost interest in this food after tasting it once or twice. Just as Toriko and the others were about to continue eating, Ling brought a message that his brother Sunny had captured the Rigaru mammoth and was about to reach the door of the institute. Hearing this, everyone naturally followed him out and soon saw Sunny approaching with a huge beast. Wow, such a big elephant! Such a big elephant was actually lifted up by someone with one hand. Although they had awakened their gourmet cells, they also knew that it was not easy to lift such a big creature. The giant elephant in front of them looked about 100 meters tall, and it was hard to imagine that someone could lift it with one hand. Not with one hand. That guy's name is Sunny, she's Ling's sister, one of the 4 heavenly kings of gourmet, and his biggest feature is his hair. His hair is like tentacles, each of which can exert more than 200 kilograms of force, and he has more than 250,000 of these hairs. So what you see is that he lifted the giant elephant with one hand, but in fact, there are hairs that you can't see with your naked eyes supporting it. And the force that this hair bears is not completely borne by his body, isn't it amazing? Su Yang briefly introduced Sunny. When he came to Igo to study, he also met the 4 heavenly kings. And he knew Sunny's situation very well. Of course, even if he didn't come that year, he would be very clear about this. After all, he has seen the original plot. Are the 4 heavenly kings of gourmet so terrifying? After hearing Sunny's details, the 2 also knew how terrifying Sunny was. Those hairs were really outrageous. The strongest of the 4 kings of gourmet food is zebra. As for Sunny, he is not as terrifying as you think. It is true that his hair has such power. But he cannot accurately control every hair, and the defense of his hair is not as good as his body. Su Yang said that even if Sunny has gourmet cells, he can do many things at the same time, but it is completely impossible to accurately control hundreds of thousands of hairs. Let alone hundreds of thousands of hairs, Sunny cannot accurately control even hundreds of hairs now. In fact, Sunny's hair is most suitable for his style of acupuncture. After all, his hair is very thin and difficult to be detected, and there are a lot of them, and they can spread around. But this guy is not very interested in acupuncture. When Su Yang was talking, Sunny had already arrived in front of everyone and threw the Giallo mammoth in his hand directly. Seeing this scene, Su Yang also jumped down with the 2 of them. In the end, Mansam carried the giant elephant. Roar! Just as Sunny approached, Xiao Mo, who was following Su Yang, suddenly roared and swung his tail. Xiao Mo's target was Sunny. Due to Xiao Mo's strength, Sunny's body could not react and could only temporarily use a lot of hair to block himself. The whole person was blown away like a missile. Boom! Sunny smashed a big hole in the ground. Hiss! He actually broke so much of my hair. What's wrong with this guy? Sunny flew out of the big hole. Of course, it looked like flying, but in fact, he supported himself in the air with his hair. Although he looked unscathed, Su Yang, Toriko and Mansam could see that Sunny had lost a lot of hair. Sunny, it's not polite to extend your hair without the consent of others. Su Yang said that Xiao Mo would not attack Sunny for no reason. The reason for the attack was because Sunny stretched out her hair to them. Due to the touch of the devil, Sunny's hair is almost equivalent to his hands. When he touches others, he can clearly perceive the situation of the other person's body. Originally, Su Yang was going to teach Sunny a lesson when he sensed Sunny's hair approaching, but before Su Yang could make a move, Xiao Mo took action first. So this time Su Yang stood on Xiao Mo's side. In addition to Xiao Mo's attack, Terry also hid far away. It also sensed Sunny's hair, but because it was just born and its strength was very weak, Terry was no match for Sunny, so he chose to avoid it. On the contrary, Xiao Mo's current strength completely surpassed Sunny, so Xiao Mo directly launched an attack. "Brother, you stretched your hair again, you really deserve it." Ling also complained, "It can only be said that they are indeed siblings, the sister is merciless when she is against the brother." Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Entering the First Ecological Zone. Although what I did was a little impolite, I am your brother, and you are actually helping others. Sunny also knew that he was in the wrong this time, but he was upset to hear that his sister did not help him but went to help others. "It is obviously you who are in the wrong." Ling Ke didn't care about that, and he still had to fight back. "Okay, stop arguing. What you need to do now is to capture the gem meat, not to play around here. Those GT robots have already entered the first ecological zone." Mansum, who was holding a giant elephant on the side, spoke up. Although the giant elephant was very large and heavy, it was not much different from a feather for a strong man like Mansum. "What nonsense are you talking about, Director? Haven't I already caught the Giallo mammoth?" Sunny looked at Mansum speechlessly. He felt that Mansum should retire. This might be Alzheimer's disease. He was holding the target ingredients in his hand, but he asked them to find them. "Ahem, this is just a cub. The real Giallo mammoth is a kilometer-level behemoth." At this time, Su Yang interrupted, and everyone's heads turned to the giant elephant in Mansum's hand. This is actually a cub? How big is the adult? And what is a kilometer-level behemoth? Shocked, Zinhufisha and others were shocked and asked their questions directly. This is indeed a cub. The height of an adult Giallo mammoth alone is more than 1 kilometer. In the human world, behemoths with a body size of more than a kilometer are called kilometer-level behemoths. Most of the kilometer-level behemoths in the human world live over the Death Falls. Of course, there are also very few living in other areas. Mansum also explained to everyone. It turned out to be a kilometer-level behemoth. This is really troublesome. And Sunny also caught the cub. I hope the adult individual won't get angry. Toriko's mouth twitched. The mother who lost her child was quite terrifying. So I'll take the cub back to check if there's gem meat in its body. You guys hurry up and capture the gem meat now, don't let those GT robots take it away. After Mansum finished speaking, he lifted the giant mammoth and left. Although the possibility of gem meat in the cub's body was very small, he had to test it anyway, just in case he got it. It's really troublesome, a kilometer-level beast, and a bunch of GT robots. Sunny couldn't help but complain. He just came back and now he has to go again. The most important thing is that kilometer-level beasts are difficult to deal with. The destructive power caused by the huge size is quite terrifying. Of course, as humans, their small size also has advantages. With a small size, as long as they hide their breath well, it will be difficult for the Giallo mammoth to find them. What's wrong? You look worried. Su Yang asked after seeing the expressions of ERINA, NAKIRI and the others. No, nothing, it's just hard to imagine what a kilometer-level beast looks like. ERINA NAKIRI shook her head. The pressure from the young Ligera mammoth was very strong, not to mention the adult Ligera mammoth. It was normal for them to be afraid and worried. Don't worry. Although the Ligera mammoth is huge, it is not difficult for us to deal with it. I dare to bring you here, so I am sure of it. Don't talk about me. Xiao Mo can easily deal with the Ligera mammoth. Su Yang said with a smile. The kilometer-level beast is indeed very scary, but when facing a strong person, especially a strong person with a small enough body, the huge body becomes a burden. Just like when the Ligera mammoth jumped down from the Ligera plateau in the original book, the impact was very strong, but Toriko and others dug a pit on the ground to avoid it. Those snake cliffs shrank their bodies into a ball and were directly pressed into the earth, and they were also not injured. The size of the Giallo mammoth is a burden in front of human warriors, which is why the capture level of the Giallo mammoth is so low. After all, even if the cell level is lower than that of the Giallo mammoth, it can easily kill the Giallo mammoth from the body. The strongest point of the kilometer-level beast is its terrifying destructive power. If they appear in human cities, they don't need to do anything, just taking 2 steps can bring disaster to human cities. Speaking of which, is this your pet, Su-Yang? Its strength is really strong. The tail just now broke a lot of my hair. What kind of creature is this? I don't know it at all. Sunny asked. He only observed Xiao Mo carefully now, and he found that he didn't know what kind of creature it was. But he had to say that he thought Xiao Mo was pretty handsome. A mutant of the demon snake, Xiao Mo is much stronger than you. You'd better not use your hair to test Xiao Mo, otherwise don't blame me if you get beaten up again. Su-Yang said with a smile. Sunny is a bit narcissistic, but there is nothing wrong with him. Su-Yang has a good relationship with 3 of the 4 heavenly kings. The only one with a bad relationship is Zebra. Although he also knows that Zebra is a cold-hearted guy, Su-Yang will not indulge his stinky mouth. So Su-Yang and Zebra have an average relationship. When they were in Igo, Su-Yang and Zebra were about the same in strength. However, after leaving Igo, Zebra began to devour various creatures quickly, which greatly improved his cell level. He was thrown into the food prison, in addition to exterminating some dangerous creatures, because he improved too quickly. In order to make his foundation more solid, Yulong locked him up in the food prison. In this prison, he can also polish his foundation. Otherwise, if Zebra continues like this, he will grow faster than others in the early stage, but in the later stage, Zebra will be left behind by the other 4 kings. I won't make the same mistake again. Sunny shook his head, and then the group went to the first ecological area. During this period, the other people looked at Su-Yang and the other 2 with some envy. The reason is very simple. The 3 of them don't need to walk by themselves, just sit on Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo's current size is enough to carry them, and even a few more people are no problem, but Xiao Mo will not allow others to climb on him. Su-Yang is a person it recognizes, and NAKIRI ERINA and the other 2 are Su-Yang's partners, so it is willing to let a few people climb on it, and naturally it is impossible for others. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41, The Growth Rate of Dulang. Terry, you have to grow up quickly. Looking at Su-Yang and the other 2 being so relaxed, Toriko also looked at Terry. Terry is a fighting wolf. Although he is not very big when he grows up, he can at least take them with him. Terry has just been born, so it will take a long time for him to grow up. Looking at Terry walking in front of him and others, Komatsu said, after all, Terry was born in front of them. Boy, you are wrong. Fighting wolves grow very fast. I also know something about the fighting wolf mother you mentioned before. It won't be long before its size will grow to the same size as its mother, or even bigger. Sunny said. Unlike others, Sunny spends most of his time in Igo because of his sister. So he also knows something about fighting wolves. Fighting wolves grow very fast, not only in terms of combat power, but also in terms of body. Yes, Terry will probably grow to the same size as his mother in a few months. Ling nodded. After all, she had tried to tame Terry's mother, but no matter what means or perfume she used, it was completely useless, so she had no choice but to put it in the arena. Does the fighting wolf grow so fast? Komatsu looked at Terry in shock. The fighting wolf clan is a very powerful race in the food world. Such a race born purely for fighting will pass through its infancy very quickly. Everyone was talking about fighting wolves. Not everyone in Igo could read the information about fighting wolves. These information were collected by members of the Zeroth ecological zone in the food world. The food world is impossible to explore for the human world, even with food satellites. Because many powerful creatures in the food world can easily shoot down food satellites, the food satellites launched by humans can only operate within the scope of the human world, and dare not be released into the food world. However, the information about fighting wolves is only some basic information, and as for the living environment of fighting wolves, they are completely unknown. After all, they are also members of the Eight Kings clan, so it is good to get so much information. The group soon arrived at the Black Grassland. The prohibited entry area of the first ecological zone is divided into several blocks. The first block is the Black Grassland, the second block is the White Forest, the third block is the Mushroom Forest, and then the Ancient Swamp, the Devil Arena and the Ljiala Plateau. These areas are all unopened areas because they are too dangerous. There are too many beasts here. Although the capture level is between 0 and 50, it is strong enough for humans. Humans must have gourmet cells to have such a level, but only a few humans have gourmet cells, and only a few of them can reach this level. The higher the level, the fewer the number. In the human world with a population of tens of billions, there are only dozens of strong people who can enter the gourmet world. This is not even 1 in a billion, it is purely 1 in a billion, and the number of strong people is too small. Correspondingly, although the beasts in the human world also follow this rule, the number of these beasts is not comparable to that of humans. The reason why humans can survive in the human world is entirely because of the top fighting power among humans. After all, the beasts in the human world are basically below level 100. And it is rare for them to be above level 100. The strong among humans have exceeded this limit by an unknown amount. With the addition of various weapons, humans can gain a firm foothold in the human world. Hundreds of years ago, humans lived a miserable life in the human world. Even though this world was not short of food, humans were always shrouded in famine. The number of beasts in the first ecological zone far exceeds the number of strong people in Igo, and they cannot directly send strong people to escort the passengers, so there are not many areas that can be controlled. On the Black Grassland, most creatures are harmless, but there is a very difficult creature here, which is called Rock Drum. The capture level of Rock Drum has reached level 27, with a height of more than 30 meters and a weight of more than 50 tons. The most important thing is that such a big guy still lives in groups, and rock drums are very aggressive. Their existence directly raises the danger level of the entire Black Grassland. Otherwise, without rock drums, the Black Grassland is basically not dangerous and is a good tourist destination. This is the first time I've seen a Black Grassland. ERINA NAKIRI, who came to the Black Grassland, couldn't help but speak. At a glance, the endless Black Grassland was really shocking for those who saw it for the first time. They didn't know the specific situation of the black grass, because there were too many ingredients in this world, especially the ungraded ingredients like black grass. Ungraded ingredients can be said to be everywhere in the world of food captives, and it is basically impossible to recognize them all. Not to mention the two of them who have only been in this world for a short time, even Toriko didn't dare to say that he knew all the ingredients. He also had a detector on him, and he would detect the ingredients he didn't know. This black grass is also an ingredient. The taste is similar to leeks and green onions, and it is also very nutritious. Look, that guy has already eaten it. Su Yang pointed at Toriko. After the two looked in the direction of his finger, they found that Toriko had grabbed a handful of grass and stuffed it into his mouth. They were also speechless about this. Toriko's behavior was incomprehensible to them. They were also quite interested in ingredients like black grass, but at most they would collect a little to take back or wash it clean before eating it during a break. Toriko's eating it right off the ground really made them speechless. Is it really okay to eat it directly like this? Zinho Hisako couldn't help but ask. Toriko is a glutton. When he sees ingredients that interest him in the wild, he will eat them without hesitation. Moreover, he has a strong physical fitness and digestive ability brought by his gourmet cells, so he doesn't have to worry about getting a stomachache. Of course, it's better not to learn this behavior. Su Yang said that although he knew that eating like this would not harm their bodies at all, he still felt a little disgusted. After all, no one knew whether some creatures had urinated on the grass here a long time ago. Although their sense of smell is strong, even Toriko's sense of smell as a demon king needs to be developed in the later stage to be able to smell the residual smell of the past. So even if the probability of encountering this situation is extremely small, Su Yang will not just grab ingredients from the wild and stuff them into his mouth. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 42, The Envy of Toriko and Others. Sunny, who was standing by, looked at Toriko with disdain. After all, Sunny was a person who cared a lot about appearance. Toriko's behavior was extremely vulgar in front of him. There are rock drums coming, a total of 7. Just as Toriko was stuffing black grass into his mouth, Su Yang saw the rock drums approaching here. Obviously, these rock drums also discovered them. After all, Xiao Mo's body was too big. Although he had restrained his breath, people could not make him disappear in front of the naked eye. That level must be mastered in the meaning of food. After mastering the meaning of food, you can completely hide all your breath and make yourself look like an inconspicuous stone on the side of the road. In this way, there is a high probability of being ignored. But it is still impossible to be completely invisible. Unless the gourmet devil has such ability, it is impossible for humans to be invisible. Leave it to me. The shell of the rock drum is a very good thing. Sunny said. He likes all beautiful things. The most valuable thing on the rock drum is this shell, and Sunny likes it very much. But if Su Yang remembered correctly, Sunny in the original book failed here, and it was also very unreasonable in the original book. The capture level of the rock drum was only 27. Even if the rock drum is a special race and has great power, it is impossible to kick everyone directly from the black grassland to the mushroom forest and the white forest. You know, the white forest is more than 500 kilometers away from the black grassland. So this plot in the original book is quite nonsense. There are 7 in total. You can't handle so many by yourself. Toriko said and clenched his fist directly. In an instant, his right fist swelled up. 5 consecutive nail punches. A 5 consecutive nail punch smashed the arm of the rock drum in front of him. Sunny used his cooking kitchen to rebound the power of the rock drum. The fighting style of these two people looks very elegant, and the other is extremely violent. Chopsticks. Su Yang looked at the two people and directly used his chopsticks. These 7 rock drums were beyond the scope of their response. After all, the 7 rock drums attacked together. Although Toriko no longer needs to charge up for a long time when using the 5-shot punch, it still puts a lot of pressure on the body after using it. As for Sunny, he can bounce back the attacks of 1 or 2 rock drums, but not so many. Su Yang condensed 5 golden chopsticks at once, and then the chopsticks disappeared in front of everyone, and the 5 huge monsters in front of him suddenly stopped moving. Is this acupuncture? Seeing this scene, Toriko also widened his eyes. It is not easy to acupuncture a creature like a rock drum. Because the opponent has a very thick shell on his body, the defense of the shell is very strong, and ordinary acupuncture guns can't penetrate it at all. Toriko needs to use the 5-shot punch to blast open the opponent's defense. It can be seen that simply acupuncture with hands is not possible. But at this time, Su Yang actually used the kitchen utensils condensed by calories to perform remote acupuncture. Now Toriko doesn't know the 2 tricks of flying knife and flying fork. His knife and fork can only fight at close range. Xiao Mo. After finishing the acupuncture, Su Yang called out. And then Xiao Mo's tail swung out directly. Boom 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 boom. 5 loud noises. The 5 rock drums in front of him were smashed to pieces by Xiao Mo's tail. Xiao Mo's cell level is much higher than these rock drums, not to mention that Xiao Mo can fight beyond his level. The rock drums could not bear the power of this tail at all, and they were directly shattered to the ground. Wow, so powerful! Komatsu and Ling stared at this scene in amazement. They knew the strength of Toriko and Sunny, but the two of them were not as good as Xiao Mo's tail. It's really powerful, but how are you going to take so much marble out? Sunny couldn't help asking. The marble on the rock drum is very valuable, and it is very good to make various furniture and decorations. But Su Yang directly harvested hundreds of tons of such marble this time, and how to take it away is a big problem. I naturally have my own way. I have mastered a new trick from my gourmet devil. Su Yang also decided to expose his spatial ability. After all, this trick can't be hidden at all, so he simply blamed his gourmet devil. Anyway, the gourmet devil has many tricks, so it's okay to throw them to the gourmet devil. New tricks. Hearing this, Toriko and Sunny became interested. They naturally knew the tricks of the gourmet devil. Sunny's use of hair is to learn the tricks of the hair ghost. Toriko's knife and fork were also learned from the red ghost. When the gourmet cells reach a certain level, the gourmet devil will teach them some tricks after being satisfied. The gourmet devils are not stingy in this regard, because they parasitize on the host and naturally don't want the host to die so soon. So whether you want to revive or for any other purpose, you need to ensure that the host has enough survival ability. Looking at the curious eyes of several people, Su Yang also directly put these marbles into his system space in front of them. This trick is called cell space. My gourmet devil can open up a special space in the gourmet cells to store various things. Su Yang was also talking nonsense. Anyway, he just put the pot on the gourmet devil and gourmet cells. Even Blue Netero, who has lived for who knows how long, can't figure out the food cells, let alone humans. So no one can refute Su Yang's nonsense. This is really a convenient ability. All kinds of captured ingredients can be directly put into the cell space. Toriko's envy is almost overflowing at this time. There is no way. He is a glutton, but most of the ingredients he hunts every time can only be eaten in the wild. Otherwise, he can't bring them back at all. Toriko wants to collect more ingredients to eat slowly, but he can't do it at all. After all, with his appetite, the ingredients collected at one time are not enough for one meal, so he can only eat the ingredients directly when he captures them in the wild. Su Yang's ability makes him extremely envious. Not only him, Sunny, Ling, Komatsu and others are very envious. But unfortunately, this is only envy. After all, this trick cannot be taught, just like their Demon King's sense of smell and touch. This is the ability brought by gourmet cells and gourmet demons, which is equivalent to a talent that can only be used by oneself. 11 Reads books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43, Terrifying Slash. Now is not the time to envy, look over there. Su Yang pointed to the distance and said. Traces of battle, and the rock drum that was directly blasted. The only one who can defeat the rock drum is the GT robot of Bishokyokai? Toriko and Sunny got the answer after taking a look. It seems that we have to speed up. These guys are walking in front of us. It will be bad if they capture the gem flesh. Everyone also knew that they couldn't continue to dawdle here, so they sped up. Because they didn't go through the White Forest and the ancient swamp as in the original book, they arrived at the Ljiala Plateau much faster. Although there are many GT robots inside, the strongest Starjun has not arrived here yet, and even if it arrives, there is no need to worry with Su Yang. You take them up, we have Xiao Mo. When they arrived at the bottom of the giant wall, Su Yang spoke up, and he said this to Sunny. After all, the giant wall is more than 3,000 meters high and is almost vertical. It is not easy to climb up. Sunny can lift more than 200 kilograms with just one strand of his hair, so he can easily carry this group of people up. As for Suyang Town, Xiao Mo is there, and it is easy for Xiao Mo to climb up this huge wall. In this way, Sunny brought the others, Su Yang, Nakiri ERINA, and Arato Hisako with Xiao Mo, and the group quickly climbed up. Snake Cliff's Cave, everyone, be quiet. After Sunny found the Snake Cliff's cave, he said that although the Snake Cliff is a very strong creature, it is not aggressive as long as it does not disturb the other party. In the original book, Sunny and his friends were attacked because the Giallo mammoth jumped down directly, and the noise made startled these guys, and they didn't have much brains, so they thought Sunny was the culprit. Now everyone went up without making any big noise, so naturally they would not attract the other party's attention. Although Xiao Mo is big in size, he moves very quickly and also did not make any sound. Of course, even if these guys are alarmed, there is no need to worry. The breath released by Xiao Mo is enough to shock these guys. This time, everyone arrived at the giant wall much earlier than in the original book, so they didn't see any traces of the Giallo mammoth until they climbed up. There are so many bones. This has become a land of bones. After walking a distance into the interior of the Giallo plateau, everyone found the bones covering the ground. There is no doubt that it was made by the Giallo mammoth. The size of that big guy is here, so it naturally eats a lot. Su Yang said, a kilometer-level beast, that appetite is not a joke, and fortunately, the ecology of the Giallo plateau is very special. The beasts living here have strong reproductive ability and grow fast enough, which maintains the ecological balance here. Su Yang also has a certain understanding of the ecological environment here. There are records of almost all places in the human world, including ecology and specific characteristics. As a regeneration master, he naturally has to have a sufficient understanding of these ecological environments. How can such a large creature spit out bones? ERINA NAKIRI couldn't imagine that a giant beast over a kilometer tall could spit out bones after eating. She thought it shouldn't be excrement, otherwise it wouldn't be so clean. That's right, these skeletons are not only well preserved, but also clean enough. This is thanks to the unique digestive organs of the Giallo mammoth. The body of the Giallo mammoth is completely different from that of normal creatures. The Giallo mammoth has two noses, one for eating and the other for excreting these residues. And the digestive system of the Giallo mammoth is not in the stomach, but inside its nose. Su Yang said that due to the existence of the labyrinth in the body, the situation of the Giallo mammoth is very special, so the Giallo mammoth does not need to excrete at all, because the residue has been spit out from another nostril. While speaking, Xiao Mo suddenly spit out a mouthful of venom, which directly sank into the skeleton beside him, followed by a scream. Everyone be careful, the Giara Plateau can provide food for giants like the Giara mammoth, and there are beasts everywhere here. Seeing this scene, everyone naturally knew that there was some kind of beast hidden under the skeleton, and it was estimated that it would attack directly when they passed by. Don't worry, with Xiao Mo here, no creature can successfully sneak attack us. Su Yang knew that every scale on Xiao Mo's body was a sense that could be used for early warning, so Xiao Mo was simply a mobile super radar. In addition to Xiao Mo, his own perception range was also very large. At this time, Su Yang had determined the direction of the Giara mammoth. Although the Giara plateau was very large, the Giara mammoth was too big, and any movement of it could cause huge vibrations. Moreover, the Giara mammoth had discovered that its child was missing and was approaching the edge of the Giara plateau. With Su Yang's guidance, everyone could clearly sense the vibration of the ground after walking a distance. It looks like it's getting closer. The vibration is so strong, and it's getting stronger. That big guy is approaching us. Before Sunny finished speaking, a beam of light came from the front and hit a hill next to everyone. It's a GT robot. In the blink of an eye, everyone reacted and quickly approached the direction of the beam. Soon, everyone saw the huge figure moving in the fog. In addition to this figure, there was another huge GT robot constantly attacking the behemoth. A GT robot from Bishokyokai, but this one is really big. Everyone saw the giant GT robot. This pink GT robot looked dozens of meters high, which was undoubtedly a huge existence for humans. However, this dozens of meters of body was nothing in front of the giallo mammoth. Before everyone could react, a terrifying black slash burst out from Su Yong's hand and instantly passed through the giant GT robot that was attacking the giallo mammoth. Boom! The giant GT robot was killed in one move before it could react. This move was also the move of the leader slime, the black peeling knife. Su Yong used a hand knife to hit this attack. Although the kitchen utensils condensed by Su Yong were chopsticks and spoons, his physical fitness was also terrifyingly strong, comparable to those so-called magic weapons, so the power of his hand knife was also quite terrifying. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44, New Outsiders. Hiss. Such a fast slash, and the power is terrifying. Sunny took a breath of cold air. When he saw the giallo mammoth and the giant GT robot, his perception was completely released, although he did not directly touch the slash. But Sunny, who has the touch of the devil, can clearly sense how terrifying the black slash is. If that black slash is directed at him, then he can't block it even if he uses all his 250,000 hairs. In other words, as long as Su Yong wants, he can kill him instantly. Although Su Yong is not an enemy, he is not feeling well now. After all, when Su Yong came to Igo to train, his strength was stronger than those of them except Zebra, but he could never kill them instantly. However, now Su Yong has the strength to kill them directly, and it is not pleasant to fall behind others. Since this guy has been dealt with, the next one is the big guy. But it's not so easy to get into its mouth directly. Toriko said. No, it's easy, just a chopstick is enough. After Su Yong finished speaking, a huge golden chopstick appeared in front of him, and then the chopstick pierced the giallo mammoth in action at a very fast speed. The next second, the giallo mammoth stopped moving. Your acupuncture attainments are getting more and more outrageous, just like the speed at which your strength is improving. Seeing that the huge body of the giallo mammoth was directly acupunctured, Sunny and Toriko's mouths twitched again. They felt that following Su Yong out was not an adventure at all, but more like an outing. Su Yong's presence made this action completely free of any sense of crisis. In fact, Su Yong could easily capture the gem meat by himself, but the first ecological zone was always in the hands of Igo. That's why he would act with Toriko and others. Otherwise, it would be like a beach cave. Wouldn't it be enough for him to go there alone? Why bring Toriko and others with him? Now is not the time to worry about these things. After saying that, Xiao Mo led Su Yong and others to climb directly onto the mouth of the giallo mammoth, and Toriko and others quickly followed. It's shocking enough to see it from a distance, and it's even more terrifying to see it up close. The teeth alone feel like a small square. When they came to the mouth of the giallo mammoth, everyone saw the terrifying teeth. The size of this giant beast was really too big. After sighing, everyone entered the maze inside the body from the mouth. Why is there light here? After entering, everyone found that it was as if it was daytime here, which made NAKIRI ERINA feel very strange. Because of the gem meat will emit a strong light, just like the sun at night. The maze inside the giallo mammoth is illuminated by the gem meat. Su Yong said, the light of the gem meat is quite terrifying. Once the gem meat is taken away, the entire maze will fall into darkness. I can't wait to taste the gem meat, let's go. Toriko's saliva has already flowed to the ground. This is not an exaggeration, but it is true. However, just when everyone walked a few steps into the maze, Su Yong's expression suddenly changed. The reason is very simple, because he found that his system was actually moving. What does it mean that the system is moving? You know, the cooking skills of Naoto Hisako and NAKIRI ERINA have not been upgraded. Only their cooking skills can benefit Soo-young if they are upgraded. This does not mean that their talents are not good. On the contrary, their talents are not weak. After having gourmet cells, their talents are even better. It's just that during this period of time, they are more memorizing the basic knowledge of this world, and have not focused their main energy on the training of skills. And the star upgrade of the two is not so simple. Naoto Hisako is not far from 2 stars. She can reach 2 stars with a little effort. But NAKIRI ERINA is still a long way from 3 stars. After all, when she came to this world, her cooking skills could only be regarded as barely 2 stars. In an instant, Soo-young opened his perception to the maximum. This maze was not very big inside the Giallo Mammoth, so he did not need to use the path-finding sunflower. He could ensure that he would not get lost by letting go of his perception. I have something to deal with. Let's separate for now. Xiao Mo, go that way. After Soo-young finished speaking, Xiao Mo led the 3 of them to a fork in the road, leaving Toriko and others looking at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? Did he find the gem meat? That shouldn't be the case. If he found the gem meat, there's no need to avoid us. Toriko couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why Soo-young suddenly left and looked very anxious. Don't worry about him. After all, he is the strongest among us. Let's just look for the gem meat honestly. Sunny also knew that Soo-young must have something important. Although he couldn't guess, he was sure that the other party was not after the gem meat. What happened? Seeing Soo-young like this, NAKIRI ERINA and Naoto Hisako were also puzzled. I found humans in this maze. It's not normal for humans to appear here. It's possible that I encountered someone with a similar situation to yours. Soo-young said. Although he didn't know who the other person was, the most important thing now was to find this person. This maze was not very safe. There were also many powerful beasts parasitizing in the body of the Giallo Mammoth. Similar to our situation? People from another world. The 2 also reacted and widened their eyes instantly. You know, they also came from other worlds. Although they lived very well with Soo-young's help, they also wanted to go home. But so far, they haven't found a way. What they have to do now is to keep getting stronger, whether it's strength or cooking skills. In this way, there may be hope to go back. If they do nothing, then there will be no hope. There is a great possibility, but we have to see it to know whether it is specific or not. Soo-young nodded. Soon, under Soo-young's guidance, Xiao Mo led the 3 people to a passage. As soon as they turned into this passage, the 3 saw a girl in a red dress with long white hair. The other person still had a puzzled and worried expression on his face. Seeing the other person's dress, Soo-young also searched for the other person's information in his mind and soon found the answer. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 45 Myra Jane Strauss. Myra Jane Strauss from the fairy tale world. Soo-young recognized the other party's identity. After all, this iconic outfit and white hair were too recognizable. Of course, he didn't say it directly. Myra Jane was also shocked at this time. After all, it was not Soo-young and the other 2 who appeared at the beginning, but Xiao Mo's head. She was originally handling things at the front desk of the guild, but in the blink of an eye, she appeared in this strange place, and this place was very strange, because the surrounding walls were actually flesh walls. This made Myra Jane dare not act rashly for a while, and she waited until Soo-young and the other 3 arrived. Everyone, I am Myra Jane, the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Do you know where this place is? Seeing someone coming, Myra Jane also introduced her identity as soon as possible. She brought out Fairy Tale. After all, Fairy Tale is well known in the kingdom of Fiori. Wizard? Magic? It looks like he is from another world. After hearing the other party's self-introduction, ERINA, NAKIRI and Hisako Arato also made a judgment. After all, in this world, gourmet cells are the basis of everything. As for magic, it doesn't exist at all, so after hearing the other party's self-introduction, they concluded that the other party is not from this world. Xiao Mo, take her with you. A troublesome guy has come in. ERINA, Hisako, you are responsible for explaining the current situation to her. At this time, Su Yang sensed a breath that was larger than that of others entering the body of the Giallo mammoth. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the GT robot controlled by Star Jun. The GT robot controlled by Star Jun is different from others and is more powerful. In the original work, if Toriko had not been directly hit into the location of the gem meat because of his food luck and ate the gem meat, he would have been directly killed by the GT robot controlled by Star Jun. After hearing Su Yang's words, Xiao Mo also directly rolled Myra Jane onto himself with his tail, and then quickly approached the direction pointed by Su Yang. In Su Yang's perception, the two GT robots were approaching the direction where Toriko and the others were. Myra Jane was confused at this time, but NAKIRI, ERINA and Arado Hisako quickly explained the specific situation to her. Traveling through the world? There is such a thing. So, will Lisana also? Myra Jane thought of her sister Lisana at the first time. Lisana disappeared directly that year, without even leaving a body. At that time, she thought Lisana was dead. But now, combined with what she encountered, she thought that the reason why Lisa's body disappeared that year might also be in this world. So is it possible that her sister is still alive? Although she said this in a low voice, Su Yang also heard it, and his expression was a little strange at this time. Strictly speaking, Lisana did travel through time, but it was not a cross-border crossing like now, but a crossing to another continent in the fairy tale world. Just when Myra Jane was still thinking, there was a loud noise, and then the flesh wall in front was directly knocked through, and two figures appeared in front of them. Su Yang? Great, you guys go help Toriko. The guy Toriko met was too scary. It was Sunny and a GT robot that broke through the flesh wall and ran in front of Su Yang and others, but this GT robot was not the one controlled by Star Jun. The one controlled by Star Jun confronted Toriko just like in the original book. Got it, Xiaomo, you help Sunny, I'll go deal with the other side. After saying that, Su Yang disappeared directly on Xiaomo. His movement speed was so fast that everyone couldn't see clearly how he moved. As for Xiaomo, after hearing Su Yang's words, he also put down the three people on his body, and then quickly rushed towards the GT robot that was confronting Sunny. The speed was so fast that it was like a black light. Sunny and the GT robot had no time to react, and Xiaomo's claws directly covered the GT robot. The next second, Xiaomo's claws scratched the body of the GT robot. What's going on? The GT robot reacted and tried to check its own situation, but when it moved, its body fell apart instantly. Xiaomo's claws were quite sharp, and the GT robot in front of it couldn't defend against such claw attacks. It's okay for people to be like this, but how can the companions they trained be so perverted? Sunny was speechless. He had just fought with this GT robot. He knew very well that the opponent's strength was similar to his own. Although he could also defeat the opponent, the premise was to fight desperately. However, now Xiaomo killed the opponent with one claw. Sunny said that he was too tired to complain. He also heard about Xiaomo's specific situation on the way. He was brought out of the beach cave by Su Yang during the spawning season of puffer whales. He was also born not long ago. Sunny felt tired when he thought that he was surpassed by a mutant demon snake that was born not long ago. Before, he had the idea of catching up with and surpassing Su Yang, but now this idea was shaken. Just when he was hit by Xiaomo and doubted his life, the battle on the other side was also settled by Su Yang. When Su Yang just came over, Toriko had been killed by the GT robot controlled by Star Jun in one move. In order to continue fighting, Toriko even started self-eating. This move is a move that people who have awakened the Gourmet Devil will use, allowing the Gourmet Devil to devour their bodies, thereby improving their status to the best in a short time. The gourmet hunter who starts self-eating will not only recover to his peak period, but can even burst out with a stronger combat power than his peak period. However, before Toriko could make a move, Su Yong's fist had already landed on the GT robot controlled by Starjun. Just as Starjun killed Toriko in 1 second, Su Yong also killed Starjun in 1 second, and the core of the GT robot was directly blown up by this punch. The GT robot without its core naturally could not move. Starjun also found that he had directly disconnected from the GT robot. It was killed directly. Who did it? Starjun was a little puzzled at this time. He already knew what was going on with Toriko's strength. Although there was another one of the 4 heavenly kings, it could not pose a threat to him. Mrs. Chiao, help me check who went to the first ecological zone from Igo this time. Starjun said to Mrs. Chiao in the main control room. Mrs. Chiao was also responsible for collecting information about Bishokyukai. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 46, Capturing the Gem Flesh. Has it been solved? Sure enough, the difference is not a little bit. Sunny and others rushed over from the next door, and saw the GT robot whose core was smashed by a punch. Obviously, this GT robot was also killed by Su Yong in seconds. Sunny was quite impressed by this grey-black GT robot. When he sensed the breath of this guy just now, he felt like he was being stared at by a top predator. It can be said that as a GT robot, the one he faced just now and this one are completely incomparable. Don't sigh now, or Toriko's life will be in danger. Su Yong put away the GT robot and said that this GT robot would be thrown to Igo for research after returning. This one should be slightly more advanced than other GT robots. Toriko? You started self-eating. After seeing Toriko, Sunny immediately judged Toriko's situation. He was covered in blood and knew that he was seriously injured, but his breath was soaring at this time that he was constantly leaking even after the battle. Obviously, this is the effect of activating self-eating. When the 4 kings were training in Igo, each of them activated self-eating, so they naturally knew Toriko's condition. That guy just broke my neck. If I didn't activate self-eating, my life would be in danger, but fortunately Su Yong came quickly and the others were not injured. Toriko was relieved to see that Komatsu and Ling were not hurt. Broken neck. Hearing this, those who didn't know the effect of self-eating were stunned. After all, a broken neck is basically a death sentence. Toriko is still standing here. This is the effect of self-eating. It can restore the body to its peak state in a short period of time, but this state can only last for a few minutes. If the deficit cannot be replenished after a few minutes, it will be certain to die. Hurry up and find the gem meat. Sunny spoke quickly. The most important thing now is to find the gem meat for Toriko to eat, so that there is no need to worry about problems. No need to look for it, it's next door. Su Yong said, and slashed the void next to him with his right hand. He did not use the black paring knife, but simply because his body was strong enough, this palm knife instantly split a wall of flesh next to him. Fortunately, the size of the Lgialo mammoth was large enough, and the damage caused by everyone in its body was basically not felt by the Lgialo mammoth. The moment the flesh wall was cut, a dazzling golden light shone out from it. At the same time, a strong fragrance began to spread. It turned out to be hidden in a closed space. This maze is really confusing. The light outside did not shine from the passage, but directly passed through the flesh wall to illuminate the entire body of the Lgialo mammoth. After everyone entered it, they looked around and found that this was a closed space. There was a meatball with a diameter of more than 2 meters in the center of the space. This is the gem meat, the meat born from the essence of the whole body of the Lgialo mammoth. Although the gem meat in front of him was indeed shocking, Sunny had already cut off a piece of gem meat with her hair. Originally, we should have tasted it together, but now it's your turn, Toriko. Sunny brought the piece of meat to Toriko. Then I won't be polite. Toriko was not polite to everyone. If it was any other time, he would definitely share it with everyone. But now his body does not allow him to do so. If he doesn't eat something good, he will be finished. As a piece of gem meat went down his stomach, Toriko's muscles all over his body continued to surge and expand, and his breath began to surge. The shadow of the red ghost also appeared above Toriko's head, and this pressure spread in all directions. Su-young saw this scene and stood directly in front of ERINA, NAKIRI and others to block this pressure. The body has recovered, and the gourmet cells have been activated. The sequelae of self-eating have also been relieved, but the most concerned thing is the deliciousness of the gem meat. This piece of meat is simply indistinguishable from what part of the meat. In the previous piece of meat, I tasted the taste of liver, the taste of cartilage, and the taste of pork belly. The taste is constantly changing. In addition, these tastes are not chaotic, but have clear layers. It is really unimaginable that such meat exists in this world. Toriko looked at the gem meat in front of him with shining eyes. At this time, his body was actually glowing, but because the light of the gem meat was too dazzling, it covered the light emitted by his body. I know that the gem meat is delicious, but you don't have to say it in such detail. Speaking of which, I have always had a question I want to ask. Who is she? I don't remember this person when we came in. Sunny shook his head and looked at Myra Jane on the side. When they came in, there were a total of 7 people plus Xiao Mo and Terry, but now what is going on with this inexplicable 8th person? Yes, there are 7 of us in total. Who is this lady? Komatsu also reacted. Before, he and Ling's attention had been on Toriko and they didn't notice Marajana's existence. After Sunny reminded them, they were also very confused. The person found in the body of the Ljiaru mammoth just now is a friend of mine, named Myra Jane Strauss. Su-young naturally needed to come out to smooth things over. Marajana's position was awkward. He didn't expect that she would fall directly into the body of the Ljiaru mammoth. So now he simply said that she was his friend. In this way, even if Sunny and Toriko still had doubts, they would not break the casserole and ask the truth. As for Myra Jane, she nodded quickly at this time, because when they were on the road just now, ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arado had already told her the basic situation. And they also warned her not to casually say that she was a visitor from another world. After coming to this world, ERINA NAKIRI and the others also looked up information about the other world, but unfortunately, they found nothing. So their situation should be very rare. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, such things must be hidden. Originally, when Sunny asked this question, Myra Jane was a little flustered and didn't know how to answer, but since Su-young said so, she naturally followed Su-young. Since it's your friend, there's no problem. Now let's take the gem flesh away first. Sunny and Toriko both heard the meaning of Su-young's words and didn't ask too much. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47 The Situation of Marajan. I'll take a part of the gem meat. Next, I'll go to other places in the first ecological zone to capture some ingredients. You guys go back first. Su-young said, and directly cut off 1/3 of the gem meat and put it into the space. This was actually his own plan. After all, in addition to gem meat, there were many other ingredients in the first ecological zone. Su-young would not simply capture one ingredient and leave. In response, the others also nodded, saying that they had no objection. To be honest, they felt that Su-young's taking 1/3 of the gem meat this time was a little too little. After all, the capture of gem meat this time was entirely due to Su-young's credit. If it weren't for Su-young, let alone capturing gem meat, it would be a problem whether they could go back alive. As for Su-young, there was a reason why he took 1/3 of the gem meat instead of more. 1/3 of it was undoubtedly divided by Toriko and the others, and the last 1/3 was left to Igo. After all, this was the first ecological zone controlled by Igo. Soon, the group successfully left the maze and went all the way up. Myra Jane actually had a lot of questions to ask along the way. Let's not talk about anything else, just why the surrounding environment was so weird. This place looks like a huge maze, but the weird thing is that the surrounding walls are actually flesh and blood walls. But she soon understood. When the group came out of the mouth of the Ligo mammoth, Myra Jane finally knew why the environment inside was so weird. Because they were actually in the body of a giant beast like a mountain, and the maze was also formed in the other's body. Even though it came from the magic world, Myra Jane was shocked by the size of the giant beast in front of her. Toriko, Sunny. Just as everyone left, a voice came, and when everyone looked over, they found a person standing on the ground, and there was a huge purple-black crow next to him. It's Mr. Koko. Komatsu also shouted with some surprise after seeing Koko. The previous beach cave adventure made their relationship very good. Komatsu was just like a male succubus in front of the 4 heavenly kings. The other 3 did not find a partner. Although Gigi arranged a temporary partner for him in the later stage, before that, they all regarded Komatsu as a partner. Koko, why are you here? Toriko and Sunny were also very happy. 3 of the 4 heavenly kings appeared here. As long as Zebra did not appear, it would be a good thing. I received the news from the director, so I rushed here as soon as possible, but it seems that I am late. You have captured the gem meat, but why is there a piece missing? Sunny saw the gem meat that Sunny was holding with her hair. However, it should have been a regular circle, but now it was missing a large piece. Judging from the amount, it should be missing 1/3. That 1/3 was taken away by Su Yang. He will capture other ingredients next, so he has to separate from us temporarily. Sunny explained briefly, and after listening, Koko also understood. By the way, what should we do with this big guy? Ling asked, pointing at the Giallo mammoth. The big guy was still being acupunctured. Don't worry, the acupuncture will automatically release itself in more than 2 hours, and the beasts here will not dare to approach it. More than 2 hours is enough for its children to come back. Su Yang did not immediately release the acupuncture points. After all, this big guy was crazy about finding his child. If he really let it jump off the Giallo plateau, the creatures and environment below would not be able to withstand its torment. More than 2 hours, enough for the little Giallo mammoth to come back, and the acupuncture points would be released by then, and the other party would not leave here. When I came here, the test of the little Giallo mammoth had been completed, and the gem meat had not formed in the body, but it would take some time to come back. Koko also told everyone about the situation of the little elephant. In this case, let's separate here, everyone. Su Yang said, and then everyone separated. Mr. Su Yang, thank you for what happened just now. At this time, Myra Jane also thanked Su Yang. After all, when others asked this question just now, it was Su Yang who helped her. She could see that those people just now were not simple, and the breath released by Toriko's cell activation just now was not weak. If these people really wanted to target her, it would not be a good thing for her. After all, her magic power was still in a self-sealed state. And even if her magic power was restored, she didn't dare to say that she could beat those people just now. No need to thank me, but tell me about your specific situation first. The group sat on Xiao Mo and started to discuss this issue. Myra Jane also told some of the general situation of her world. Magic world, I have only seen it in comics before. What kind of magic does Miss Myra Jane know? After listening, ERINA NAKIRI couldn't help asking. Although her current gourmet cells are also very good, magic is something she fantasized about when she was a child, so she is very curious now. The magic I master is called receiving magic, but because of some special reasons, I can't use magic now. Marajana's face was a little wrong when she said this. Others didn't know the specific reason, but Su Yang knew that Myra Jane became arrogant after becoming an S-class wizard. Taking her younger brothers and sisters to do dangerous S-class tasks, why did Makarov put the S-Class tasks on the second floor and not allow other wizards other than S-Class to touch them? Moreover, Fairy Tail is extremely strict in its S-Class assessment. Natsu and others would have become S-Class wizards long ago if they were placed in other guilds, but they still cannot do so in Fairy Tail. It is because Makarov and others know very well that S-Class missions are full of uncertainties, and the information is not necessarily true. So they must be recognized by them to become S-Class wizards, and even if they can do this, they dare not say that they can guarantee their 100% safety. Myra Jane took her still weak brothers and sisters to do S-Class missions, which eventually led to Lysina being sucked into the continent of Edras, and she herself had a psychological shadow and stopped using her magic, which was equivalent to self-sealing. In fact, as long as she figured it out, she can use magic whenever she wants. Listening to her, it is obvious that the current plot has not yet reached the plot where Laxus triggers a civil war, so her magic is still in a self-sealing state. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48 Food Luck, Where does the blame come from? Receiving magic? What kind of magic is this? When ERINA Nakiri and Hisako Arado heard the name of receiving magic, question marks appeared on their heads. The comics about magic they had read were all traditional magic. Traditional magicians stood behind with a staff and chanted spells to release magic, using various elements. As for receiving magic, they really didn't understand. Receiving magic means that you can merge magical beasts or other creatures into your body through magic. During the fusion process, a part of your appearance will become similar to these creatures. Myra Jane explained the concept of receiving magic to everyone. It's amazing. You can actually absorb the power of other creatures to use. Can the Ligera mammoth just now be received? ERINA Nakiri suddenly asked this question, which stunned Myra Jane. Not to mention her, even Su Yang was stunned for a moment. This. I'm not very clear, but the creature we receive must have magic in its body. I don't know if the creatures in this world have magic in their bodies, and I can't use this magic now. Myra Jane shook her head. We're at the edge, everyone, pay attention. During the conversation, Xiao Mo had already reached the edge of the Rigera plateau. Hearing this, Nakiri ERINA and the others also held on to Xiao Mo. As for Myra Jane, although she didn't know what was going on, she followed suit. After she held on to Xiao Mo, she knew what was going on, because they were climbing down from an absurdly high cliff. This also made her heart beat faster, as this distance looked at least several thousand meters high. If her magic could still be used, she wouldn't be worried. After all, she could fly after using magic, but now she couldn't use magic, so this height inevitably made her heart beat faster. And when she passed the Snake Cliff Cave, she was also very nervous. After all, these snake cliffs were all huge monsters, and they were full of oppression. Hey, finally landed. After Xiao Mo landed, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, and Nakiri ERINA and the others were also nervous, as they had experienced it once before, but they had been climbing up before. As long as you don't look down while climbing up, it's not really scary, but just now you were walking down, which was exciting enough. Even if they had awakened their gourmet cells, such a scene made them very nervous. Xiao Mo, go over there, that's the ancient swamp, there are a lot of good ingredients there. Su Yang said, the ingredients in the ancient swamp have survived from ancient times to the present. It can be said that each one is a living fossil. Of course, capturing these ingredients will not make these creatures extinct. Su Yang will select the ingredients with a large number of ingredients to capture. As for the extremely rare ones, he will not touch them casually. After all, the ancient swamp does not have such special ingredients as gem meat, which cannot directly activate the gourmet cells. Capturing these ingredients is just to taste the taste. Mr. Su Yang, is there really no way to go back? Myra Jane couldn't help asking. She also had relatives in the fairy tale world, and she regarded the members of fairy tale as her relatives. It would be a lie to say that she didn't want to go back. ERINA and the others told you before, right? At present, there is indeed no way for you to go back. But one thing is certain, that is, to improve your strength. If you are strong, maybe you can find a way. Soo-young shook his head. He was not fooling Myra Jane. He really had no choice. Now he didn't even know how these girls came to this world, let alone send them back. Improve strength? It seems that this is the only way, but... Myra Jane thought about it and felt that it made sense, but she remembered her situation. Now her magic was sealed by herself. She couldn't use magic, let alone improve her strength. In our world, if you want to improve your strength, you must have gourmet cells. Soo-young told Myra Jane the concept of gourmet cells and how to obtain them. Such a powerful gourmet cell, but this way of obtaining it is too difficult. After hearing the method and difficulty of obtaining it, Myra Jane couldn't help but want to give up. She had seen the beasts in this world. The mountain-like existence just now was really terrifying. And according to Soo-young and others, that guy was just a little bigger in the human world, and his strength was not very strong. After hearing this, Myra Jane didn't know how to describe this world. She could only say that it was terrifyingly strong. And everything in this world is basically gourmet cells, but with this difficulty of obtaining, Myra Jane found that this is a dead end. If you want to become stronger quickly, you must get gourmet cells, but if you want to get gourmet cells, you need to be strong enough to capture various high-end ingredients, and you need to eat them for many years. Now she has no strength and no gourmet cells. What else can this be if not a dead end? In fact, there is a way to quickly obtain gourmet cells. Weren't you curious about how you obtained gourmet cells before? In fact, it's all because of food luck. Soo-young directly threw the pot on food luck, and he didn't fool everyone. People with high food luck are indeed more likely to obtain gourmet cells, such as Komatsu. However, the amount required is a bit scary. In the case of ERINA NAKIRI, even if all the food luck of Sokai, Komatsu, and Toriko were gathered together, it would be impossible to obtain gourmet cells so quickly. Food luck. Hearing this, Myra Jane raised a question. As for ERINA NAKIRI, although they knew the existence of food luck, there were too few descriptions of food luck on the internet and it was too vague, so they were not very clear. That's right, food luck, this is a very mysterious thing. People with strong food luck can pick up money on the road, and they can easily find food that others can't find even after trying hard in the wild. And when you encounter danger, food luck will also help to attract powerful helpers. Similarly, if food luck is strong enough, you can naturally get gourmet cells faster and easier. Soo-young simply explained the role of food luck. In other worlds, the so-called food luck is luck, but in the world of gourmet captives, food luck is a tangible existence. After reaching a certain level of strength, you can observe and directly control food luck. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49, ERINA NAKIRI's Assist. It turns out that we can obtain gourmet cells so quickly because of our food luck, but why do we have such strong food luck? ERINA NAKIRI was still a little confused about why she and Hisako Arado had such strong food luck, but suddenly she realized that this should be related to Soo-young. My food luck is strong enough. After you become my temporary partner, my food luck will also work on you, so you can obtain gourmet cells so quickly. Soo-young nodded. He had no idea of explaining before, but now there is a new person. Since this situation has occurred for the second time, perhaps this situation will continue to occur. Those who can make the system move are undoubtedly suitable to be partners, so he thought of these things temporarily to explain why they can obtain gourmet cells so quickly. At the same time, it can also make Myra Jane become his partner as soon as possible. If Myra Jane wants to obtain gourmet cells as soon as possible, she needs to become his partner, even if it is only a temporary partner. That is to say, if I become Mr. Su Young's temporary partner, I can also get Mr. Su Young's food luck to help me quickly obtain gourmet cells, right? Mirajhen's eyes lit up. Now this is the only way for her to obtain gourmet cells. Yes, it is indeed possible, but you need to know what the concept of partner is. Su Yang nodded. The fish took the bait, but he still had to explain to the other party what the concept of partner is. After hearing the meaning of partner, the three people present couldn't help blushing, but Mirajhen was the most obvious. ERINA Nakiri and Hisako Arado had always known the concept of partner, and both of them had a good impression of Su Yang, but Mirajhen was different. This was the first time they met, and they had not been together for a long time. She didn't expect that partner would be synonymous with husband and wife, so the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Since partner means this, then what is a temporary partner? After easing her mood, Mirajhen asked again. She didn't forget that there was a temporary word in front of the word partner just now. Since the partnership between a man and a woman is synonymous with husband and wife, what is the situation with adding a temporary one? Let me explain this, actually it's because. ERINA Nakiri stood up to explain. At this time, her favorability towards Su Yang was already very high, so she felt that it was okay to say this kind of thing. So she said all the things she had imagined at the beginning. After saying this, even Su Yang was shocked. He really didn't expect that ERINA Nakiri would imagine it like this. But it seems that there is no problem if you think about it carefully. After all, ERINA Nakiri didn't know that Su Yang had a system, nor did she know that Su Yang was a time traveler and knew about their affairs. So from the perspective of ERINA Nakiri, his image was indeed a lot taller in an instant. After listening to it, Mirajhen didn't think there was any big problem. After all, Su Yang did help them a lot, and after the two explained Su Yang's identity, Mirajhen didn't think Su Yang was greedy for her body. With Su Yang's status and position, he had all kinds of beauties, so why bother to spend so much time on these two girls? Anyway, Mirajhen also felt that ERINA Nakiri's idea was correct, so in her eyes, Su Yang was a kind person who helped the weak. I see, Mr. Su Yang is really a good person. Mirajhen said with a smile, and Su Yang also received a good person card. I'm not a good person, so what is your decision, Miss Mirajhen? Su Yang shook his head. He thought he was not a good person. He did all this for a purpose, but he also needed Mirajhen to give him an answer. I do need Mr. Su Yang's food luck, but I have nothing now, and even if I return to our world, I can't come up with anything good. Mirajhen gritted her teeth and said that she really needed to borrow Su Yang's food luck to obtain gourmet cells, but she couldn't come up with any suitable compensation. As a member of the Wizard Guild, she has been in the magic world for a long time, and she has experienced much more than ERINA Nakiri and the others. In her opinion, there is no free lunch in the world, but it is difficult for her to come up with a suitable reward. Then let's make a deal. Although you can't use magic, the knowledge of magic is still there. In this case, tell me the magic you know. Su Yang found an excuse. Anyway, as long as he fooled the other party into becoming his partner, as long as the other party agreed, Su Yang would get the system's reward. Magic? Although I know some magic, they are just some basic magic, and I don't feel magic in this world, so magic may not be useful at all. Mirajhen frowned and said. It doesn't matter, I'm just interested. Su Yang said with a smile. I understand. In this case, I will tell Mr. Su Yang all the magic I know, and then I'll leave it to Mr. Su Yang. Mirajhen finally agreed. After all, it would be extremely difficult for her to become stronger without borrowing Su Yang's food luck. Even if the magic is restored, there is no magic in this world. With the previous case of ERINA Nakiri's brain supplement, Myra Jane felt that Soo-young was just looking for an excuse to help her. This is the benefit of the first impression. The character image of Soo-young created by ERINA NAKIRI in front of her is so good that when Soo-young does this now, she will also think in this direction. It must be said that ERINA NAKIRI's assist is really good. In that case, the deal is done. I will help you get your ID later. As for the rest, let's talk about it after we go back. After Soo-young finished speaking, the group had already arrived at the ancient swamp. There are so many strange creatures, much stranger than the magic beasts in our world. Looking at the various strange creatures in the ancient swamp, Myra Jane said. The magic beasts in the magic world have different shapes, but compared to this world, it is obvious that the creatures in the world of food captives are even stranger. After all, most of the creatures in the world of food captives are like spliced together, and there are all kinds of types. Even fruits and cockroaches can be spliced together. It didn't take Soo-young much time to capture these ingredients. When capturing, Soo-young directly condensed a pair of huge golden chopsticks and directly picked up the target he wanted to capture from the swamp. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50 New System Rewards. This hunting method is really... Myla-jin didn't know what words to use to describe this scene. This scene was just like picking up food when eating. She picked up whatever she liked. But what was being picked up now was not food, but beasts with terrifying auras. Although her magic power was sealed by herself, she still had some perception ability. Okay, it's enough to collect so much. It's getting late. Let's rest in the mushroom forest for a night. After capturing some of the ingredients he needed, Soo-young spoke. Naturally, everyone had no objection to this. They sat on Xiao-mo and swam directly towards the mushroom forest. In order to prevent any creatures from attacking, Xiao-mo also released his aura. You know, in terms of combat power, Xiao-mo is stronger than the Giallo mammoth. Its aura is enough to easily suppress all creatures in the ancient swamp. So strong, I haven't had time to ask this. Myra-jin wanted to ask about Xiao-mo, but she didn't know how to describe Xiao-mo, because the world of fairy tale is a Western fantasy world. Although there are dragons, they are Western dragons. Western dragons and Eastern dragons are completely two different concepts. Xiao-mo's appearance is more inclined to Eastern dragons, so Myra-jin didn't know how to describe it. You said it was a snake, but it was obviously different from a snake. You said it looked like a dragon, and the difference was also quite big. You are talking about Xiao-mo. Xiao-mo is a mutant of the demon snake. I found it in a demon snake's nest. Because of the mutation, Xiao-mo looks different from the demon snake, and his potential is much stronger than that of ordinary demon snakes. Although his body is not very big, the giant elephant we saw before, the Giallo mammoth, is not Xiao-mo's opponent. Soo-young introduced Xiao-mo to Myra-jin. As for ERINA NAKIRI and Hisako Arado, they had introduced each other when they were chatting just now. That giant elephant is not a match? It's really powerful. She was very shocked when she thought that the giant elephant like a mountain was not Xiao-mo's match. Soon, the group came to the mushroom forest. There are so many mushrooms, and they can grow so big. After arriving at the mushroom forest, everyone was also shocked by the mushrooms in the mushroom forest. There are really all kinds of mushrooms here, which makes people dazzled. You know, in the normal world, most mushrooms need to go up the mountain after rain to collect, but the mushrooms here appear in groups. Take these detectors. There is basically no danger in the mushroom forest. It is the safest place in the entire first ecological zone. Unfortunately, the surrounding area is more dangerous, so IGO has not developed this place. The detector can detect the specific information of these mushrooms. Of course, there may be some that are not recorded. Remember not to pick mushrooms that are not recorded. Su Yong asked everyone to collect the mushrooms they are interested in separately. As for himself, he planned to take a look at the new rewards given by the system. After all, with the system space, even if you get something good, you can put it directly in the system space without worrying about making any noise. This is a new space. Su Yong discovered that the reward this time was actually a brand new space, but this space was a little different from the system space. The system space can be used for storage, but not for living things. It will expand as his strength increases, and the time inside the space is also static. This new space is called the planting space. As the name suggests, it can be used to grow various crops. The difference from the system space is that this space can only be used for planting, and has no other functions. Once the crops are ripe and picked or fall off, they must be transferred to the storage space and cannot be stored in the planting space. The planting space will also continue to expand as Su Yong's strength increases, and as long as Su Yong knows the environmental data, he can divide the planting space into different areas and transform it into different environments. In this way, Su Yong can grow some plants that require special environments to grow, such as rainbow fruits and ozone grass. Moreover, the time flow rate in the planting space can be adjusted, and the adjustment rate is Su Yong's cell level. In other words, now he can speed up the time flow rate in the planting space to dozens of times that of the outside world. What a good thing! It would be even better if there was another breeding space. Su Yong was very satisfied with this planting space. In the future, ingredients such as rainbow fruits can be cultivated artificially in the planting space as long as they have seeds. And the most important thing is that this space can adjust the flow rate of time and the environment, and any kind of plants can be planted here. While everyone was collecting mushrooms, Su Yong also planted some seeds he had stored in the planting space. Among them was the rainbow fruit. He participated in the research project of the rainbow fruit at the beginning, and he knew the environmental parameters very well, so after some transformation, the seeds were successfully planted. The next step is to wait. It takes only about a year for the rainbow fruit to grow from planting to fruiting, and the growth rate is very fast. The time in the planting space can be accelerated, and Su Yong will soon be able to get new rainbow fruits. It will take less than 10 days. And the planting space does not require him to enter it to cultivate, he only needs to control it with his mind, which is as convenient as playing games. After completing the planting of these seeds, Su Yong also took out the mobile house he stored in the space. The technological level of the gourmet age is not low. Su Yong had a movable house built so that it can be carried around in space. The construction speed of this era can only be said to be ridiculously fast. Just like Toriko's castle, his house is simpler, so it is built quickly. When you are in the wild, you don't need to set up a tent or something. Now when you take out the house, Su Yong feels a bit like the universal capsule in Dragon Ball. Why can you directly create a house? Myra Jane asked, looking at the house with a puzzled look. This is the first time we have seen it too. ERINA NAKIRI said that she was not very clear. After all, it has not been long since the two of them traveled to the wild, and this is the first time she has gone to the wild with Su Yong. The rest of the time was either in the healing country or studying at Zhongmei Culinary College, and she didn't know much about Su Yong's methods. Seeing that they had collected a lot of mushrooms, the three of them returned quickly. They were eager to know what was going on with this house. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points.